Chapter 775. The item the leader of martial arts used for exchange. The family head of the Sun family trembled as he lifted his teacup. He was snowed by Wang Tung's words. Although it was expensive, he also felt that what Wang Tung made sense. This was a planetary stage scripture. 50 billion wasn't expensive, but the family head of the Sun family still felt that something was wrong. He suspected that Wang Tung was bluffing. Mr. Sun, I gave you the discount because you're the first buyer. The others after you won't get this price. Wang Tung decided to add some oil to the fire when he noticed his indecisiveness. The family head of the Sun family was surprised. He didn't think that he would be the first. Based on what Wang Tung said, he might really increase the price for the people behind him. He wanted to bargain, but decided not to. He should buy and leave quickly. The price might change if he dragged the deal. All right, 50 billion it is. The head of the Sun family gritted his teeth and said firmly. The two of them made a secret transaction, and the item was passed to the head of the Sun family. The old man left Wang Tung's villa happily after he received the planetary stage conversion skill. From his expression, he seemed excited. This was like buying a car. You might feel heartbroken when you made the payment, but after getting the car, you would be over the moon. Grandpa Wang and the others widened their eyes in surprise when they saw Wang Tung earning 50 billion with a snap of his fingers. They stared at him intently. This money came too easy. It was like a breeze and felt so unreal. Why are you staring at me? Wang Tung kept the money and turned around, only to see everyone staring at him. Son, what kind of scripture is that? Why is it so expensive? Wang Shengwa asked. He couldn't control his curiosity. These aliens are a level above the general stage, which is the planetary stage I just mentioned. The scripture I sold to the family head of the Sun family will allow him to break through to that stage, Wang Tung explained. The planetary stage. The Wang family was surprised. This is an important scripture. Is it all right for you to pass it to them so easily? Grandpa Wang asked with a shimmer in his eyes. Don't worry. I'm only giving them the conversion skill that is one part of the scripture. By the time they finish the conversion, they'll have progressed much further. I want you to worry about them causing trouble. It's good that you know what you're doing. Grandpa Wang had seen many examples of the farmer and the snake story. He hoped that Wang Tung wouldn't be the farmer. It was better for one to be a little selfish sometimes. Wang Tung nodded. He was willing to sell the scripture to others because he wanted to open another advancement path for the martial warriors on Earth. He was also not concerned that others would surpass him. While they were chatting, another knock was heard. The crowd glanced at one another. Is it for the scripture again? Grandpa Wang asked curiously. Most likely. Wang Tung nodded. This is honestly a great sale. Everyone was speechless. Huh. What better way to recover my cost? Wang Tung sniggered. Grandpa Wang asked Wang Howren to open the door again. The other children from a young family were astounded. 50 billion renminbi was earned so easily. It felt like a dream. They anticipated what would happen later, wondering how much money Wang Tung would earn. Wang Howren immediately went to open the door. Very soon, a middle-aged man was brought into the living room. Wang Tung smiled and started another round of discussion. Many people visited the Wang family that night. All of them came to buy the scripture. To the Wang family, these people were all here to give Wang Tung money. One gift cost a few billion. They were wealthy and stupid. Wang Shenghong, Wang Xinjun, Zhao Huili, Mother Lin, and Father Lin were all in a daze. How much money was this? They couldn't even count anymore. They saw Wang Tung building his wealth to a frightening level within one night. Everyone found it unbelievable. They even had an illusion. This wasn't money. It was just a long string of numbers. Zhao Huili was jealous. This money belonged to Wang Tung and his family. It wasn't for the entire Wang family. They wouldn't get any of it. This was an exciting night for the Wang family. Everyone had insomnia. After everyone went to bed, Wang Tung came to the roof of the villa alone and laid down. He gazed at the stars in the night sky. What he did tonight was just the start. The effects would be seen after some time. A new batch of planetary stage martial warriors would appear on Earth soon. How far these people would go was unknown. Wang Tung had his hopes up, though. What are you thinking? A voice sounded behind him. Wang Tung turned and saw a person a few steps away. His face slowly appeared in his vision. The person stood on the roof with his hands behind his back. It was the leader of martial arts. Wang Tung didn't reply to him. He smiled and said, "I thought you wouldn't come. I'm just an ordinary guy. I can't resist the temptation of a planetary stage scripture either." The leader shook his head and replied. He didn't hide his intention or his ambition. Everyone is working hard to forge ahead on this path. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Wang Tung smiled. "I've been stuck at the entrance for a long time." The leader was a little emotional. "Do you want the conversion skill or the entire planetary stage scripture?" "The entire scripture, of course." An item appeared in the leader's hand. He threw it toward Wang Tung and continued, "This is a fair exchange. I won't let you suffer a loss. This is a star bone I took from an alien. I'd like to exchange it for the scripture. I think it's enough." "What is this?" Wang Tung was shocked when he took over the item. "Star bone." This was the star bone from a universe behemoth. Wang Tung felt the strange fluctuations coming from the star bone in his hand. He activated his eyes of essence and saw the dense and complicated patterns on the star bone clearly. "This item is enough." Wang Tung nodded. He didn't waste any time and took out the star metal scripture for the leader. The leader had metal force. The leader of martial arts stood on the spot with a sharp glint in his eyes. He seemed to be comprehending the uniqueness of this scripture. After some time, he let out a long sigh and muttered to himself, "So this is the planetary stage scripture. You need to find the sea of nihility and form stars with your force. Then, you will be able to overcome the status of life." Impressive indeed. Wang Tung smiled when he saw his expression. "Why don't you go back and try it out?" "I apologize for my actions. I almost couldn't control myself." The leader shook his head bitterly. He didn't maintain an arrogant attitude because of his status. Wang Tung kept the starbone and shook his head. "No one can maintain their composure after getting the scripture from me. It's a planetary stage scripture, after all. It signals a new path. By giving the scripture, you're opening an unknown path for Earth." "Uh-huh. I just want to see how Earth will advance," Wang Tung said. "I think we won't disappoint you." The leader paused before asking, "Are you leaving tomorrow?" "Yes. It's better to take action as soon as possible so that the aliens won't have time to react." Wang Tung nodded. "Be careful. They'll take care of the Wang family. Let them stay in the military for now." "Thank you." Wang Tung nodded. "You're welcome." The leader shook his head. "I'm leaving. I'll wait for your success." Success. Chapter 776. The start of his hunt. The next day, the Wang family woke up one after another. All of them had dark circles and were yawning with tears and gum in their eyes. They couldn't sleep the entire night, only dozing off in the early morning. Grandpa Wang came to the living room. Li Xiaomei, Zhao Huili, and the other ladies were already preparing breakfast. There were disadvantages of having a large family staying together. With so many people, it was troublesome to cook for everyone. A lot of ingredients needed to be prepared for a simple breakfast. The ladies spent half an hour making breakfast, even though there were many of them. When Grandpa Wang saw breakfast being served, he said to Fang Qianwen beside him, "Qianwen, see if your cousin is awake." "Oh, okay." Fang Qianwen had just brushed her teeth and hadn't woken up fully. She nodded and went upstairs. Wang Tung was the pillar of the Wang family. Grandpa Wang wasn't planning to start the breakfast without him. "Sister, I want to go too." Little Daodu shot out from the side and ran to catch up with Fang Qianwen with her short legs. "Slow down. Don't trip," Li Xiaomei reminded her. After some time, Fang Qianwen came down while holding Daodu's hand. She said in a strange tone, "Cousin isn't in his room. I wonder where he went." "Yes, he's not inside. Brother has woken up already." Daodu nodded her little head in agreement. "He's not around?" Grandpa Wang was surprised. "He might have gone out for morning practice." "Dad, let's eat first." "Don't wait for him," Wang Shengwei said in a casual tone. "In that case, let's sit down and have breakfast." Grandpa Wang nodded. Everyone sat down around the dining table. Just when they were about to start eating, a ray of light lit up above the dining table, and a figure appeared. It was Wang Tung. "Grandpa, Mom, Dad, when everyone sees this video, ID have already left. You can stay in Capital Xia for now." The leader of martial arts has promised me to take care of you, so don't worry about safety. I have to leave for some time to attend to a matter. I don't know when I'll be back. Don't miss me." A voice came out of the video. After ending his speech, the lights shut down, and the image disappeared as well. Everyone went silent. "Stupid child, he didn't even bid farewell before leaving," Li Xiaomei complained. Her eyes turned red. She knew what Wang Tong had left to do, and her expression turned anxious. She was concerned about his safety. Worry appeared on Lin Xuan and Lin Chuxia's faces too. They didn't expect Wang Tong to leave so quickly. He left before they could have a proper chat. This time, his enemies were the gifted martial warriors from the universe. They were many times stronger than the martial warriors on Earth. The family wondered if Wang Tong would come back alive. They started to feel frustrated. They were honestly useless. They couldn't offer any help during crucial times and were a burden to Wang Tong most of the time instead. He probably left quietly because he doesn't want us to worry. Grandpa Wang sighed and waved his hands. "Don't worry. We should have more confidence in him. Our little Tong is the genius of his generation, the most powerful martial warrior on Earth. He will be fine. Before he comes back, stay put in capital Xia. Don't run away or cause any trouble. Wait for him to return." "All right, this is it. Let's eat." At the same time, a large bird with crimson-black feathers was flying above Nanhai. This was a handsome and majestic-looking crow. Its crimson eyes were as bright as flames. They gave off a sharp gaze, and there was a terrifying aura exuding out of its body. The sea beast below swam away quickly, afraid of provoking it. It flew at a fast speed. Every time it flapped its wings, it would travel 100 meters, leaving behind a gale in its wake. Yet there was a person sitting on the back of this crow. He didn't seem affected by the fierce wind around him. His hair didn't even fly an inch into the air. Country Silo, Country Annan, Country Glow. These small countries are marked by different colors. It looks like they have already been seized. The person opened his mouth and murmured to himself. A hologram of a map shot out from his wristwatch and floated in front of him. This was Wang Tong, who had left capital Xia. His Queen Phoenix battlecraft was destroyed, so he had to use Little White as his ride. Fortunately, Little White was a Lord-level wild beast now, so it could move quickly. He wouldn't waste much time. Also, compared to a battlecraft, Little White was a spiritual pet that could maneuver more flexibly. Wang Tong was calculating where he should enter from. After snatching the blue-haired young man's personal terminal and investigating it for some time, he finally understood how to use it. The most important function of the personal terminal was its ability to mark the size of the land that had been conquered by the different aliens. One of the assessment criteria for this trial was the mass of the land you conquered. Looking at it carefully, the map displayed all the zones and countries on Earth. There were many human symbols floating above the different counties, which gave off lights of different colors. The rays of lights enveloped the area around it, forming different colored zones. Country Xia was marked in blue, while the neighboring countries, including Country Boar, Country Neon, Country Gaosha, Country Talit, Country Annan, and Country Glow were all marked in different colors. These counties had all been invaded by aliens. This function of the personal terminal was extremely useful. He didn't have to waste time finding the countries with aliens. However, once the conqueror of the country changed, the other aliens would notice it right away. If Wang Tong's blue area swallowed too many countries, the other aliens would view him with high importance and place more attention on him. They might even work together to resist him. That would be troublesome. Although Wang Tong was unhappy, he could only shake his head helplessly. He couldn't change what had already happened. He could only accept it unwillingly. Wang Tong was surprised that none of the countries around Country Xia managed to escape the invasion of the aliens. All of them were colored. It felt like a pack of wolves had surrounded a tiger. Country Xia was the tiger, while the small countries around it were wolves. They were waiting for the right time to swallow this large piece of land. However, the aliens didn't know that the owner of Country Xia had been changed. It was no longer a tiger. It was an awakened giant dragon. Let's take care of the aliens around us first, so that I don't have to worry about the rear, Wang Tong muttered to himself. His gaze turned cold. Little White, to Country Annan. At his order, the majestic crow gave a shrill screech and expanded its wings. It flapped them furiously. Swoosh! A strong gale was formed, and Little White disappeared from the spot. It carried Wang Tung and flew towards their destination at the speed of lightning. This was the start of his hunt. Chapter 777. Thousand Years Chalcedony Heart Country Annan. In its capital, Shenglong, Little White crossed the ocean and arrived at their destination. The first area Wang Tung chose to target was Country Annan. He wasn't certain where the aliens would be, but they were most likely at the capital, just like how the blue-haired young man took over capital Xia. This was the easiest and most direct way of conquering a country. Wang Ting didn't plan to hide on this trip. He guessed that the alien invaders had different levels of strength. The stronger ones captured larger areas, while the weaker ones seized smaller pieces of land, waiting to see how things worked out later. This was their only choice. Country Annan was just a small country. The alien invaders here must be weaker than the blue-haired young man, so Wang Tung wasn't worried. As expected, when he reached the capital of Country Annan, Shenglong, he saw a large alien spacecraft parked above Plaza Baiting. If Shenglong was the heart of Country Annan, Plaza Baiting was the heart of the capital. The plaza was huge and could fit a couple 100,000 people. This was the gathering and event spot for the people in Shenglong. The large shadow of the spacecraft cast a gloomy atmosphere over the city. No one dared to step into this plaza. Wang Tung stared at the spacecraft. He was right. This spacecraft was smaller than the blue-haired young man's by about half a size. Although it was a little superficial to judge an alien's ability by the size of his spacecraft, it was the most direct method. Of course, it might be related to his background, or the blue-haired young man might be a premium player. Wang Ting suddenly remembered that the blue-haired young man's space items were still on his body. He slapped his head. How could he forget this? There might be a lot of good stuff inside. Fortunately, the corpse was in his hand, so he could take them out at any time. He didn't need to hurry. Wang Ting wouldn't put down his guard. No matter how weak these alien invaders were, they were planetary stage martial warriors. He mustn't underestimate them. Wang Ting didn't hide his movements, so someone immediately noticed his arrival. A few figures flew out from the spacecraft and shot towards his location. He activated his spiritual sight and gauged their ability. These were 3 martial warriors at the peak of the 13-star general stage. They possessed constellation force, not ordinary force. Normal force was vastly different from constellation force. Constellation force was purer and thicker. Under his spiritual sight, there were dots of force crystals shimmering in the balls of lights. They looked like stars. Wang Tung's expression didn't change after knowing their abilities. He wasn't looking down on them. He didn't even have to look at them. Who are you? The 3 martial warriors stopped 10 meters away from Wang Tung. This was a safe distance, or so they thought. If Wang Tung attacked them, they had time to react. The 13-star general stage was powerful. It would only take an instant for them to travel more than 10 meters. These aliens weren't speaking in Earth language. However, Wang Tung wasn't worried. He was aware of the personal terminal's language translation function. This was why the blue-haired young man was able to communicate with him. The guy didn't speak their language. The personal terminal was translating for him. But these martial warriors in front weren't in the planetary stage. They weren't participants of the trial. Instead, they were just the candidate's subordinates or his sidekicks. They didn't have the personal terminal, so they couldn't communicate with Wang Tung. The language translation function in the personal terminal was able to translate a large number of alien languages. Even if Earth's languages weren't recorded into the universe language database, the personal terminal could come up with the translation using its powerful calculation ability. This was how advanced this technology was. Hence, normal martial warriors wouldn't be able to possess it. Wang Tung had a personal terminal now, so the language barrier wasn't a problem for him. The martial warriors were using the common universe language. The meaning of their words was sent into Wang Tung's mind after the personal terminal translated it. Tell me, where's the candidate of this country? When Wang Tung spoke, the personal terminal would translate his words too. To the alien martial warriors, he was speaking in the universal language. This was how special the personal terminal was. No one would be able to detect the difference. Once again, Wang Tung realized how advanced the alien civilization was. Earth's technology was nothing compared to theirs. The martial warriors' expressions changed. They thought that Wang Tung was a candidate and had come to snatch their land. Mister, the martial warriors didn't dare resist. They knew how powerful planetary stage martial warriors were. The general stage was as weak as an ant in front of the planetary stage. They didn't dare to be conceited and immediately bowed with respect. There was an unspoken rule during the trial. When fighting for land, the candidates rarely killed their opponent's subordinates. To the candidates, the subordinates weren't part of the trial. Also, they were at most at the general stage. They wouldn't pose any threat to them. Also, every single area required men to watch over it. The locals of the country might not surrender so easily. In comparison, these alien martial warriors were easier to use. Thus, the candidates didn't bother to kill them. However, if they went overboard, they didn't mind lifting their fingers and ending their lives. Wang Tung was stunned when he saw the attitude of these alien martial warriors. Were they all so timid? The subordinates of the blue-haired young man weren't so easy to speak to. They were all extremely fierce. He didn't know that these alien martial warriors felt superior in front of Earthlings. They looked down on him because he was a local from Earth. After following the blue-haired young man for some time, they got influenced by him and started to be arrogant and domineering too. The three martial warriors in front of him treated him as a candidate. To them, every candidate came from a powerful background or possessed exceptional talent. They didn't dare to resist. Humans were cowardly at times. They looked down on people with a lower status than them, but they would grovel in front of those who had more power than them, even willing to be their slaves. Wang Tung read the situation and immediately put on an arrogant expression. He started his acting, saying in an indifferent voice, "Stop talking nonsense. Let me ask you again. Where is the candidate?" The martial warriors didn't dare to offend him. However, they were still a little hesitant. If they betrayed their young master, they would have a hard time in the future. Wang Tung snorted. A crimson glow appeared in his eyes, shooting into one of the martial warrior's eyes. Bewitch. The martial warrior got hit by the attack. He started to lose focus and lost his consciousness. The other two martial warriors were flabbergasted. "Tell me," Wang Tung shouted. "Our young master is the son of the leader of the Highlang mercenary group. He found a awakening spot and is heading there now." The martial warrior replied without any expressions. The Highlang mercenary group. Wang Tung was surprised. He felt that the factions in the universe were different from what he had expected. There were even mercenary groups, and they seemed to be quite powerful. Wang didn't think too much. Where's this place? At Country Glow. The martial warriors there found 1,000 years Chalcedony heart. Our young master is going there to snatch it from them. The martial warrior replied. 1,000 years Chalcedony heart, wondering to himself. Wang Tung's gaze turned sharp. He knew that Country Glow was known for producing jades, but he didn't think that they would have such a rare treasure. It was definitely something extraordinary since two planetary stage martial warriors were willing to fight for it. Wang Tung suddenly got interested. How could he not join this fight? He asked a few more questions and got all the information he could from the three martial warriors. He learned that the candidate from Country Annan wasn't the only one going to snatch the 1,000 years Chalcedony heart. The candidate from Country Silo was on the way too. That meant that there were 3 candidates in Country Glow now. Fortunately, none of them was at the 3rd level of the planetary stage, like the blue-haired young man. 2 of them were at the 1st level, and the last one was at the 2nd level. No wonder they could only take over small countries like Country Glow, Country Annan, and Country Silo. The blue-haired young man was able to suppress all 3 of them alone. Chapter 778, Below the Mine North of Country Glow. There were mineral lodes near the Wulu River and the Kangdi River situated at the border of Shiji Province and Kachin's Special Administrative Region. There were a few thousand small and big mines scattered in this area, with figures working hard in them. These were the local miners. The situation in the mining industry was complicated. There were companies with an official background, companies with local warlords supporting them, and companies owned by local wealthy families. There were also corporations jointly owned by local and overseas investors. The relations were so complicated that normal people wouldn't be able to snatch any of the business. However, these minds were all controlled by the aliens now. None of the factions dared to resist. Wang Tung reached this place more than an hour later. He used his spiritual sight to scan the area, but he didn't see any planetary stage martial warriors. Have they left? Wang Tung frowned. Who are you? A martial warrior flew over and blocked Wang Tung's path. He was at the 11-star general stage, and he looked like a martial warrior from Earth. Where are the alien invaders? Wang Tung asked directly. How dare you call the three lords like that? The martial warrior's expression changed as he shouted at Wang Tung. Wang Tung's gaze turned cold. You're an Earthling, but you've betrayed your home planet. Damn it. The martial warrior's expression turned ugly. His face turned distorted, and he charged toward Wang Tung with a blade in his hand. Impudent. Wang Tung's expression didn't change. A sharp glow flew out of his body and twirled around the martial warrior. Splurt. A severed arm holding a blade flew high into the air. The blood splattered more than 3 meters away. Ah! The martial warrior widened his eyes in fear, screaming in pain. I hate betrayers, Wang Tung said indifferently. You! The martial warrior's face turned pale. Cold sweat poured down his forehead, and he kept retreating while screaming, Who are you? Someone that kills alien invaders. Wang Tung snorted. You! You! To the martial warrior, this was treason. After shouting these 3 words, he didn't know what to say anymore. Get over here. Wang Tung released his spiritual power. It formed an invisible hand and grabbed the martial warrior's body. The martial warrior was flabbergasted. He struggled frantically, but to no avail. He was dragged back by a huge force. No, don't kill me, he panicked. He was terrified. Wang Tung couldn't care less about his mental well-being. He used his bewitched skill to control him and asked him for the location of the 3 candidates. They're at the bottom of the mine, Wang Tung mumbled to himself. He flew in the direction where the martial warrior had pointed. A bloody hole appeared on the martial warrior's forehead. He had already lost all signs of life and dropped to the ground. The other martial warriors on the ground ran away when they saw this scene. A few rays of light flew out from Wang Tung's body and chased after those martial warriors. He killed all of them, sparing no one. Traitors should die, but these are just small fries. The real alien martial warriors weren't here. Mid-flight, he saw many small tents built over the mining area. These were to block the sunlight and act as landmarks. Wang Tung floated down in front of a tent. A few alien martial warriors were stationed here. They walked over immediately when they saw an invader. Who are you? One of the alien invaders asked using the common universe language. Get off. Wang Tung didn't show any mercy. The rays of light shot out again and flew towards the alien invaders. Damn it! The alien martial warriors' expressions changed. They immediately retreated. However, they were just at the 13-star general stage, so they couldn't withstand Wang Tung's flying dagger attack. The flying daggers slit their throats, spilling fresh blood everywhere. Ark! The alien martial warriors' eyes widened in shock as they clutched their throats. They fell back unwillingly. Constellation Force. Earth, *20 Constellation Force. Water, *32 Constellation Force. Metal, *25. Wang Tung stepped over the corpses while picking up the attribute bubbles scattered on the ground. He came to the mine and looked down. He activated his spiritual sight and saw through the layers of obstacles. Finally, he managed to see 3 glaring balls of light near the end of his vision. My intermediate stage, spiritual sight, allows me to see 2,000 meters ahead of me. This means that they're approximately 2,000 meters underground. Wang Tung frowned, muttering to himself, They're not fighting over the 1,000 years Chalcedony heart. Have they decided to cooperate with one another? It's possible that they had no other choice but to work together to seize other pieces of land. The 1,000 years Chalcedony heart might become an opportunity for them instead. Wang Tung touched his chin and wondered to himself, Two of these three martial warriors are at the first-level planetary stage, while the other one is at the second-level planetary stage. As expected, I have nothing to be afraid of. Wang Tung jumped down the mine and executed his shadow-merging secret skill, fusing into the darkness and crawling towards the location where the three candidates were. At the bottom, the three candidates were making their way down. There was a machine with a drill at the front. As the drill spun at high speed, the rock in front of them broke like a piece of tofu and revealed a path down. "Eric, how much longer?" a lofty and muscular man with brown hair asked. The man called Eric was another young man with brown hair. He looked at the detector in his hand and said, "We're almost there. We're more than 2,000 meters below the ground, and we'll reach the 1,000 years Chalcedony heart around 300 meters later." "Boss, it's still early. Why are you so impatient?" Another easygoing, green-haired young man chuckled. The muscular Bassa didn't seem to like this green-haired young man. However, he still replied to him in a frustrated tone, "Our family spent much effort to give us the right to participate in this trial. They didn't send us here to play. Our abilities are at the bottom of all the martial warriors present. However, if we get the 1,000 years Chalcedony heart, our strength will increase greatly. We can work together and snatch more land from the other talents. We can't waste any time. How can I be patient?" Bassa is right. "Wolf, you should work harder. If you fail this trial, your father will break your leg," Eric said calmly. All right, you guys are right. He'll work harder. We haven't reached it, right? There's no use being impatient now. Stupid driller. Eric, can't you change to a better one?" Wolf shrugged and shook his head helplessly. 1. Chapter 779, Im Wang Tung from Earth. 1. Eric's face turned black. These two fellows didn't bring any drills, yet they were complaining about his. He had brought a low-class driller, which was good enough to serve its purpose. However, this wolf kept complaining. If their elders didn't know each other, he wouldn't have agreed to work with him. The driller was done quickly. After a few minutes, they drilled 300 meters into the ground, and a large hole appeared below them. The driller almost fell in. Luckily, Eric caught it in time. "We're here." Wolf and Basis' eyes lit up as they looked into the hole. Green light swarmed out of the entrance, giving their faces a green hue. They were overjoyed. They glanced at one another before jumping down the hole. None of them noticed a figure hiding in the dark a few meters behind them, watching their every move silently. Wang Ting didn't follow them right away. He used his spiritual sight to scan the area below first. He noticed a large patch of green light filled with a special energy fluctuation. At the same time, in his vision, the three candidates had already left the entrance of the hole. Wang Tung walked over with ease and jumped down the hole. The scene below was amazing. It was like a stalactite cave. Icicle-shaped jades hung from the roof. Bang! A drop of water dripped down the jade icicle, making a crisp and clear sound in this quiet and spacious cave. It was impossible to see the scene in a mine, but it appeared now. Wang Tung was filled with amazement. He scanned the cave and found the three candidates. The cave wasn't big, so they were only 10 meters in front of him. They were gathered around a large piece of jade. This jade was entirely emerald green and crystal clear. It was etched on the ground, with only half of it revealed. The three candidates had their eyes trained on this piece of jade after they entered the cave. "This is it. This must be the 1,000 years Chalcedony heart." Eric's face was filled with happiness. "What are we waiting for? Let's break it and take out the Chalcedony heart." Bassa couldn't wait anymore. He would have hammered his fist and broken the piece of jade if he had any jade knowledge. He didn't do it because he was afraid of destroying the Chalcedony heart. "Eric, act already." Wolf's eyes were glistening too. He urged his companion at the side. "Yes." Eric didn't hesitate. He took out his tool and started breaking the jade. The tool he was holding looked like a cutter, but it was more exquisite. It didn't rely on mechanical blades to cut the jade. Instead, it shot out thin blades of white light under Eric's operation. They were as sharp as blades. "Move aside." Eric pierced the jade with his cutter. An entire portion of jade got sliced like a piece of butter. "Eric, be careful. Don't damage the Chalcedony heart," Wolf exclaimed involuntarily. "Shut up." Eric's face turned black. Don't speak if you don't understand. I'm a professional mining engineer. This is nothing to me. All right. You can do your job. They'll keep quiet, Wolf said hurriedly. He had no temper. Wolf, do you see the darkest area in the middle? If I'm right, that is the exact position of the chalcedony heart. Eric isn't cutting near that area yet, Bassa said. You seem to have noticed something. Learn from Bassa. He might look rough, but he's detailed. You don't know anything. Eric reprimanded him again. Wolf took a look and realized he was right. He felt a little embarrassed and awkward. It was so obvious, but he didn't notice it. That muscular Bassa was better than him. Mining engineer. Wang Tung whispered to himself in the dark. He didn't know that there was such an unpopular profession. It looked like the universe was more interesting than he had imagined. While Wang Tung was lost in thought, Eric had sliced off the exterior of the jade. A squarish piece was left. The jade's color was exceptional. It was extremely dense and bright. This was definitely an imperial-grade piece of jade. Moreover, it was huge. This was an expensive item. However, Eric treated it like a random stone found on the side of the road. He sliced it without batting an eye. The three martial warriors' gazes were fixed on the part of jade that was cut out. What do we do now? Bassa asked excitedly. We need to remove the outer layer. However, this layer is very close to the chalcedony heart, so we have to be extra careful. Eric bent down and took out many tools from his space ring. Wang Tung was stunned. Was this what a mining engineer did? Was he a fake mining engineer? Wang Tung complained to himself. However, he still stared at Eric's hand to watch how he operated. Eric held the tools and started cutting and polishing the jade. He slowly removed the outer layer. There are many techniques involved in the process. He seemed extremely afraid of touching the chalcedony heart in the center. Hence, he was exceptionally careful. Perspiration appeared on his forehead while he was working. 1. Chapter 780. Im Wang Tung from Earth. 2. Wolf and Bassa didn't dare to make any sound. They were afraid of interrupting him. Honestly, Wang Tung also felt nervous when he saw this scene. He was worried that Eric would damage the chalcedony heart inside with a tremble of his hand. Suddenly, Wang Tung was stunned. He saw a few attribute bubbles dropping from Eric's body. Seriously? You can drop attribute bubbles now? Wang Tung was astounded. He hurriedly picked them up. Mining skill *, 5 mining skill * 2 mining skill * 1. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, some basic knowledge of mining appeared in Wang Tung's mind. Mining skill. This was a skill that allowed him to locate mines and mine them. There was ample knowledge encompassed in this skill. It required an accumulation of experience over a long time, so this was a profound occupation. Eric might seem a little unconvincing, but the real mining engineer was extremely powerful. How powerful was he? You might not believe it, but a master-level mining engineer could locate a mine with one look. He could even detect what kind of or was present in that mine. In this universe, this was a high-class and well-recognized profession. There were many planets in the universe with all kinds of mines on each of them. Some had more, some had less. Some were ordinary, some were precious. Hence, mining engineers were extremely important. After all, not everything could be detected by machines. Many special ores with strange energies in them would interfere with the mechanics of the machines, so they couldn't be detected. When the tycoons discovered a new planet, they would hire one or multiple mining engineers with huge salaries to scout the planet for ores. Also, many mining works needed the guidance of mining engineers. They might even do it personally to prevent damaging the value of the ores or stones. This was the value of mining engineers. Wang Tung was stunned. He didn't think that this profession was so useful. He started to view it with high importance. He looked at his attributes panel and saw a new secondary profession. Mining engineer, 8 out of 100 foundation. He got speechless upon seeing the 8 points of attributes. This Eric was too unprofessional. He dropped so few attributes. No wonder this fellow spent so much effort and took such a long time to slice this jade. I thought it was difficult, but he's just an amateur. Wang Tung thought to himself and shook his head. At this moment, Eric finally completed his work on the jade. He took out the chalcedony heart. Holding the chalcedony heart, Eric heaved a long sigh of relief. He said happily, "I finally extracted it." Wolf and Bassa exchanged glances with each other. They wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads in unplanned unison. "I don't want to look at Eric's mining anymore. It's torture." "That's right. I won't look at it anymore. He still says that he's a mining engineer. He's not professional at all. Amateur. Amateur." They used voice transmission to complain about Eric many times. But very soon, their mood changed. They stared intently at the 1,000 years chalcedony heart. The chalcedony heart was like a jade egg. It sparkled brightly. The emerald green light it gave off was mesmerizing. "Our ability will rise by a level with the help of this," Wolf said excitedly. "I might be able to break through to the second-level planetary stage," Bassa said with enthusiastic eyes. "What? You're about to achieve a breakthrough?" Eric and Wolf were shocked. "Yes, soon," Bassa nodded. "In that case, let's go back and cultivate as soon as possible." Eric took out a jade box carved with lock runes and placed the chalcedony heart inside. Just as he was about to keep the jade box, a change occurred. An invisible force intertwined around the jade box. Before anyone could react, the force pulled it over. The box fell out of his hand. "Who is it?" Eric was shocked. He shouted and wanted to snatch his box back. But it was too late. The jade box traveled more than 10 meters away in an instant. At the same time, Wang Tung's figure appeared from the dark. He reached out to grab the jade box and kept it in his space fragment without a second look. "Thanks for your hard work." Wang Tung finally raised his head after completing the series of actions. He turned to look at the three candidates and gave them a smile. "Who are you?" Eric's expression was ugly. Bassa and Wolf also regained their senses. Their expressions changed when they saw Wang Tung snatching the chalcedony heart. They glared at him in anger. "Let me introduce myself. Wang Tung from Earth." Wang Tung was calm and composed. His expression remained the same, even though he was facing 3 planetary stage martial warriors. An Earthling? The 3 candidates were stunned. They didn't think that the person who had snatched their treasure was an Earthling. Was he foolhardy, or was he unafraid of death? Hand over the 1,000 years chalcedony heart. If not, it'll make sure you'll suffer like hell, Wolf said with a look of disdain. His gaze turned sharp. "Did anyone tell you that your green hair is quite pretty?" Wang Tung ignored his threat and changed the topic suddenly. "You're tempting fate." Wolf's expression turned ugly. His green hair had been laughed at by many people ever since he was young. When he grew older, he beat up everyone who had teased him before. No one dared to mock him again. He didn't think that one day an Earthling would dare to laugh at him. "It's all right. Your life will be better when you have a little green over your head," Wang Tung said. "You'll know the benefits of having green hair in the future." Tu Wolf's face turned black. Flames of anger almost shot out of his eyes. "I'm going to kill you." He took a step out before finishing his sentence. Eric and Bassa wanted to pull him back, but it was too late. "Be careful. He's trying to enrage you." Their expressions changed as they shouted. Wolf could no longer listen to their words. He had arrived in front of Wang Tung in an instant and smashed his palm on his head. Frightening force floated around his palm. Anyone's head would burst if they were hit with this attack, including planetary stage martial warriors if they were caught off guard. Wang Tung's expression didn't change, though. He allowed the strong wind to ruffle this black hair. When Wolf's palm was less than half a meter away from his head, he finally looked up and released his fist. Boom! A terrifying force surged out within a split second. Wang Tung's fist landed on Wolf's heart. Boundless force smashed out of his fist like water from a broken dam. Wolf's expression changed. However, it was too late. Crack! A crisp sound came from his arm. His arm twisted like a braid, and his body flew back due to the impact of the force. He spurted a mouthful of blood. Bang! Wolf slammed heavily to the ground. An agonizing scream of pain escaped from his throat. Ah, Wolf! Eric and Bassa were shocked. They rushed over and held their companion up. Wolf's face was white. He was trembling from the pain. Are you all right? Bassa asked worriedly. My arm is broken, Wolf replied with a distorted expression. Who the hell are you? Eric was appalled. How could an Earthling possess such strength? He couldn't believe it. Wong Tung from Earth. Wong Ting put down his fist and repeated his words. You're really an earthly, a human from Earth. Eric wanted to call him an earthling, but he remembered his strength and changed his words. You guys look down on earthlings, but you never imagined that an earthling will come and kill you one day, right? Wong Tung asked. Their faces turned green with anger. Just as Wong Tung had said, they felt contemptuous toward earthlings. Yet they were forced into a corner by an earthling. How ironic. Wait, if you're an earthling, why do you have a personal terminal? Eric asked. Oh, it's simple. I killed a candidate and got it, Wong Tung said nonchalantly. He smiled, revealing his white teeth. The three of them squinted. Waves of bewilderment crashed onto their hearts. Chapter 781. You're a divine spirit master. The three candidates stared at Wong Tung in astonishment. They didn't know if they should believe him. An earthling had killed a candidate? This was absurd. The candidates had only been on Earth for a few days, and one of them had already died. This had never happened during the trials in the past. No matter what, the three of them wouldn't let him go so easily. What do you want? Eric asked with a grim expression. I came to kill you, Wong Tung replied with a smile. He sounded as if he was talking about a simple affair. The three candidates felt indignant. They were a bunch of planetary stage talented martial warriors. They had never been looked down upon by others. Yet this person told them that he wanted to kill them right in their face. Moreover, his tone was so casual as if they were nobodies. His attitude was infuriating. Eric, stop wasting time talking to him. If we attack together, he might not be our match. Wolf bore with the excruciating pain in his right arm and said viciously with bloodshot eyes. That's right. This person won't let us go. We can only fight. Base's gaze was sharp. He gave off a frightening aura like a bear that had gone wild. It was terrifying. A huge double-edged axe appeared in his hand. It hung beside his thigh naturally, but one could tell that he was ready to act from the bulging muscles on his arms. Yes, Eric nodded. A sword appeared in his hand with force glow covering the entire blade. They were planetary stage martial warriors who had experienced many battles. Even though they knew that their opponent was powerful, they didn't panic or lose their confidence. Based on the ability he had displayed a moment ago, they had no chance of escaping. They would be killed by him if they did. Hence, they would rather fight for their lives. The three of them spread out in unplanned unison, surrounding Wong Tung in the middle. Wong Tung glanced at them and smiled. The curve of his lips ignited the anger of the three candidates. Kill! Vasa acted first. With a bellowed and a sharp glare, he took a step forward and wielded his double-edged axe. He formed a semicircle force glow. On the other side, Eric and Wolf acted too. Eric slashed his sword, shooting a sword glow toward Wong Tung's head. He wanted to chop his head off. Wolf's right hand was crippled, so he could only use his left hand to hold his gun, which was a rune weapon. As energy gathered in it, a force bullet hurled out, aimed directly at Wong Tung's lethal spot. The rune bullet traveled like light. It disappeared on the spot and appeared again in front of Wong Tung within a split second. He had fired his shot after Basa and Eric, but it reached Wong Tung faster than theirs. Wong Tung felt a tingling pain on his forehead. He was surprised when he saw the force bullets spinning at high speed a few meters away from him. The power of this rune gun was greater than the rune guns made on Earth. He felt the energy in the rune bullet and realized that the bullets fired by this gun could hurt a planetary stage martial warrior. He didn't dare to take it easy and instantly released his spiritual power. Wong Tung compressed his spiritual power into a shield the size of his palm. It blocked the path of the force bullet. It wasn't hard for him to predict the path of the force bullet since he had mastered the gun kung fu. Bang! The force bullet erupted as it smashed into the yellow round shield. It left a deep hole, but it didn't break it. Basa and Eric's attacks also arrived. Base's terrifying axe attack bore down on Wong Tung's head while Eric's sword cut through his throat. However, the two of them didn't show any signs of happiness. Instead, their expressions changed, and they retreated like a scared rabbit. They could feel that their attacks didn't land on anything. That was just a lingering shadow. They were flabbergasted and filled with disbelief. How did this guy disappear from their sight without any detection? This was unbelievable. A few sharp glows appeared behind them and silently targeted the critical parts of their bodies. Eric and Bassa squinted. They felt a sense of danger and dodged instantly. Swoosh! But it was still a little late. A sharp glow slit Eric's arm, leaving a trail of blood. Another 2 rays of light soared past Basis' left ribs. If he had moved a step later, the sharp glows might have penetrated his body. Behind you, Wolf's agitated voice was heard suddenly. Wang Tung had appeared behind Eric and Bassa without any warning. He slashed MOK down, forming a blade glow in the air. Wolf's expression changed when he saw this scene. He gathered energy in his rune gun and fired 3 shots continuously. They charged toward Wang Tung at a weird angle. A cold glint appeared in Wang Tung's eyes. He used his spiritual power to control a few flying daggers to intercept the 3 bullets. The stronger your spiritual power, the stronger the attacking power of the weapons you controlled. Wang Tung's spiritual power was almost at the peak of the Imperial realm. Thus, the power of the weapons he controlled was similar to an attack from a planetary stage martial warrior. Blocking the force bullets was a piece of cake for him. Bang! 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 The flying daggers, which were spinning at high speed, collided with the force bullets under his control. Amidst a series of violent explosions, the rune bullets burst in midair. Divine Spirit Master. The 3 candidates finally saw Wang Tung's attacks. The words escaped their mouths in astonishment. "You're a Divine Spirit Master," Eric shouted as if he had seen a ghost. Divine Spirit Masters were extremely rare in the universe. Every single one of them was a rare talent. The Divine Spirit Masters who managed to climb higher on the martial path were even more frightening. They were almost invincible among their peers. Ordinary martial warriors couldn't fight with them at all. Bassa and Wolf's expressions were no better. They never imagined that there would be such a powerful Divine Spirit Master on Earth. Eric looked at the flying daggers dancing around him and realized something. He was elated. "No, you have spirit, but you don't have a legacy. You only know the easiest skills like controlling objects. You can only release less than 20% of your true potential." Divine Spirit Master Legacy? Wang Tung frowned. The other party was right. He didn't possess any legacy. He had learned some skills from Gorlin, but they couldn't keep pace with his power, becoming a little useless. "Kill him. We mustn't let him grow stronger." Wolf's expression turned ruthless. There was jealousy in his eyes. "This fellow is extremely gifted. He can't be left alive," Bassa said grimly. "Kill." Their expressions were distorted. The talents Wang Tung had displayed made them envious and fearful. He was just an earthling. How could he possess the Divine Spirit Master talent? Naive. "Even if I don't have a legacy, I can still kill you easily. Do you think you can stop me?" Wang Tung snorted. Killing intent poured out his eyes. Chapter 782. The soil on the earth is fertile. Boom! Cold light shot out of Wang Tung's eyes. He strode forward and faced the 3 candidates. Numerous flying daggers turned into sharp rays of lights and danced around him at an unbelievable speed. Only lingering shadows could be seen. "Go!" Wang Tung moved his thoughts, and the flying dagger, moving at high speed, abruptly disappeared. The 3 candidates felt their eyelids jumping when they saw this scene. Their vigilance was at an all-time high. They released their spiritual power to sense their surroundings. A planetary stage martial warrior had to have Imperial Realm spiritual power. Hence, none of their spiritual powers were weak. They could leave their body to sense the environment. They could even defend and retaliate when an external spiritual power invaded their consciousness. But that was it. They weren't Divine Spirit Masters, so they couldn't utilize spiritual kinesis. Their spiritual power spun around the venue, but they found no traces of the flying daggers. They were worried and anxious. Wang Tung didn't care what they were thinking. He clutched his MOK and charged toward them, sending a flaming blade glow in Eric's direction. Boom! 8th level flaming blade conscious erupted, and frightening energy swept towards Eric. Eric was an earth element martial warrior. Seeing this attack, he knew how scary it was. He couldn't care about the flying daggers hidden around him and placed all his attention on handling this attack. A sword glow gathered on the battle sword he was holding. 9th level Earth, sword conscious. Boom! 2 sword glows crashed in midair, causing an explosion. Powerful force surged out. 3 cold glints appeared behind Eric, aimed respectively at his heart, throat, and head. Eric was appalled. He felt the threat of death hanging above his head. He released all the force in his body and formed many layers of defense shields around him in an attempt to block the lethal attacks. Basa came in front of Wang Tong, swinging his double-edged axe and attacking him with rays of sharp axe glows. Wolf pulled the trigger of his rune gun like there was no tomorrow. Multiple rune bullets were fired, leaving a clear and translucent trail in the air. They blocked all the areas around Wang Tong. The events happened almost simultaneously. Eric was in danger, but Wang Tong's situation wasn't good either. No one knew who would win. Despite everything, Wang Tong remained composed. He punched his fist out. Strength of Ultima. Boom! A frightening fist aura shot forward, bringing along an indomitable force glow with it. Basis axe glow and Wolf's force bullets were all destroyed by his fist. One easy feat. The powerful residual impact surged toward Basa and Wolf. Splurt! Splurt! The 2 of them flew backward at the same time, vomiting a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. On the other side, Eric was resisting the onslaught of the flying daggers. The formidable constellation force formed layers of defensive walls around him. When a planetary stage martial warrior decided to go all out in defense, his defensive ability was quite astonishing. Wang Tong was distracted, so the 3 flying daggers under his control got stuck in midair, unable to move an inch. The scene overjoyed Eric. Right then, Wang Tong succeeded in pushing the other 2 candidates back and appeared in front of him. He slashed his weapon out. Boom! Crack! The defense walls cracked instantly. Eric was flabbergasted. He seemed to be hit by a powerful impact, and deep sword wounds started to appear on his chest. Fresh blood oozed out. His body flew back like a cannonball and slammed heavily on the stone wall. Within a few seconds, all 3 candidates had lost. Their faces were pale, and they found it hard to accept this result. Despite working together, they still lost to this earthling. Moreover, their attacks didn't even touch his clothes. This was humiliating. The 3 candidates were dumbstruck. They stared at Wang Tong in disbelief. The soil on Earth is fertile. You won't feel bad getting buried here, Wang Tong said calmly as he walked over with numerous flying daggers swirling around him. The 3 of them were appalled and indignant. They vomited another mouthful of blood. How dare you kill us? Wolf said with a gloomy expression. Why not? Wang Tong tilted his head and looked at him. The 3 of us have powerful backgrounds in the Olent Federation. The only thing you'll gain by killing us is endless trouble. Eric took a deep breath. He knew that this earthling was a tough fellow. There was no fear in his eyes. He wasn't easy to deal with, so he could only relax his tone. That's right, you can't kill me. My father is the leader of the Highlang Mercenary Group. Do you know what the Highlang Mercenary Group is? There's a large number of planetary stage martial warriors in the Mercenary Group, and my father is at the half-step celestial stage. He rules over a territory, Wolf said proudly. My background is powerful too. There's no benefit in killing us, Bosses said. The 3 of them kept adding value to themselves in hopes that Wang Tong would let them go. Someone told me the same thing in the past. He said that his family controls 3 life planets. I wonder how your backgrounds are as compared to his? Wang Tong touched his chin and asked with interest. The 3 candidates were stunned. Their hearts sank, and they had a bad feeling. 3 life planets. They were nothing compared to such a faction. From your expressions, you can't be compared to that guy, right? Wang Tong smiled indifferently. Do you know what happened to that fellow? What? Eric asked with a bitter taste in his mouth. Wolf and Basis' expressions were ugly too. They stared at Wang Tong intently, wanting to hear his answer. His personal terminal is on my wrist now. Wang Tong raised his left hand, revealing the personal terminal he was wearing. The three candidates couldn't smile anymore. They felt a chill running through their bodies, shooting from their spine all the way to their crown. This fellow was a devil. Friend, don't do this. Having more friends will bring you more opportunities. With your talent, you will be challenged by the other talents in the universe. Making friends with us will be beneficial for you, Eric said. Didn't you say that you wanted to kill me a moment ago? Wang Tung asked. No, we didn't. It's a misunderstanding, Eric explained hurriedly. However, he was interrupted before he could finish his sentence. Misunderstanding your head. Do you think I'm deaf? Wang Tung's expression turned cold. A golden brick suddenly appeared in his hand, which he smashed at Eric's head. Bang, bang, bang. Eric was stunned. He never expected to receive such inhumane torture. His eyes were filled with doubt and innocence. Wolf and Basso were also dumbfounded. Their jaws dropped, almost hitting the floor. Wang Tung didn't let them go. He would receive more benefits by hitting more of them. Before they could react, the brick landed on their heads. After some time, all three of them were badly bruised. Their vision was blurred and spinning. They started questioning their lives. As planetary stage martial warriors, why were they receiving such treatment? Even if they were captives, they shouldn't be treated like this. Is this the distortion of human nature, or was it the decline of morality? Wang Tung disregarded them. He stopped after seeing the ground layered with attribute bubbles, putting his brick back. Get it? Imperial Realm Spirit *25 Imperial Realm Enlightenment *32 Constellation Force. Earth *350 Constellation Force. Metal *410 Imperial Realm Enlightenment *20 Imperial Realm Spirit *26 Constellation Force. Fire *469th Level Earth Sword Conscious *850 Gun Kung Fu *320. A large number of attribute bubbles merged into his body. Some turned into wisps of constellation force and entered the stars floating above the sea of nihility. Some turned into memories and knowledge, sinking in his mind and body. Constellation Earth Force, Constellation Metal Force, Constellation Fire Force. As these three forces entered his body, the three respective stars shone slightly before dimming and regaining calmness. The merging of Imperial Realm Spirit and Enlightenment invigorated him. At the same time, memories started to appear. Two outlines of humans popped up in his consciousness. One figure was practicing a sword skill. The yellow sword conscious wreaked havoc in the air. It was thick, solid, and firm. The other figure held a rune gun. Countless force bullets shot out of it, traveling in different directions and angles. Their path was unpredictable. Very soon, the two figures finished their showcase. Droplets of light entered his memory and turned into enlightenment. Wang Tung absorbed them. Earth Sword Conscious, 850/9000, 9th level, Gun Kung Fu. 210/10,000, Gun Kung Fu 1. Chapter 783, Spoils of War and Activities. 1. Wang Tung got surprised by the changes on his attributes panel. Then, his expression turned strange. Gun Kung Fu. How long had it been since he last saw it? How long hadn't he used it? It was unexpected that he managed to get this attribute from an alien martial warrior. What was this? Reunion after a long time? Reviving an old dream? Starting afresh? Starting again? Was the system reminding him that he should fire some shots occasionally? Wang Tung touched his chin and wondered to himself. He was honestly stunned. By right, the Gun Kung Fu attribute had been raised to the perfected stage. After getting more attributes, it advanced to the master level. Master level Gun Kung Fu sounds powerful. I wonder how I should use it. Wang Tung shook his head and temporarily put this thought down. Even if he had reached the master level, Gun Kung Fu wasn't very useful for him. The other conscious attribute helped Wang Tung greatly increase his ability. His Earth Sword Conscious was at the 9th level. It was getting closer and closer to the Ultima stage. Once he hit the 10th level, he would have a chance to reach Ultima. Of course, if Wang Tung was lucky, he could receive the Ultima directly and wouldn't have to spend so much time on it. Wang Tung felt that picking up attributes was better. He had 36 more luck points than a normal person, so he should have a good chance. After picking up the attribute, Wang Tung looked at the three candidates again. They were dizzy, but they held on firmly and didn't faint. They were staring at Wang Tung in fear as well as some hidden bitterness. "Let's go and we can give you whatever you want." Eric made his final attempt. Wang Tung's spiritual power was extremely sensitive. He detected something wrong instantly and squinted. Smiling brightly, he said, "It's time for you to leave." Ew. The three of them were astounded. They hurriedly gathered the remaining force in their bodies and pulled themselves up. They wanted to escape. Wang Tung remained calm and looked at them, reaching the entrance of the cave in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, he released 3 flying daggers. Splurt, splurt, splurt. 3 sounds of blades slicing up flesh were heard. The 3 candidates died before they could scream in pain. Their bodies dropped to the ground, having lost all signs of vitality. They died unwillingly. These 3 candidates were all talented people. They had reached the planetary stage at a young age, and their families were quite powerful. After receiving the right to participate in this trial, they had a bright future ahead. They would never have expected themselves to die on this underdeveloped planet, much less die in the hands of an Earthling. What a joke! They were filled with unwillingness and frustration. They died a terrible death. Wang Tung shook his head and picked up the attribute bubbles scattered on the ground. He wanted to catch them and beat more attributes out of them, but he decided against it after some thought. It was better to kill these 3 troublesome fellows earlier. Constellation Force, Earth, * 1250 Ultimate Stage, Earth Talent, * 200 Constellation Force, Fire, * 1080 Ultimate Stage, Fire Talent, * 185 Constellation Force, Metal, * 1320 Ultimate Stage, Metal Talent, * 210 Imperial Realm Spirit, * 115 Imperial Realm Enlightenment, * 108 Common Universal Language, * 320 Common Universal Language, * 280 Common Universal Language, * 310 Mountain Cleaver Bat Leaks, * 350 Wang Tung received another round of attributes. The smile was tattooed on his face. Picking up planetary stage martial warriors' attribute bubbles was so refreshing. Look at them. In the past, it was so hard to get the Constellation Force. Now, each bubble contained more than 1,000 points of it. Wang Tung felt like crying when he remembered the 1 and 2 points of the Constellation Force he was collecting. Those were the difficult times. Fortunately, the struggle had ended. This was a huge leap of improvement. Also, the talents of the planetary stage martial warriors were all at the ultimate stage. Wang Tung had never seen anything below this stage. After gaining 3 ultimate stage talents, Wang Tung felt that he had become more outstanding and amazing. He felt like he was floating in the sky. The spirit and enlightenment were all at the Imperial Realm too, which allowed his spirit and enlightenment to rise quickly. He was only around 400 points away from a breakthrough. Then, there was the Common Universal Language attribute bubble. After these bubbles merged into his body, the knowledge of a special language appeared in his mind. Many words and symbols merged into his memory, becoming part of him. Common Universal Language, 10 out of 1,000, small achievement. He jumped the well-versed stage and went straight to the small achievement stage. Wang Tung grasped the language in an instant. He could say and write it without thinking, as if he had used it for many years. Before this, he needed to use the translation function of the personal terminal to understand the Common Universal Language. Now, he didn't need it. He had grasped this language. This was amazing. The last attribute bubble was unexpected. It was an axe battle technique. Although it was a planetary stage battle technique, the axe wasn't a weapon he would use. He had finally received a planetary stage battle technique, but he couldn't use it. Wang Tung was frustrated. Trying to picture himself wielding a huge axe and slamming it around him furiously, he shuddered. The image was too beautiful. He didn't dare to think further. Never mind, I will sell it in the future. Wang Tung shook his head and started making plans silently. Chapter 784, Spoils of War and Activities 2. This was a planetary stage battle technique, so he could sell it for some money. Wang Tung had no idea that he was coming up with a plan that could get himself chopped. After picking up the attribute bubbles, Wang Tung looked at the corpses. He started to look through their bodies sneakily. He was a professional at this. After some time, Wang Tung received 3 space items and personal terminals. These were his spoils of war. He must keep them properly. He could use them when he roamed the universe in the future. Of the dead, say nothing but good. Go on. Wang Tung was prepared to leave when he remembered something. An emerald flame appeared in his hand. He flicked his finger, and it landed on the 3 corpses. Amid the sizzle of the green fire, the 3 corpses were set aflame. Wang Tung didn't give them another glance. He turned and left the cave. Very soon, the 3 corpses turned into ashes. In the sky, Wang Tung sat on Little White's back and flew in a certain direction. He took out the 3 space items. There were 2 rings and 1 bracelet. The owners of the items were dead, so the spiritual mark left on them also disappeared. Wang Tung was able to use his spiritual power to invade the items easily. Oh my, the space is huge. Wang Tung's eyes lit up uncontrollably when he entered the space. All the 3 spaces were around 500 square meters wide. This was his first time seeing such a huge space within a space item. These 3 candidates were indeed wealthy people. Wang Tung went through their belongings and discovered many good things. There was a small pile of energy stones in all the spaces. The color of these energy stones was darker than the ones he saw in the past. Wang Tung picked up one randomly and held it, sensing its energy. The force contained in these energy stones was more than 100 times of that in yellow rank energy stones. This must be a dark rank energy stone. He didn't know if there were many energy stones like this in the universe, but it was still a fortune. It was better than nothing. Besides the energy stones, there were some weird machines and luxury products. Wang Tung didn't place much attention on that stuff. His gaze landed on one particular item in wolf space equipment. It was a rune gun. Wang Tung examined it carefully. He realized that the runes on it were extremely complicated. They were beyond his understanding. He couldn't even recognize a majority of them. What is this? He suddenly felt ignorant. His face turned black. Damn it, I look so uneducated. He took a deep breath to force himself to calm down. Relax. Relax. No one knows anyway. Wang Tung pondered for a moment and activated his eyes of essence. He looked at the rune gun to see if he could see through the structure inside. He wanted to know what was the difference between this rune gun and the rune guns on Earth. The internal structure of the rune gun was laid out clearly before him under his eyes of essence. From his simplest gun barrel to the most crucial energy consolidation device, Wang Tung could see everything, even the material of the device. He was astounded by the complexity of the rune gun. Earth's rune gun couldn't be compared with it at all. They were leagues apart. It was like comparing the crude guns in the early days and the superior guns now. There was an entire generation in between. Of course, if there was no external intervention, Earth might not be able to reach this level of technology even after progressing for a few hundred years. Wang Tung stopped using his eyes of essence. He saw 2 strange words carved on the handle of the gun in the common universal language. Fortunately, Wang Tung knew this language, so he recognized the 2 words, Scorching Python. It was obvious that this rune gun was called Scorching Python. As a gun that had a name, it shouldn't be a mass-produced product. There must be a story behind this gun. Wang Tung wondered to himself and kept the gun. He took out the other 2 weapons of the remaining candidates. They were a sword and a double-edged bat-leaks. He realized that these 2 weapons exceeded the boundaries of a 9-star soldier-level weapon. Their strength and sharpness had surpassed that level. He took out his MO Quebec. It looked a little tragic now. When he was fighting with the blue-haired young man, MOK didn't get destroyed, but it wasn't in a good state either. There were many marks left on it. You could see the material inside the weapon in some parts of the sword cuts. His weapon couldn't keep up with his ability anymore. Wang Tung shook his head. He suddenly thought of something. All right, I still have the blue-haired young man's space equipment. He remembered that the blue-haired young man used an ice blue sword. It had wounded his beloved MO Quebec. It looked like the level of the sword was above MO Quebec. Wang Tung immediately brought out the blue-haired young man's space ring and instilled his spiritual power into it. He scanned the space and discovered many energy stones. He didn't look at them, though. Instead, he searched for the ice blue sword and took it out. This is a good sword. Wang Tung compared it with Eric's sword. He felt that this ice blue sword was sharper and more powerful. He'll use you from now. Smiling, he swung the sword gently. The battle sword gave a soft, ringing tone. He kept the other weapons and stared into the distance. Little White, we'll go to Country Neon. Little White cawed and flapped its wings. It headed quickly in Country Neon's direction. For some reason, Little White was still unable to speak even though it had reached the 10-star, low-tier lord level. It could only communicate with Wang Tung through the spiritual pet contract. While Wang Tung was heading to Country Neon, the other alien invaders scattered on Earth discovered situation. On their personal terminal, the spots that represented Country Glow, Country Silo, and Country Annan had all turned blue. It became the same color as Country Xia. This meant that the 3 candidates from those 3 countries had either died or submitted to the other party. They had lost their right to continue this trial. Those 3 candidates had failed. This was the first failure of this trial, and 3 of them had appeared at once. The other candidates went into deep thought when they saw this situation. What happened there? No matter what, the other candidates started to fear the candidate from Country Xia. Of course, those powerful candidates who had conquered large masses of land only took a small note of it. They didn't take the incident to heart. White Eagle Nation. A golden-haired young man sat on a huge throne in a large alien spacecraft. He blinked and smiled with interest. Then, he opened his mouth and said, "Send someone to Country Xia. I want to know the situation there." Yes. A figure appeared out of nowhere and received the order in a respectful tone. He half kneeled on the ground and then disappeared once again. "How's our takeover of this country going?" the golden-haired young man asked again calmly. "We have controlled all the states in this country and killed anyone that dares to disobey us. We left no one out." Another figure appeared in the hall and replied respectfully. "Good." The golden-haired young man nodded elegantly. "We can start expanding." One yes. The people below disappeared. Country Star on Mount Saint. The young lady with long green hair was also looking at her personal terminal. She smiled. "Continue the fight. This is just the start." Ale was beside her, but she didn't care. She even purposely showed it to her to let her know what was happening. There was a flash of emotion in Ale's eyes when she saw a change in Country Xia. She asked, "What are you planning to do?" "Guess." The young lady with long green hair chuckled. "Seriously?" Ale turned her head away without a change in her expression. She knew that this young lady wouldn't be explaining to her, so she didn't bother to ask again. "Wait and you'll know. Stay by my side and learn from me." The green-haired young lady brushed Ale's long hair and curled it around her finger. Her tone was flirtatious. Ale was rendered speechless. She felt that this lady was a bad influence. 1. Chapter 785. No Title Country Neon. Country Neon was situated on a sizable island. It was surrounded by water and was a sea away from Country Xia and Country Gaosha. Wang Tung sat on Little White's back and skimmed across the boundless sea at the speed of lightning. Only a trail of shadows could be seen. A faint coastline had appeared in front of them. Because of Little White's appearance, a shrill siren suddenly sounded on the land. As a country surrounded by the sea, it placed a huge emphasis on its defense mechanism. If not, it would have been invaded by the numerous sea beasts in the sea. What a poor island country. It was said that this small country had suffered more than 10 sea beast riots ever since the dawn of the martial arts era. The sea beasts would get more terrifying each time. The most recent sea beast raid was 6 months ago. Country Neon lost 8 general stage martial warriors and countless low-rank martial warriors in the battle. This was the greatest loss over the past few years. The only fortunate thing was there weren't any signs of dark apparitions in their small country. Their situation would be more arduous if that were the case. There was a shortage of resources in Country Neon. The main reason why they were able to linger on with their last breath of life for so long was because of the White Eagle Nation. They received some aid from them, but they needed to give some things in return too. For instance, They would send their martial warriors to the dark apparitions' dimensional rifts in the White Eagle Nation and help the country defend against them. There were many other cases. They were just the frontline warriors groomed by the White Eagle Nation. Country Neon wanted to migrate to the White Eagle Nation, but the other party wasn't that stupid. They wouldn't usher a wolf into the house, even if the wolf wasn't as powerful yet. Wang Tong had read up about Country Neon in the past. As the information floated into his mind, he heard the blaring siren, causing a frown to appear on his handsome face. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a violent explosion came from the coastline. Rays of light shot towards them from afar, closing in on them at a frightening speed. They gave off an intense energy fluctuation. Wang Tong didn't even bat an eye, remaining cool as a cucumber. He had no intention to move. One caught. A look of contempt flashed past Little White's eyes. It gave an ear-piercing screech. Then it opened its dark red beak and spurted out a ball of emerald flame. Boom! All the rays of light exploded when they collided with the green flame. Then they got swallowed by the ball of fire. Swoosh! Little White passed through the roaring flames as if they were non-existent. An instant later, it had arrived above the coastline. The flames didn't leave any marks on its body. Its crimson-black feathers seemed to be made of steel. They gave off a cold and sharp glimmer under the sunlight. Star Beast. Lord-level Star Beast invasion. Damn it. Why is there a Lord-level Star Beast here? There are many defense structures built along the coastline. Different heavy rune weapons were placed on the fortress made of metal. Yet they didn't give any sense of security to the people below. The low-rank martial warriors stared at the giant crow in the sky in astonishment. They were in a mess. A lot of noise came from the people below. They were speaking in Country Neon's language. Their tone sounded a little strange. Open fire. Fire the cannon. Bring it down. Thunderous explosions were heard once again. Rays of force lights shot into the sky continuously, submerging Little White. We hit it. The martial warriors were elated when they saw this scene. Troublesome. Wang Ting opened his eyes. There was impatience in his gaze. Little White, destroy all the military buildings below. Caw! A furious screech rumbled in the sky. The cheers of the martial warriors from Country Neon stopped abruptly, as if their throats had been choked by an invisible hand. Then, a frightening ball of flame plummeted down from the sky. It destroyed the ray of light in front and went on with a powerful force. Before the scorching heat even arrived, many pieces of equipment below had already started melting. Boom! The next moment, the emerald flame crashed into the ground. All the rune weapons blew up, and the military buildings were enveloped by a sea of fire. Screams of agony rose into the air. How dare you! An angry roar came from afar. A 10-meter-long and narrow blade glow arrived seconds later. It slit the air, aiming straight for Little White's head. It's General Dubian. Great! General Dubian is an 11-star general stage martial warrior. The Star Beast is dead. The martial warriors below started cheering again. Wang Tong snorted softly. He waved his sleeve, and a terrifying force swept out. The blade glow paused in midair, freezing there forcefully. Then, it exploded and scattered with a bang, as if it had suffered a huge hit. The general stage warrior who came fiercely vomited a mouthful of blood. He was flabbergasted. He made use of the frightening impact and turned to run away without any hesitation. His speed was even faster than when he came. Silence. The martial warriors below turned eerily silent. General Dubian ran away. They couldn't accept this truth. Stunned and confused, a wave of despair swarmed into their hearts. Wang Ting was caught between laughter and tears, too. He disregarded this clown and ordered Little White to head to the capital of Country Neon, Pingxiang City. The martial warriors were in tears after they realized they had survived this ordeal. They couldn't understand what had happened. This Lord-level Star Beast left them and flew away. Was it playing around? No, there's someone on the Star Beast's back. It's heading to Pingxiang City. The martial warriors finally realized what had happened. Their expressions changed as they exclaimed, Pingxiang City. This was the capital of Country Neon and where the palace of the emperor was situated. At this moment, there was an alien spacecraft floating above the city. This alien spacecraft was quite special. It looked like a huge piece of scrap. There were large pieces of metal boards on it, as if someone was fixing a broken roof. However, it was hard to tell what metal they were. Their colors were all different. Some had rust, some were brown, others were black, yellow. It looked like a patchwork quilt. Below the alien spacecraft, in a resplendent and magnificent hall situated in the palace, a fatty had taken over the throne that used to belong to the emperor of the country. He was sitting comfortably on the giant seat, seemingly enjoying himself. A few beautiful ladies from Country Neon were massaging and feeding him. A middle-aged man stood respectfully some distance away from him. This was the emperor of Country Neon. He looked at the fatty with hidden anger in his eyes. In the middle of the hall, a lady was hung in midair. Ropes were tied around her body in an indescribable way. All her sensitive parts were bound tightly, making them conspicuous. A strange-looking alien creature was circling the lady. Yes, circling her. The upper half of this creature looked like a human, but its lower part was filled with tentacles. They kept moving restlessly. The lady was terrified. There were tears welling down her eyes. Her cries were filled with sorrow as she shouted weakly, "Please don't." Chapter 786. Haydock Jin Yuan. Pitiful screams and cries of agony would resound in this extravagant hall occasionally, bringing tears to the listeners. The emperor felt the muscles on his face throbbing when he saw this scene. "Haydock, you have a bad sense of humor." The fatty, sitting on the throne, saw the emperor's expression from the corner of his eyes. He sniggered. "Hey, my friend, don't you think that this country's language is very pleasant to the ear? Look at the way she's screaming. It's mesmerizing." The human octopus in the middle of the hall hugged himself and moaned with a look of satisfaction. "You're right. It's not bad. It sounds like the language on Asabas Star." The fatty, Jin Yuan, touched his chin and replied, "Ha, let me play for a while longer." Haydock looked at the lady tied up in midair and released his evil tentacles. He felt around her chest and waist. No, the lady gave an ambiguous and enchanting cry again. "Haydock, we need to get down to business soon," Jin Yuan suddenly said sternly. "Are you planning to attack Country Xia?" Haydock stopped moving his tentacles and turned to look at the fatty on the throne. "That martial warrior is not easy to deal with. Didn't you see? He has dealt with 3 other candidates just recently." "Yes, I saw it. The change of the personal terminal is huge. How can I miss it?" Haydock didn't look good either. He continued, "It looks like that candidate is hard to handle. Shall we change our location? When I landed on this planet, I did my research and have a brief understanding of the talents that participated in this trial. If I'm right, the candidate in that area is Lawn Foam from the Lawn family. He's at the 3rd level of the planetary stage. We can fight with him if we work together." A smart glint shone in Jin Yuan's eyes. "That sounded a little troublesome." Haydock muttered, "This trial was never simple. Compared to other people, I prefer to face a conceited and wealthy young man like Lawn Foam." Jin Yuan replied. "How confident are you?" Haydock nodded. Jin Yuan remained composed, as if he was extremely confident in himself. "Not much, 50%. Why are you being so confident when it's only 50%? Haydock was furious. The tentacles below him swung violently as he roared in anger. "Ha ha, 50% is high enough. We need to be confident in ourselves." Jin Yuan scratched his head and said with a smile. "Seriously?" Haydock scoffed in anger. The emperor at the side was confused. Jin Yuan and Haydock were speaking in the common universal language, so he didn't understand a thing. He only saw them starting to quarrel at the end. He didn't know what happened. Just when the emperor of Country Neon was turning mad, a loud explosion occurred. Boom! The entire hall trembled. A large number of wooden shards and stone fragments fell, and a huge hole appeared on the roof out of the blue. There were burnt marks around the hole. The next second, scorching heat waves floated in from outside. "What happened?" the emperor of Country Neon exclaimed. "Huh?" Jin Yuan and Haydock frowned. They exchanged glances with each other before looking up simultaneously. "Huh? There are 2 candidates?" A soft voice was heard. Jin Yuan and Haydock's expressions changed. Candidate. They immediately knew that their opponent was another candidate. They didn't even need to think. Come out. How long are you guys planning to hide? The same voice came again. Jin Yuan and Haydock started to get serious. They got up at the same time, and a sharp glint flashed across their eyes. They charged forward, but they didn't leave through the hole. They smashed another hole at the side of the hall and flew out. The Emperor's expression was complicated. He left the hall hurriedly and looked into the sky. 3 figures were floating in the sky. 2 of them were Jin Yuan and Haydock, while the other person was sitting cross-legged on a huge crow and staring at the fatty and half-octopus. It's him. The Emperor was a martial warrior, and he wasn't weak. He had reached the 11-star general stage, so he recognized Wang Tung at a glance. He was familiar with Wang Tung. After the Global Exchange Conference, Wang Tung had entered every country's eyes. He had investigated him before, so he was extremely familiar with him. However, he never thought that Wang Tung would appear here, and it looked like he was challenging the 2 aliens from the universe. The Emperor of Country Neon was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his eyes. Had the guy gone crazy? Why did he dare to fight with these 2 martial warriors? Didn't he know his own ability? But soon, he noticed that the 2 alien martial warriors looked grim when they faced Wang Tung. It was as if they were facing a formidable warrior. What's going on? The Emperor was astounded. Did they see wrong or misunderstand something? Wang Tung's only at the general stage. Swoosh! Swoosh! Many other people had noticed the commotion here. A few figures rushed over from afar, almost all of them general stage martial warriors. They were the foundation of the nation. One of them was an old friend of Wang Tung. It was Shinai Tongji, who had participated in the Global Exchange Conference. Emperor! Emperor! The martial warriors greeted the Emperor. At ease. The Emperor waved his hands. Wang Tung. Shinai Tongji looked into the sky and saw Wang Tung's figure at once. Thunderstruck, she asked the Emperor impolitely, "What's going on?" The people around them were used to this. They stared at the ground. They weren't in any position to interfere in the matters of this father and daughter pair. "Why are you here?" The Emperor's expression changed as he reprimanded her softly. "I'm already here. What's there to be afraid of?" Shinai Tongji said calmly. What if the 2 of them see you? You know their fetish." The Emperor felt his head throbbing when he remembered their hobby. He was agitated. "Quick, go back before they see you." "No. Hurry up and tell me what's going on." Shinai Tongji wouldn't listen to him, asking him impatiently. "It looks like you won't give up until you hit the wall." "All right, I'm not going to care about you anymore. You will suffer when the time comes," the Emperor said angrily. "So Nagi." The Emperor shook his head. He noticed that everyone was looking at him, so he gave a forced smile and said, "I'm not sure about the details. I only know that Wang Tung from Country Xia suddenly appeared. He came specially for these 2 aliens." Everyone was appalled and confused. Chapter 787. Stupid Fatty. The situation is unfavorable. Is Wang Tung looking for the 2 aliens? One of the general stage martial warriors hesitated before asking. From his stance, I think so. That is insanely bold of him. Where did he get his courage from? All right, isn't Country Xia overtaken by aliens too? Why is he here? Someone finally reacted and asked the crucial question. Everyone turned silent. The Emperor's expression changed slightly. An absurd thought popped into his mind. The other people also regained their senses and thought about the same thing. They stared at one another with astonishment in their eyes. There was a beautiful and charming lady with an amazing figure standing among the crowd. Bewildered, she stared at the figure in the sky in a daze. It's him. The lady almost wanted to cover her face and run away. She never wanted to face this young man again, yet he appeared. What bad luck, the lady wanted to cry. She was so frustrated that she wanted to vomit blood. She felt that she had entered the lion's den again. Wang Tung didn't notice the reaction of the people below. His gaze was fixed on the 2 candidates before him. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. This combination of a fatty and an octopus was a little out of his expectations. The other candidates he saw all looked like humans. He almost forgot that humans weren't the only race in the universe. There were others too. The alien that was caught and locked up by Countrysia was from another race. Similarly, the Plato beings in his space fragments were different too. Thus, it wasn't strange for him to meet an octopus monster now. The universe was huge. Anything could be found there. You couldn't blame him for looking a little strange. Young man, what are you looking at? Haydock glared at Wang, Tongue upon noticing his weird gaze. Why can't I look at you? Wang Tung's lips rose at a sinister angle. Try looking again. Haydock was infuriated. I'm looking. Do you want to hit me? Wang Tung stretched out his arm and hooked his fingers at the other party. Ah, damn it. Haydock was furious. The tentacles below his body grew, and he swung them towards Wang Tung like long whips. Bang! Along with a sonic boom, powerful airwaves shook the space. Wang Tung turned serious. He kept Little White in his space fragment. It wouldn't be able to participate in a planetary stage battle. A sweep of the tentacle was enough to turn it into a pile of bird meat. But Wang Tung wasn't afraid. He jumped up, and the ice blue sword appeared in his hand, drawing a dazzling sword glow in the sky. Flames burned and soared towards the thick and long tentacles. Splurt! The moment they made contact, the sharp and scorching sword glow chopped the tentacles into two. Fresh blood spilled out. The blood was green. Haydock screamed in pain and retracted his tentacles. He was dumbstruck. Stupid fatty. Is this what you mean by 50%? 50 your head. He turned and shouted at Jin Yuan. Oh my god, he isn't Lan Feng. I don't know where he came from. There's no record of him in my data. Jin Yuan bellowed. What should we do now? Do we continue? Haydock asked agitatedly. Yes. Well, fight together. I don't believe that we can't beat him. Jin Yuan gritted his teeth. Two large metal maces appeared on his hand. He wielded them violently and shouted, Go! Kill him! Damn it, I'll have to give it my all. Haydock was afraid of Wang Tung, but Jin Yuan had already charged forward. He stopped hesitating and placed weapons in all his tentacles. There was even a rune gun. He flung his attacks at Wang Tung. Receive my attack. Jin Yuan twirled his maces. His fat body didn't hamper his agility. This was another fatty that moved like the wind. When he leaped into the air, yellow shadows appeared around his maces. The shadows were as heavy as a mountain. He slammed them down on Wang Tung ferociously. Wang Tung frowned. Instead of using the sword in his right hand, he released his left fist. Strength of Ultima. Boom! A frightening sonic boom occurred before the force hit the maces. Clang, a dull metallic tremor echoed in the air. The people from Country Neon standing below felt their eardrums vibrating too. They couldn't hear any other sounds. How is that possible? Jin Yuan was astounded. His eyes were wide open as if he had seen something unbelievable. This person was able to block his double mace attack. How frightening was his strength? Kill! Haydock had arrived in front of Wang Tung. All his tentacles were holding weapons, and he swung them at Wang Tung. The force bullets fired from the rune gun blocked all paths of retreat for Wang Tung. Are you trying to compare who has more hands? Wang Tung's gaze turned sharp. Killing intent shot out of his eyes. In an instant, with a single thought in his mind, the spiritual power in his consciousness surged out and turned into numerous invisible hands. These invisible hands controlled the flying daggers and started fighting with the weapons on Haydock's tentacles. He also gathered some force into a shield to block the force bullets. Some of his spiritual power turned into the shape of a rope and spun around Haydock. Divine Spirit Master. Haydock screamed as though he had seen a ghost. Stupid fatty. The situation is unfavorable. This fellow is a monster. A little later, and we will be dead already. He resisted Wang Tung while retreating. However, at this moment, an invisible force intertwined around his body like a chain, limiting his movements. Jin Yuan already knew how powerful his opponent was. It exceeded his expectations. After taking Wang Tung's blow, he made use of the impact and flipped in the air before bolting. Haydock's face turned green. He shouted, Damn it, fatty, save me. Haydock, I want to save you, but I can't even save myself now. Let's just hope for the best for ourselves. Jin Yuan continued running away without turning his head. His fat body was like a ball. He rolled away as his voice floated over from afar. Haydock felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. Although he knew that the fatty was like this, he still felt like cursing when he abandoned him and ran away without any hesitation. He also understood that he could only rely on himself now. He struggled frantically and released all his force as he tried to break free from the grip. Wang Ting looked at the fatty strangely as he ran away. The next second, he took a step out and disappeared on the spot. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. The fatty in front suddenly bounced back like a ball, as if he was hit by a large force. His fat body slammed heavily on the ground and destroyed an entire building. Clouds of dust flew into the air. The Emperor of Country Neon and the other general stage martial warriors widened their eyes in shock. Their faces were filled with astonishment and disbelief. Chapter 788. Doing 18 things at once. Have those two aliens been defeated? Are you kidding me? Those are formidable martial warriors from the universe. How can they lose to Wang Tung? This doesn't make sense. Damn it, this doesn't make sense at all. The general stage martial warriors from Country Neon were stunned. Their mouths remained agape for a long time. They couldn't accept this result. No matter how much of a genius Wang Tung was, he was still a talent from Earth. He couldn't be compared to the formidable warriors from the universe. Yet reality proved otherwise. They stared at the young man who fought with two universal martial warriors alone and defeated them thoroughly. It felt like a dream. This talent from Country Xia was trying to defy the universal rules. The Emperor's expression was complicated. The two aliens he viewed as the hope of their country lost to Wang Tung. At first, he planned to make use of these two aliens to push Country Neon into the universe and leave this underdeveloped planet. Compared to the technology and martial arts civilization in the universe, everything on Earth was nothing. Who would have thought that this could happen? Wang Tung from Country Xia broke his beautiful dream and showed in the reality. This fellow has reached such a high stage. Shanai Tongji was astounded. She stared intently at Wang Tung with her bright eyes. Even after taking a few deep breaths, she couldn't calm down. On the other side, the lady who knew Wang Tung shrunk her body, afraid of being recognized. She wanted to run, but somehow she didn't. Unexpectedly, she saw this appalling scene. This young man was indeed an abnormality. He wasn't a normal person. Haydock was astounded when he saw Jin Yuan crashing to the ground. That fatty might be weak in other areas, but his escaping ability was top-notch. It didn't matter, though. He got caught up and thrown to the ground. How powerful was this young man? He didn't dare to move either. He realized that he couldn't break free from the grip around him. No matter how hard he struggled, it was in vain. He might even provoke the other party and end up in the same situation as the fatty. Boom! The collapsed building trembled. Jin Yuan staggered as he crawled out from the debris. His face was covered with dust, and his clothes were torn and tattered. There were many wounds on his body. He looked miserable. Damn it, we met someone more powerful than us. This is the first time I've failed in my life. Jin Yuan muttered angrily as he spat out some blood from his mouth. Ha, fatty, why aren't you running? Continue to run. Haydock gloated. Are you happy to see me suffering? Jin Yuan scolded. We'll go through thick and thin together. After all, we're good brothers, Haydock chuckled. Go away. I'm not your brother, you tentacled monster, Jin Yuan snapped back. Wang Ting looked at them with interest. He had met a few candidates, but all of them begged for mercy when they realized they couldn't escape. Yet these two aliens didn't seem to care. They even had the heart to argue with each other. What a strange duo. He shook his head and released his spiritual power to collect the attribute bubbles dropped by the two aliens. Constellation Force, Earth, asterisk 360 Constellation Force, Water, asterisk 420 Imperial Realm Spirit, asterisk 32 Imperial Realm Enlightenment, asterisk 28 Raging Battle, Mace, asterisk 1018 Tasks, Multitasking, asterisk 20 as the attribute bubbles merged into his body. Wang Tung was stunned. He didn't know where to vent his frustration. Raging Battle Mace. This was another planetary stage battle technique. Battle techniques were good, but the problem was, why was this another battle technique suitable for muscular hunks? One mountain cleaver bat leaks, and one raging battle mace. Was the system afraid that he wasn't masculine enough? Wang Tung froze on the spot. The edge of his lips twitched a few times. He tried to picture himself holding a bat leaks in one hand and a mace in another, wielding them and chopping his enemies into pieces. The scene was quite beautiful. No, I mustn't use these battle techniques. I'll sell them when I have the chance. Wang Ting shook his head and promised himself. Then his attention landed on another attribute, 18 tasks multitasking. What kind of strange attribute was this? After the attribute bubble merged into his body, he understood the use of this skill. The first thing he did was to count the number of tentacles on the octopus monster. Very good. There were 18 tentacles, not one more, not one less. Silence. Was this how this skill came about? Wang Ting couldn't be bothered to complain anymore. 18 tasks. Why don't you call it 18 touches? Wang Tung felt that this technique was useless for him. He didn't have 18 tentacles. Wait, he didn't need to use them on tentacles. Wang Tung suddenly thought of something. He was only looking at the surface. He needed to delve deeper into this technique. The biggest use of this technique was thinking. Yes, thinking. To put it simply, it was able to let a person think of 18 tasks at once or launch 18 attacks simultaneously during a battle. Thinking of 18 things at once and launching 18 attacks in unison was a little frightening. Wang Tung's eyes lit up suddenly. He felt extremely smart since he had thought of the crux almost immediately. The octopus monster's attacks were too plain. He attacked solely using the weapons. If not, Wang Ting wouldn't have been able to defend himself so easily. However, Wang Tung was different. He possessed multiple forces and knew countless battle techniques. If he could execute them simultaneously, his opponent would feel despair. I thought this would be a useless technique, but it's actually a rare treasure. Wang Tung was elated. At this moment, Jin Yuan looked up and shouted at Wang Tung. "Brother, what do you want to do? Come down and tell me about it." Wang Tung lowered his head when he heard him. He noticed that the other party didn't seem frightened of him. He lifted the corners of his lips. He wasn't in a hurry to reply. He moved his thoughts and controlled spiritual power to pull the octopus monster who was a distance away. Boom! Before Haydock could react, he started plummeting down like a shooting star. He slammed to the ground a few inches away from Jin Yuan. Haydock's 18 tentacles danced and twitched furiously in midair. He looked like an octopus that was stepped on the ground. Jin Yuan raised his eyebrows as he glanced beside him. His composed expression was gone, and his heart dropped. Oh my God, where did this evil man come from? "We can talk properly now," Wang Tung said with an ambiguous smile. Ha, my friend, we can talk properly. There's no need to act. I was just joking." Jin Yuan smiled in embarrassment. He rubbed his palms and gave a frightened expression. Chapter 789, Abandoned Star M3. In this world, some skills could be learned without any teaching. For instance, admitting defeat. The fatty was timid. However, he didn't think that he was a coward. To him, he who understood the times was a wise man. Nothing wrong with that. Thus, he displayed his most humble side to Wang Tung. He lowered his back and made himself look extremely harmless and innocent. Silence. Wang Tung looked at him with a strange expression. He saw a part of him on this fatty. Oh my God, this fatty is copying me. The thought suddenly popped up in Wang Tung's mind. He started to sympathize with this fatty. Puffed. How could he sympathize with fatty? He must have lost his mind. Wang Tung shook his head to fling this absurd thought out of his mind. He had removed his spiritual power, so Haydock was finally above, able to move. He crawled up from the ruins. He looked at Wang Tung with a trembling gaze. He put on a similar inferior and cowardly look on his face and said, "I think we can discuss properly. There's no need to fight to the ends of the world. We don't have to be enemies. We can win together by cooperating with one another." Another one. Wang Tung was speechless. He saw bits of himself on this octopus monster too. This fellow was as unique as the fatty. No wonder they were good friends. Shut up. Wang Tung couldn't stand their shamelessness. He glared at them and asked, "Tell me about your background." Jin Yuan and Haydock looked at each other. Then, Jin Yuan opened his mouth and explained first, "I'm the eldest son born to the first wife of the Jin family from Takeo Planet. Do you know the Jin family? They possess the development rights of 2 life planets. The family head, who is my grandfather, is a celestial stage, formidable warrior. He's a boss-level figure." Wang Tung's expression didn't change. He tilted his head towards Haydock. "I'm from the Labrod planet. I'm the son of the head of the celestial Python clan. My father is the most powerful person in the clan. He's at the celestial stage too," Haydock said proudly. Wang Tung touched his chin. For some reason, he felt that these 2 fellows were bullshitting. Although they spoke seriously and there were no loopholes in their words, he could sense a strange aura. These 2 aliens were definitely lying. Wang Tung believed in his gut instinct. "You're not lying to me, are you? If you do, you'll have hemorrhoids on your butt and tumors on your head. They will rot, so you better speak the truth." Jin Yuan and Haydock felt the corners of their eyes twitching slightly. This man was so evil. "So, you have anything else to say?" Wang Tung asked. They shook their heads in unison. "I have an ability that can make you speak the truth obediently. Why don't you have a taste of it?" Wang Tung sniggered as he glanced at them. "Brother, are you kidding? It's not right to delve into other people's privacy," Haydock stuttered. He was shocked. "Idiot." Jin Yuan cursed in his heart. He knew that they were dead. "Indeed, you're not being honest." Wang Tung didn't waste any time. A flash of red light shot past his eyes and stabbed into Haydock's. This fellow was stupid, so it was easier for him to get affected. As expected, Haydock only struggled for a second before his consciousness got controlled by the bewitched skill. Jin Yuan was flabbergasted when he saw this scene. He had a bad premonition. How could he have such a skill? "Oh my God, we're dead." He wanted to wake Haydock up, but he didn't dare to move when he saw Wang Tung smiling at him. "Brother, I think this isn't good. We can talk properly," Jin Yuan said weakly. "I want to speak properly with you, but you guys didn't cooperate. It can't be helped." Wang Tung shrugged. F***K, so it's our fault? Jin Yuan complained in his heart. He was shocked by Wang Tung's shamelessness. This fellow was worse than them. "Come, tell me where you are from. What's your identity?" Wang Tung asked Haydock. "We're from the abandoned star M3. We don't have any status. We are just low-level citizens that escaped from the abandoned star," Haydock replied honestly. Wang Tung was surprised. Abandoned star M3. There was such a place in the universe? Abandoned planet. It looked like these 2 people had stories on them. As expected, they were spouting nonsense. Eldest son of the Jin family? Son of the head of the celestial Python clan? That was all fake. Fortunately, he was smart and saw through their lies. You're too naive if you think you can fool me." Wang Tung glanced at Jin Yuan. He was covering the frustrated look on his face with his hands. "Based on what I know, it's not easy to get the right to participate in this trial. You probably don't the right. That's simple. We heard of this trial and ambushed 2 candidates along the way. We killed them and gained their spots." "A candidate's spot can be snatched," Haydock replied. "Not bad." Wang Tung gave Jin Yuan a thumbs up. He thought that all the participants of this trial were descendants of elite families in the universe. But there were 2 anomalies inside. "You're too polite." Jin Yuan laughed awkwardly. "Do you think I'm complimenting you?" Wang Tung snapped back. Jin Yuan became embarrassed. He stopped talking and stood obediently at the side. Wang Tung questioned Haydock again and gained a lot of information from him. Then he stopped his bewitched skill. His eyes shimmered, and he went into deep thought. Haydock woke up and stared at Wang Tung with a pale face. There was fear in his eyes. He knew what Wang Tung had done to him. "Brother, are you planning to kill me?" Jin Yuan looked at Wang Tung carefully and noticed his indifferent expression. He continued hurriedly, "Killing me won't do you any good. We have some small skills that might be useful to you. Keeping us with you is better than killing us. We can leave the trial, so we won't be of any threat to you." "Oh, you can leave the trial?" Wang Tung asked. "Of course." Jin Yuan was afraid that Wang Tung would go back on his words, so he didn't think why Wang Tung didn't know this simple piece of information. Instead, he immediately started operating his personal terminal. Look, I've already given up the trial. Wang Ting glanced at the fatty curiously. He lowered his head to look at his personal terminal and saw an announcement. Candidate number 15 gives up the trial. Chapter 790, Brother, in your long-lost little brother, candidate number 15 gives up the trial. A line of words written using the common universal language appeared on the personal terminal. The words were red and extremely eye-catching. Wang Ting wasn't the only one. The other candidates had probably seen it too. He was amazed. This fatty did give up his chance. He was so decisive that Wang Tung had to view him in another light. This fatty wasn't a simple man. Me too. Me too. Haydock didn't want to be left behind. He hurriedly operated his personal terminal. Candidate number 22 gives up the trial. Another line of red words appeared. Haydock's decisiveness was no weaker than Jin Yuan's. Wang Tung was speechless. These two were weirdos. This chance was extremely important to other people, but to them, it was just a piece of trash they could throw away at any time. They gave up so easily. Even more, they were fighting to give up their spot, afraid that they would be a step too late. But they weren't humans. Wang Tung squinted. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. These two candidates had given up their position in the trial. By right, his motive was achieved, so he didn't have a reason to target them anymore. However, he didn't have much trust in the aliens from the universe. Should he just kill them? After all, dead people were the safest. He could pick up more attributes from them too. Wang Tung was eager to move. However, at this moment, he heard a cautious voice beside him. Brother, what do you think about this? Wang Tung glanced beside him and saw the fatty's timid look. He was caught between laughter and tears. Why should I keep you? Wang Tung asked. We're useful, very useful. I specialize in collecting information, and this tentacled monster is an analyst. He can multitask. His brain runs faster than a normal guy. Jin Yuan said hurriedly. Wang Tung glanced at them curiously. These two weirdos had specializations? He remembered the 18 tasks multitasking attribute dropped by the octopus monster. They should be speaking the truth. Wang Tung touched his chin and nodded. That's quite useful. Brother, you're our boss from now on. If you point to the left, we won't go to the right. Jin Yuan immediately gave his promise when he noticed they had a chance. That's right, boss. We are your long-lost little brothers. Haydock was even more outrageous. He stretched his tentacles out and wanted to hug Wang Tung. Go away. Wang Tung glared at him. These two weird aliens were even more shameless than him. Their skin was so thick. Their ability to grasp an opportunity was perfect. Did they study it in school? In the end, Wang Tung decided to keep them. In this era, talents were important. It wasn't easy to find people like them, so he would keep them under observation. It wouldn't be too late to kill them if he learned they had other thoughts. Wang Tung was extremely confident in his ability. He believed that he could deal with two first-level planetary stage martial warriors. Besides, they were two timid rats. Wait for a while. You'll return to Country Xia with me later. Since he had made his decision, Wang Tung didn't waste any time and gave them his response. The duo's eyes lit up, and they heaved a sigh of relief. They felt fortunate. Their lives were finally saved. Wang Tung disregarded them and turned to look at the people from Country Neon. His gaze paused on Shanai Tongji for a second. Then, he saw a person who kept retreating in an attempt to hide herself. Long time no see, Miss Suotian Laiwa, Wang Tung said with a mysterious smile. The lady froze. The other people from Country Neon were stunned. They followed Wang Tung's gaze and looked at her direction. Ew. The emperor glanced at the two of them in surprise. He suddenly remembered that Zuotian Laihua was the one who brought back the news that Wang Tung had annihilated the Jinli clan. However, she never mentioned how she learned of it, so he didn't think that there was any interaction between them. From the looks of it, there seemed to be something going on between them. Senior sister, do you know him? Shanai Tongji asked curiously. Laiwa, what's the matter? A scrawny elder beside them opened his mouth and asked. This elder was normal-looking, but he held a high position in Country Neon. He was the famous Yin-Yang master of Country Neon, Anpei Yuan-san. He had grasped many secret scriptures of the Yin-Yang family. He was Shinai Tongji and Zhuotian Lihua's master. A hint of hesitance flashed past Zhuotian Lihua's eyes. However, she had to reply to him. She said in a respectful tone, "Master, I didn't make it clear to you in the past, but I had some dealings with him." "Oh, since you know him, go out and meet him. Why are you hiding at the back?" Anpei Yuan-san said. This Zhuotian Lihua was in a dilemma. Lihua, Wang Teng is extremely powerful now. Even the universe martial warriors aren't his match. If you know him, you can interact more with him and build a better relationship. The emperor spoke to her using voice transmission. Zhuotian Lihua's expression turned even bitter. She felt that she was so unlucky. She didn't have any good relationship with Wang Teng. She gave him her spirit core and finally found a way to escape when he wasn't noticing. Yet, they were asking her to follow him again. How ironic. Zhuotian Lihua wanted to cry. She was so frustrated that she felt like vomiting blood. "Why are you hiding? We haven't seen each other for such a long time." Wang Teng walked over with a smile. "What do you want?" Zhuotian Lihua knew she couldn't hide anymore. She gritted her teeth and stood up. "One of my little pets ran away and I caught it. How should I punish her?" Wang Teng asked in a teasing tone. "You don't go overboard." Zhuotian Lihua's face turned pale. She had suffered the burning of her soul when she escaped the previous time. Just the thought brought sent shivers down her spine. She didn't want to experience it again. "What is this?" The emperor and the other martial warriors noticed that something wasn't right. Their relationship wasn't what they thought it was. "I'm not speaking to you all." Wang Teng glanced at them and said indifferently. The emperor and Anpei Yuan-san were stunned. They had always treated Wang Teng as a formidable martial warrior on Earth, so they didn't respect or fear him that much. When they saw his reaction, they finally understood. They finally understood how stupid they were. He was able to defeat two universe martial warriors, who were now following him obediently. In comparison, what were they? Shinai Tongji stood behind the emperor and felt dejected. She was a little unconvinced when she lost to Wang Teng during the Global Exchange Conference. She hoped that one day she would have a chance to fight with him again. But his ability had surpassed her greatly, and she was tossed far behind by him. She couldn't even bring herself to compare with him. Chapter 791. "I'm not the same as you." Wang Teng didn't know what Shinai Tongji was thinking. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. He had already thrown the older generation of Earth martial warriors far behind him, much less his peers. No one in this generation could catch up with him. This was the hard truth. This was the sorrowful truth, too. On this planet, the only people that could pique his interest were these candidates. Shinai Tongji felt bitter. She stared at Wang Teng with a complicated gaze. However, she had to step forward and lower her position. She said humbly, "Mr. Wang Teng, my father didn't intend to offend you. If he provoked you in any way, let me apologize in his place. I hope that you won't blame him." Wang Teng was surprised when he saw this arrogant young lady putting down her pride and speaking politely to him. He waved his hand. "Forget it. Don't interrupt me again." We want. The emperor replied hurriedly. "I'm at fault for disturbing you." Anpei Yuan-san bent his back slightly. He sighed in his heart. Wang Teng ignored them and turned to walk towards Haydock and Jin Yuan. Just when Zhuotian Lihua thought that Wang Teng had forgotten about her, she heard his calm voice. "Catch up." Zhuotian Lihua's expression changed slightly. She gritted her teeth, but she didn't dare to disobey Wang Teng. She looked at Anpei Yuan-san and said, "Master, I'm leaving." Anpei Yuan-san sighed. He didn't know what to say, so he could only nod. Zhuotian Lihua bowed to Anpei Yuan-san and quickly caught up with Wang Teng. "To country Xia," Wang Teng ordered. Jin Yuan and Haydock raised their wristwatch and did some operations on it. In an instant, a thick ray of light shone down from the spacecraft hovering in the sky, enveloping the four of them. The next instant, they disappeared. The spacecraft, filled with patches, vibrated. It turned into a ray of light and disappeared on the horizon. It moved so quickly that the people on the ground couldn't even see how it disappeared. After the spacecraft left, the people from Country Neon felt empty in their hearts. The alien martial warriors whom they viewed as their hope were gone. They left without reluctance. They were like heartless lovers who left their girlfriends without any hesitation. The emperor's expression turned distorted. Wang Tang's arrogance and impudence had stabbed him in his heart. He was the emperor of a country, yet Wang Tang didn't give him any face. How could he not be furious? He lowered his head earlier because he had no other choice. He didn't dare to provoke a powerful martial warrior like Wang Tang. But it was still infuriating. Your Highness, we mustn't make him our enemy. Anpei Yuan-san noticed the emperor's expression. I know. The emperor took a deep breath to force himself to calm down. He continued with a stern face. I won't do stupid things. However, I feel sorry for Zhuo Tianlaiwa. I wonder what treatment she will receive after following Wang Tang. Anpei Yuan-san turned silent. He prayed that Wang Tang wasn't a sadist. Don't worry. Wang Ting isn't that kind of person. Senior sister might suffer a little, but she wouldn't be tortured. Shinai Tongji comforted them. I hope so. Anpei Yuan-san nodded. On the spacecraft, Wang Tang sized up the interior in astonishment. He didn't think that the inside of this ragged spacecraft would be so extravagant and comfortable. Did you steal the spacecraft? Wang Tang sat on the sofa and asked Jin Yuan and Haydock. How is that possible? Jin Yuan replied, loudly, as if he was humiliated. We spent much time and effort to build this spacecraft. We didn't steal it. You are our boss, and you can question our character, but you can't question our skills. That's right, we spent 10 years building this spacecraft and used her to escape from the abandoned star M3, Haydock added. Wang Tang was shocked. He didn't think that they would get so riled up. All right, I said the wrong thing. He shook his head and asked, didn't you say that you collected the information of all the candidates? Tell me about them. Haha, this is what we are good at. Jin Yuan chuckled. Out of the blue, he shouted, Alice! Yes, master. I'm here. A hologram appeared in front of them. The voice was sweet and cute. Wang Tung's expression turned strange when he saw the hologram. Zhuo Tianlaiwa, who was standing behind him, felt the corners of her lips trembling. She inched her way to the side to stay as far away as she could from Jin Yuan and Haydock. This hologram was the image of a sexy maiden with cat ears. Her figure was amazing, and there was a furry tail stuck behind her. It was seductive when she waved it back and forth. The most important thing was this sexy maiden was scantily clad. Her clothing barely covered the important parts of her body. This was a goddess-grade temptation to most otakus. You have good taste. Wang Tang coughed softly and gave him a thumbs up. Jin Yuan and Haydock were overjoyed, thinking that they had earned Wang Tang's recognition. They replied in unison, I didn't know that you had the same taste as us. We're indeed brothers. Tisk. Zhuo Tianlaiwa clicked her tongue softly, glancing at Wang Tang with contempt. This fellow was a bad guy too. Silence. Wang Tang was exasperated. He was screaming in his heart. What the hell do you mean? I'm not the same as you. F***K. Why are you framing me? I should have beaten y'all to death. Jin Yuan and Haydock didn't know what happened, but they felt a chill in their hearts. They glanced around them in confusion and noticed Wang Tung's grim expression. Astounded, they stared at him with caution. Did they say something wrong? Start the introduction already. Why are you daydreaming? Wang Ting took a deep breath and said angrily, oh, okay. Jin Yuan nodded his head fervently. He rearranged his thoughts and said, Alice, bring out the data. Yes, master. Alice gave a seductive pose and obediently carried out Jin Yuan's order. The ray of light disappeared, replaced by rows of data. There were numerous profile pictures displayed around the spacecraft. They looked no different from the real person. Jin Yuan cleared his throat and was about to start his speech. Boom! Suddenly, the spacecraft vibrated violently. Alice, what's happening? Jin Yuan frowned and asked. He was planning to give a spectacular display of his ability, but he was interrupted before he could even start. Master, there are sea beasts attacking our spacecraft, Alice said. Which sea beast wants to die? How dare it attack us? Jin Yuan was angered. There's more than one. The sea below is densely populated with sea beasts. There are countless of them, Alice continued calmly. Chapter 792, A Strange Sea Beasts Riot. Alice, Are you making things difficult for me? Jin Yuan was speechless. No, master. There are really many sea beasts below. They're attacking us like crazy, Alice replied. The spacecraft shook violently, as if to confirm its words. Show us what's happening outside. Jin Yuan frowned and ordered. We're not introducing the candidates anymore. Alice asked, let's take a look at the situation outside first. Wang Tung was speechless too. Is this the right time to introduce the candidates? This intelligence system of the spacecraft seems a little stupid. Wang Tung complained to himself. Listen to the boss and show us what's happening outside. Jin Yuan felt guilty. This intelligence system was dismantled from another abandoned spacecraft. Although they had managed to put it into use after much effort, the technology level was still lacking. Alice was honestly a little stupid. Brainless with a good figure. This was probably how one would describe it. All right, my master. As an AI mascot, Alice executed its master's order obediently, even though he had labeled it as brainless. Suddenly, the pictures of the candidates disappeared, replaced by terrifying images. The boundless sea was densely packed with sea beasts. They were fighting to emerge from the bottom of the sea and hurling powerful force attacks into the sky. Most of these sea beasts were below the Lord level. However, there was a huge number of them, so their combined attack was still formidable. It shouldn't be underestimated. There were also a few giant Lord-level sea beasts lying flat on the surface of the sea, blocking the spacecraft's path. A giant octopus waved its thick tentacles that were more than 100 meters long in the air. They swung towards the spacecraft like long whips. There was also a giant sea serpent that had a body as thick as a pillar twirling in the sky. Its large tail lashed down and landed on the top of the spacecraft, giving off a loud bang. The commotion a second ago was caused by the attacks from these two Lord-level sea beasts. Mind you, a spacecraft that could travel through the universe was anything but ordinary. Its defense mechanism was amazing. Numerous runes blinked on the surface of the spacecraft, forming an oval light shield. The attacks only caused a slight tremor when they landed on it. They didn't hurt the main body of the spacecraft at all. Wang Ting stood up and frowned slightly. Boss, don't worry. They're just Lord-level sea beasts. We can destroy them easily. Jin Yuan patted his chest confidently. Fatty, leave the octopus to me. I need to nourish my body. Haydock was staring straight at the octopus on the screen. His eyes were shimmering. Why don't we have barbecued octopus tonight? Jin Yuan suggested with glistening eyes, holding all my hands up in agreement. Haydock nodded. Cough. Let's take care of these sea beasts first. Wang Tung swallowed his saliva secretly and coughed. Zhuotian Laihua was speechless. He just swallowed his saliva. She saw it clearly. Why was this fellow still thinking of food at this time? What a foodie. Zhuotian Laihua was extremely worried about the situation of Country Neon. As an island, the emergence of these sea beasts would be a huge threat to it. However, no one noticed her expression. She had no right to speak in front of 3 planetary stage martial warriors. The 3 martial warriors left the spacecraft and flew out. These sea beasts were nothing to mighty fighters like them. Kill. Wang Tung scanned the sea below with a sharp glint. He didn't forget what had happened during the sea beast riot in Donghai. But he wasn't who he used to be. Since these sea beasts came to find him, he would kill them. At this moment, the Lord-level sea beasts in the sky noticed the trio. They ignored the spacecraft and charged toward them instead. The octopus was a 12-star Lord-level sea beast. It lashed its tentacles out, bringing along a strong gale with it. Wang Tung held his sword and gave it a simple slash. A glaring golden light flashed past. 8 tentacles were thrown into the air and landed on the surface of the sea. Roar! The Lord-level octopus bellowed in pain. It looked extremely funny without its tentacles. Oh my, it's almost wasted. Haydock had nimble fingers. He quickly swept the 8 tentacles into a space ring and smiled at Wang Tung. Boss, these tentacles are delicious. Wang Tung glanced at Haydock's tentacles and suddenly felt respect for this fellow. An octopus monster eating another octopus monster, didn't he feel weird? Wang Tung shook his head. He had no time to care about him. With a stab of his sword, he ended the octopus life. He allowed Haydock to keep it. Kill all the sea beasts and return to country Xia at once. Wang Tung ordered Jin Yuan and Haydock. He was worried that something bad had happened in country Xia. The appearance of these lord-level sea beasts was too sudden and strange. The surface of the sea was packed with sea beasts. Even though he had killed a lord-level sea beast easily, the other sea beasts showed no signs of retreating. They continued attacking them crazily. This wasn't normal. Yes, Jin Yuan and Haydock didn't dare to laze around when they saw his serious expression. They acted immediately. To planetary stage martial warriors, killing these sea beasts was a piece of cake. Soon, the majority of the sea beasts were dead. They had cleared an empty space 100 meters in diameter around them. The corpses of the sea beasts sunk into the bottom of the sea. The blood-stained surface of the sea was the only evidence of the terrifying massacre. Wang Tung glanced around him. He released his spiritual power and pulled over all the attribute bubbles in a split second. Water Force *150 Water Force *185 blank attribute *110 blank attribute *140 Poison Force *210 Deep Sea Breathing *10 Lightning Force *160 blank attribute *200 Deep Sea Breathing *10 Ice Force *420 Water Force *240 Constellation Force Water *125 Constellation Force Earth *140. A huge amount of force started flowing through Wang Tung's body. The two Constellation Force sunk into the sea of nihility and merged with his Earth and Water stars. The other forces, including the Lightning Force, Ice Force, and Poison Force, were all common force attributes in sea beasts. They remained in Wang Tung's force nucleus. These forces hadn't reached the planetary stage, so they hadn't formed the force bridge to reach the sea of nihility. Since his water force had turned into Constellation Water Force, even the ordinary water force was stored in the water star, waiting to be converted into Constellation Force. It couldn't be helped. The star beasts on Earth didn't possess Constellation Force. Wang Tung had to convert them personally. Fortunately, all his planetary stage scriptures were at the perfected level. He could complete the conversion quickly. Although it was an ordinary force, the force he absorbed through the attribute bubbles was the purest and most concentrated. It could save him half of his cultivation time. Chapter 793, Whale Fall. Wang Tung's Ice Force, Lightning Force, and Poison Force rose by a large amount. Both the Ice Force and Lightning Force, which were at the peak of the 10-star Brigadier General stage, advanced to the 11-star General stage. Ice Force, 3650/20,000, 11-star. Lightning Force, 4260/20,000, 11-star. His Poison Force was still stuck at the 11-star General stage, but there was an increase too. It wasn't far from hitting the 12-star General stage. Poison Force, 16800/20,000, 11-star. These three forces had seen sharp improvements. You could imagine how many sea beasts there were. It was terrifying. Unfortunately, no other elements appeared. Wang Tung was still a little greedy. Besides the force attributes, he also gained a sizable number of blank attributes. Blank attributes were a good thing. He relied on his pile of blank attributes to raise his cultivation to the planetary stage. Blank attribute, 36500 this time. He had gained more than 30,000 blank attributes at once. Adding his past tally, he had a total of 36,500 points. Having a huge reserve of blank attributes made him feel at ease. Finally, there was a special skill, Deep Sea Breathing. Just as its name suggested, it was a skill that would allow you to breathe in the sea. Wang Tung had collected this skill during the Sea Beast riot in Donghai. This was the second time it had appeared. Deep Sea Breathing, 30 of 1,000, first rank. Wang Tung wondered to himself. He found this interesting. This first-rank deep sea breathing skill allowed him to breathe underwater without any external help. It was a useful technique. What if he raised it to the second rank, third rank, or even higher? Wang Tung smiled and dropped the matter. After taking care of the sea beasts around them, no other sea beasts appeared again. They might have been scared by their ruthless slaughter. The three martial warriors boarded the spacecraft and headed for country Xia. At this moment, in country Xia, Nanhai, as well as the coastline of Donghai, were all suffering from the attacks of numerous sea beasts. That wasn't all. In all the mountain ranges, forests, lakes, and rivers, countless star beasts started to get restless and rush towards the nearest human city. Villagers, cities, highways, all the places with human presence were targeted by the star beasts. Frightening beast tides swept through every inch of the country. All the martial warriors in the country were activated. They rushed to the places with star beasts and started fighting with them. Ample heavy weapons were set up and battlecrafts were launched. They bombed large areas of land to resist the beast tide. Jingmen was the largest port city in country Xia and was linked to various grand canals in the mouth of the sea. It was the hub of the river and sea. However, this geographical location was the most advantageous for the advancement of the sea beasts. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions came from afar. The sea beasts bellowed and attacked Jingmen City using the Grand Canal, starting their massacre. Force attacks destroyed countless buildings. Humans cried in despair as they fell into the debris. Their voices were soon overpowered by the roars of the star beasts. This scene looked like an apocalypse. The leader of martial arts and his men hurried over with the military martial warriors. They were doing their best to resist the sea beasts while organizing manpower to rescue the ordinary people. This star beast riot came without any warning. Their numbers were astonishing, and they covered the entire country, catching everyone off guard. The leader and his subordinates had to make arrangements hastily. They sent martial warriors to reinforce all the cities that were suffering the star beast assault. Boom! In the skies of Jingmen, the leader of martial arts was fighting with an enormous giant whale. This giant whale exceeded the size of the biggest whale that had ever been found on Earth. It was a few hundred meters in length and looked like a large aircraft carrier. The waves rose in the sea, pushing the giant whale up and allowing it to stay in midair. The leader of martial arts was holding a long spear. His expression was indifferent as he soared through the sky. Force erupted and struck the sea horizontally as he collided with the giant whale. The giant whale didn't back down. It flapped its tail and released a colossal wave. Bang, bang, bang. The wave erupted while an indomitable spear glow pierced through the air. It was aimed straight at the giant whale's body. Roar! A thunderous bellow shook the eardrums of the listeners. It didn't sound like the song of a whale anymore. The appalling sound waves echoed in the air. At the same time, a powerful blue pillar of light shot up and smashed into the spear glow. Boom! The two of them crashed and released a violent explosion. The powerful impact swept throughout the sea. The giant whale slammed its giant body forward. The leader's expression changed. He released his fist, and a huge golden palm print landed on the whale, forcefully stopping it in its path. The giant whale's ability was between the peak of the general stage and the planetary stage. Although it hadn't reached the planetary stage, it was extremely powerful. Yet, it was stopped by the leader of martial arts and couldn't take another step closer to land. The human and the beast collided brutally at the junction between the sea and the land. It was a scary sight. In other areas, countless sea beasts were charging toward the human martial warriors' defense line. The other martial warriors weren't as powerful as the leader, so they kept retreating under the sea beasts' offensive. The sea beasts won in numbers. The human martial warriors were only able to withstand until now with the help of all kinds of rune weapons. If not, Jingmen City would already have fallen. Boom, boom, boom. On the other side, Dan Taishian was fighting with a lord-level sea beast. This sea beast was a hideous-looking monster. It didn't look like any animal that could be found on Earth, and it was frighteningly powerful to boot. From the aura it exuded, one could tell that it was a 12-star lord-level sea beast. Wang Tung would never forget how Dan Taishian took care of him. So, she was one of the first to receive the planetary stage scripture from him. Dan Taishian was a double-element martial warrior, possessing wind and fire force. Wang Ting didn't have a wind force scripture on him. He could only pass her the fire force planetary stage scripture, the Starfire scripture. Her ability rose exponentially after practicing the Starfire scripture. She had already reached the 12-star general stage, and most of the force in her body had been converted to constellation force. She had the upper hand against the sea beast. The sea beast was retreating continuously under her onslaught. Flames burned on her fists as she hurled them at the sea beast. It cried in pain continuously. Right then, roaring waves suddenly shot up in the sea below. A large and thick tentacle came out like a javelin, aiming straight for Dan Taixian. Dan Taixian had her back toward the tentacle, so she only felt a strong gale blowing against her back. Without any time to think, she instinctively shifted to the side. Bang! The tentacle changed from a stab to a sweep when it failed its first attack. It hit Dan Taixian's body, throwing her off her feet. Splurt! She suffered a heavy blow and vomited a mouthful of blood. Her face turned pale. Boom, boom, boom. The surface of the sea erupted again, and numerous tentacles shot toward her, attempting to crush her to death. Dan Taixian's expression changed. Force gushed out of her body as she got ready to fight for her life. Go away! At this moment, she heard an angry shout. A figure appeared in front of her and punched towards the sea below. The water parted, and a giant deep-sea squid was thrown out of the sea forcefully. It was more than 10 meters long and was almost as huge as the whale. However, its body had exploded from the fist and turned into a flesh rain. Dan Taixian was stunned. As she calmed down, all she saw was the familiar and tall figure in front of her. Are you all right? Wang Tung turned and looked at her. There was concern on his face. This brat. For some reason, Dan Taixian's eyes turned slightly red. She shook her head hurriedly to hide her emotions. She said agitatedly, I'm fine. Go and help the leader. There are too many sea beasts. A large part of the city has fallen in less than half an hour. Many people are dead. Don't worry. They'll send these bastards to hell now. Wang Ting nodded and went silent. Intense killing intent burned in his eyes. The next instant, he disappeared. Boom! The leader was battling with a giant whale when Wang Tung appeared out of the blue. He released a terrifying sword glow that slit the air into two. The giant whale was thunderstruck. It could sense danger and the threat of death inching toward it. It roared, and force erupted from its body. Large waves crashed into the sky. Layers and layers of waves rose behind it, reaching 100 feet in height. It was trying to block the sword attack. However, the giant wave was like a piece of paper in front of the menacing sword glow. It got torn into two, revealing the body of the giant whale behind. Swoosh! Within a split second, the sword glow slashed down, and a sword mark appeared on the enormous body of the whale. The sword mark cut through the whale's entire body, from the head to the tail. Fresh blood turned the surrounding water red. Boom! The giant whale's eyes were filled with disbelief and unwillingness. They gradually lost their vitality. The gigantic body was chopped into two, and it plummeted into the sea, forming large waves like a tsunami. It was terrifying. Then, its body sunk into the bottom of the sea and disappeared. Whale fall. The leader had retreated some distance away. He held his long spear and stood there with astonishment in his eyes. Was this the power of the planetary stage? He was sincerely dumbfounded. He had seen Wang Tung attacking before, but never so directly and at this close range. He finally understood how vast the difference was between the general stage and the planetary stage. Sigh. Not far away, Dan Taixian was in awe too. She thought that Wang Tung would need some time and effort to deal with that giant whale, but all he required was one sword attack. One slash and the giant whale died. How frightening was that sword move? The sea beasts around him, including the human martial warriors, were stunned. They stared at the corpse of the giant whale as it sank into the sea. All voices were lost for a moment. Wang Tung. It's Wang Tung. He killed the giant whale. We have hope. Haha, this is great. We are saved. Everyone regained their senses, and an earth-shattering cheer erupted. God of martial arts. God of martial arts. Someone started shouting this nickname. Within a few seconds, the cheers turned into resonant chants, reverberating in every corner of the city ruins. Chapter 794. Don't panic. Put on a stern face first. God of martial arts. As the human martial warriors shouted, their morale shot up. They startled the sea beasts with their spirit. They needed moral support in this devastating situation. They need mental support, a pillar that could prop up their hope so that they wouldn't drown in despair. When Wang Tong killed the terrifying whale, he gave these people the greatest hope. Even that formidable sea beast was nothing in front of him. What could the other sea beasts do? This was their ray of hope. Everyone was invigorated, and they cheered for him and themselves. The leader of martial arts looked at Wang Tong in satisfaction. He seemed to have found a successor and felt emotional. Wang Tong was back facing the human martial warriors, so they couldn't see his face. No one knew what his expression was like. They only saw him raising his sword again and throwing another sword attack at the boundless horizon. Boom! A scary sword light gathered and wreaked havoc in the sky. Sea waves tossed and churned. They were even more appalling than the waves made by the giant whale. The entire coastline seemed to be boiling. The seawater fell back into the sea, and all the sea beasts started struggling frantically amidst the powerful waves. They roared in fear. Everyone was flabbergasted when they saw this scene. The sea beasts on land stopped their attack and stared at the water absent-mindedly. Fear started creeping up their hearts. Slash! Suddenly, a soft slash echoed in the water. It wasn't loud, but it entered every human and sea beast's ear clearly. Boom! Sort of Ultima, thousand crashing ripples. The terrifying sword glow cut through the sea, forcing the waves to wind back. A water wall was formed. It stretched for over 1,000 meters and was pressing forward into the sea. Countless sword glows danced in the sea waves, chopping numerous sea beasts into pieces. They turned into minced meat and stained the seawater with their blood. The water wall turned red at a visible speed. Blood waves bellowed and rose into the air like an upside-down waterfall. The god of the sea was angry. Many sea beasts were killed by this attack. They were washed to who knew where by the seawater, but no matter what, they would still end up at the bottom of the sea, becoming a fertilizer for this planet. This was a true whale fall. Born in the sea, die in the sea. Gradually, the sea waves subsided, and the 1,000-meter-tall waterfall died down. No sea beasts could be seen within a few thousand meters radius. Silence. Dead silence. The entire Jimin city was eerily silent. All the sea beasts woke up from their stupor and shuddered in fear. They charged towards the sea and the rivers in unison. They were afraid. They were fearful. They were hopeless. This human was too scary. He was like a devil. One attack, and he killed the whale lord. One more attack, and he annihilated the entire sea beast tide. How could they fight against this monster? We won. We won. There was a huge uproar when the sea beast started retreating. The cheers rang through the sky and echoed on the surface of the sea. No words could describe their joy and relief now. Everyone, kill all the sea beasts. Wang Tung's cold voice resounded in the city. Yes, kill, kill. All the martial warriors replied in unison. Their bellows soared through the sky, and their intense killing intent surged towards the sea beasts scurrying away. The leader of martial arts, Dan Taixian, and the other general stage martial warriors didn't waste any time. They killed the last few Lord-level sea beasts immediately. Jin Yuan and Haydock followed Wang Tong closely and arrived at the scene. However, they didn't get the chance to act. Wang Tong solved the crisis alone. Nevertheless, they were amazed when they saw Wang Tong in action. He was more powerful than they had imagined. Although they had guessed about his identity, when they confirmed that he was a martial warrior from Earth, their astonishment didn't subside. Instead, it grew stronger. A martial warrior from this underdeveloped planet managed to reach such a high level in his cultivation without any help. This fellow was a monster. They were dumbstruck and felt more fearful of Wang Tong. The remaining sea beasts posed no threat. They were cleared quickly, but Jingmen City was already in ruins. The survivors sat among the debris in tears. They were covered with blood. Some of them were digging the soil with their bare hands, searching for their partner, family, and friends. Scenes of desolation met the eye on every side. Sadness welled up in his heart. Wang Tung stood in the air and looked at the situation below with a heavy heart. It reminded him of Dong Hai. "I'm sorry I came late." A sigh escaped his mouth. Everyone looked up. The people kneeling on the ground raised their tear-stained faces and stared at the figure in the sky. In everyone's eyes, that figure was as mighty and formidable as a god. "Everyone, my condolences. The dead are gone forever, but we have to move on." Wang Tung sighed again as he spoke. Everyone remained quiet. Then they stood up. "God of martial arts! God of martial arts!" Sparse voices were heard once again. Gradually, they merged together. At this moment, Wang Tung's position in everyone's heart exceeded that of the leader of martial arts. To them, Wang Tung was the new pillar of support. Many humans started to stand up in the distance and looked at Wang Tung while shouting the nickname. The leader of martial arts had a faint smile on his face. He didn't get angry because someone had taken his position. Instead, he felt relaxed. He was relieved that he could finally put down this huge burden. Dan Taichuan's eyes were glowing. She was probably the happiest person to see Wang Tung reach this level. After all, she had witnessed his growth. She had seen him transform from a cheeky greenhorn into this fine fellow standing right before her. In everyone's heart, Wang Tung's image was high and mighty. He was their hero, the new god of martial arts of his era. He was the epitome of invincibility. On the other hand, Wang Tung, who was the center of attention, felt a little agitated and confused. For some reason, he felt that this wasn't right. This wasn't the result he hoped for. He just wanted to cheer these people up. He had experienced Dong Hai's Sea Beast riot personally, so he understood the pain and sorrow of these people. That was why he comforted them. He didn't want to cause such a scene. He had never thought of being a hero. Being a hero was tiring. You needed to be at your best all the time. It wasn't fun. This wasn't what he desired. Wang Tung regretted speaking too much and causing a misunderstanding among the crowd. What should he do? Was it too late to take back his words? Many thoughts went through Wang Tung's mind, but his expression remained unchanged. "Don't panic, put on a stern face, and no one can tell what you're thinking." The leader of martial arts flew over from afar and spoke to him in a grim tone. "Wang Tung, this isn't the only city that's suffered a riot. Beast tides are occurring in every part of the country. Beijiang, Nanhai, the various mountain ranges and primary forests, terrifying beast tides are everywhere. This is an extremely serious disaster." "What?" Wang Tung was astounded. "There are beast tides breaking out all over the country?" "Yes, the whole country is under attack. I'm not sure why these star beasts went crazy and started running out of their territories." The leader of martial arts nodded gravely. 1. Chapter 795. Special Skill, Whale Swallow. "Why did this happen?" Wang Tung asked solemnly. "We just received the news too. We have yet to find the reason." The leader of martial arts shook his head. "If my guess is correct, we are not the only country suffering. The other nations might be facing this ordeal too." Wang Tung nodded in deep thought. "No matter what, let's solve the Star Beast riots in our country first." "Yes." The leader of martial arts nodded grimly. "However, there are too many cities facing this calamity. We might not be able to help all of them at once. By the time we go over, it might be too late. We can only reinforce the areas with the worst Star Beast tides." Wang Tung contemplated before turning his head. "Jin Yuan, Haydock." "Yes, boss." Jin Yuan and Haydock replied with smiles plastered on their faces. The leader and Dan Taixian finally noticed these two figures. They immediately thought of aliens when they saw Haydock's tentacles. They were shocked. "They are?" the leader asked. "That's right, they're alien martial warriors. But they're on our side." Wang Tung glanced at the two aliens intently as he spoke. "Boss is right. We have abandoned the candidate side and joined the Earth faction. We are honored Earthlings now." Jin Yuan immediately stated his stand without any dignity. "I'm born an Earthing and will die as the Earth's ghost," Haydock added on firmly. The leader of martial arts, Dan Taixian. These two aliens seemed a little shameless. "All right, Stop fooling around. One of you will head north, and the other will go to the west. I don't care what method you use, but you must suppress the riots. I'll give you half an hour. Is it enough? Wang Tung said angrily. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. No problem. Half an hour is enough. Jin Yuan said with ease. A piece of cake. Fatty, let's see who can end it faster, Haydock said. Sure, you said it. The one who loses will give up half his serving of barbecued octopus tonight. Jin Yuan sniggered. He said to Wang Tung, Boss, we'll leave now and meet again half an hour later at the capital of this country. They turned into rays of light and disappeared into the horizon, one heading north and the other west. Their speed was incredible. Planetary stage. Bewilderment flashed past the leader's eyes. His voice was a little hoarse as he exclaimed. These two happy-go-lucky aliens were planetary stage martial warriors. He didn't expect this. Where did Wang Tung find these two planetary stage martial warriors? This was as surprising as Wang Tung becoming a planetary stage martial warrior himself. They were planetary stage martial warriors, not some vegetables in the market. Seriously, the leader of martial arts didn't know what to say. Yes, they're planetary stage martial warriors. With them around, the Star Beast riot will be suppressed quickly, Wang Tung said. It shouldn't be a problem, since there are planetary stage martial warriors reinforcing us. The leader nodded in agreement when he remembered how Wang Tung had defeated the Star Beasts. He'll be paying a visit to Beijing, Wang Tung said. Good. He'll arrange people to take care of the other small Star Beast riots, the leader of martial arts replied. Wang Tung nodded. He didn't waste any time and disappeared into the north. His destination was Beijing. The leader of martial arts looked at his disappearing back view with a complicated and emotional gaze. He'll leave everything to you, Wang Tung. A figure dashed past the sky, breaking the sound barrier and reaching an impossible speed. He couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Wang Tung flew towards Beijing at the maximum speed he could for a planetary stage martial warrior. At the same time, he counted his gains. He had to admit that the harvest this time was greater than the previous batch. He had received another round of attribute bubbles. His ice force, lightning force, and poison force had risen recently, but they shot up again. Ice force, 17900/20,000, 11 star. Lightning force, 18600/20,000, 11 star. Poison force, 12500/35,000, 12 star. Both his ice force and lightning force were still at the 11-star general stage, but they were not far from achieving a breakthrough. His poison force hit the limit and reached the 12-star general stage. In just a few hours, Wang Tung's ability had improved tremendously. The speed of progression was a little appalling. He also gained many wind force attribute bubbles, so his wind force jumped to the 12-star general stage too. Wind force, 8560/35,000, 12 star. These four forces were getting closer and closer to the 13-star general stage. If he found the relevant planetary stage scriptures in the future, he would be able to raise these four forces to the planetary stage. Everything would be perfect then. Of course, Wang Tung also gained a large number of water force, as well as the other four basic element forces attributes. After all, there were sea beasts that possessed the other basic elements. Water force wasn't the only one. The sea beasts also dropped many attribute bubbles containing weird skills, though they were useless to Wang Tung. There is only one exception: Whale Swallow. This was a special skill dropped by the Whale Lord. Wang Tung's eyes lit up as he went through the traits of the skill in his mind. Whale Swallow. In essence, this was a special skill that could allow him to swallow large amounts of food or force like a whale. This skill would be of great help in increasing a martial warrior's cultivation speed. Once they used it, they could absorb a large amount of force at once or swallow much food and extract energy from them. In summary, the application of this skill exceeded Wang Tung's expectations. Whale Swallow, 265/10,000, 1 star, only 1 star. Wang Tung retracted his gaze from the attributes panel. He realized that all the skills he received came in different ranks. The perfected stage was no longer the highest level. Having ranks meant that a rise in rank would result in a jump in the strength of a skill. This was a piece of good news for Wang Tong. As his ability got stronger, some battle techniques would be useless if they couldn't catch up with his progress. Wang Tong also discovered that these ranks only appeared on the techniques had greater potential. For instance, the space physique and the deep-sea breathing skills had space for improvement, so they were segregated into different ranks. For other normal skills, the perfected stage was the limit. The system divided the skills clearly. Wang Tong could also understand the potential of his skills. The space physique and whale swallow required 10,000 points to advance. On the other hand, deep-sea breathing only needed 1,000 points. This was the difference. Chapter 796, They're Just Star Beasts. Kill them directly. Beijiang. A huge mountain ridge lay horizontally on the vast piece of land like a gigantic dragon that fell from the sky. Its body turned into the boundless mountain ranges linking the east to the west, segregating the land into two parts. Beijiang was situated at the north of this mountain range. The land was covered with snow all year round, and mist floated around the peak of the mountain. It felt like heaven. However, a frightening disaster was happening in this extremely peaceful region. Danger lurked everywhere. The situation was uncertain. Occasional loud roars were heard from the endless mountain ranges, one after another. They seemed to be announcing they're right over this patch of land. Puffed. These beasts are getting arrogant. There is a steep valley within the mountains that was enveloped with blood. Corpses of humans and star beasts were littered everywhere. It was ghastly. The beast tide had retreated, and the humans were treating the survivors and recovering the corpses of their fellow companions. A military martial warrior heard the roar and raised his head abruptly. He spat in the direction of the sound. The other martial warriors gave the same expression. They felt immense hatred toward the star beasts. The entrance of the valley was heavily guarded. All kinds of heavy weapons were set up, their bores aiming at the valley. Once they discovered any signs of star beasts, they would launch spit fire at them. There was also a tent behind the entrance. The general stage martial warriors guarding Beijiang were all gathered inside. They were staring solemnly at a large map in front of them. This valley is an important gate for the star beasts to enter the human territory. Once they breach this defensive line, the vast piece of land behind us will welcome a massacre, Zhou Xuanwu said grimly as he stood in front of the host's seat. After annihilating the Zhenli clan, he was sent to guard Beijiang. There were hordes of star beasts here, and this was the first known dimensional rift linking to the Darkland on Earth. It was an important location. This place required powerful martial warriors like him. Not only that, but he had brought a majority of the Xuanwu troop over too. If not, they wouldn't have been able to withstand the first round of Beast Tide. The general stage martial warriors turned grim when they heard this. This was just the first round of Beast Tide. Their abilities are not the strongest. These bastards are testing us. You can imagine how terrifying the future Beast Tides will be. A 12-star general stage martial warrior said. General Lin is right. We mustn't put down our guards. There's a tough battle waiting for us. Another middle-aged man nodded and agreed. His expression was stern and his back straight. Sporting a general cloak, he was a 12-star general stage martial warrior too. Why did these star beasts suddenly attack us like they have gone crazy? Also, the majority of them seem to have gotten stronger. This has never happened in the past. I can't figure out what happened. A refined-looking 11-star general stage martial warrior spoke up. Do you think it has anything to do with the alien invaders? Someone suggested. It's possible. It's too much of a coincidence. The other people started pondering over this possibility. Some nodded while others went into deep thought. We haven't found the reason. There's no use thinking about it now. Zhou Xuanwu opened his mouth. I'm worried about one thing. Besides star beasts, there's a dimensional rift linking to the Darkland here. If we are forced to move further down the valley, the dimensional rift will make use of this chance to expand. He didn't complete his sentence, but everyone knew what he wanted to express. If the dark apparitions seized the opportunity and broke through the dimensional rift, they would finally be able to land on Earth. That was the worst calamity that could happen. The entire tent turned silent. The Xingwu continent suffered from the invasion of the dark apparitions. Whenever the dark apparitions landed in a city, the people would be plunged into hellish misery and suffering. It was a tragic event. They knew it better than anyone. If this situation occurred on Earth, more than 80% of humans would be killed. Most of the people in the Xingwu continent practiced martial arts, and their foundation was stronger. Hence, they were still able to hold on under the dark apparitions' repeated invasions. They required help from the Earth to resist the dark apparitions. The martial arts era on the Earth had only started recently. Most of the human martial warriors were ordinary people. No matter how strong they weren't the star beasts or the dark apparitions match. If the dimensional rift expanded, the human race could only move toward extinction. The brutal result appeared in everyone's mind. Their faces turned stern, and cold sweat started dripping down their foreheads. Sigh. At this moment, a strong gale blew in from outside. The green screen used as a makeshift door was blown up. Everyone was caught off guard. They turned to take a look. A figure strode in and said in a loud and clear voice, "They're just star beasts. Kill them directly. What are you afraid of? Who are you?" The expressions on many people's faces changed as they glared at the outsider. Some of these people had been guarding Beijiang for many years. They had never seen this person before. Hence, when they heard him boasting shamelessly, they were infuriated. Wang Teng. Zhou Xuanwu recognized this person. He was elated. What? Wang Teng? That Wang Teng. He's Wang Teng. The Wang Teng who overpowered the alien martial warrior? Why is he here? After a moment of astonishment, the people regained their senses and stared at the young man in bewilderment. "General Zhou, how have you been?" Wang Teng smiled and greeted Zhou Xuanwu. "Not good at all. My hair is turning white because of the Star Beast riot," Zhou Xuanwu said with a forced smile. "Ha!" Wang Teng burst out laughing. "You have your moments of helplessness too. It's good that you're here." Zhou Xuanwu didn't mind Wang Teng's teasing. "I heard that you've already reached that stage. I think you will be able to handle the star beasts easily, right?" Although Zhou Xuanwu was guarding the country's borders, he knew that Wang Teng had reached the planetary stage. He was one of the few stationed martial warriors who knew about this. He was a 13-star general stage martial warrior, so he had the right to know. Besides, he was gifted with the skill of converting force into constellation force, and was already on the path to reaching the planetary stage. That stage. Everyone was shocked when they listened to their conversation. They knew what that stage meant. As martial warriors, everyone wanted to break the current bottleneck and ascend to a higher level. However, they were too far away. They hadn't even reached the 13-star general stage, so that stage was just a wild wish. Yet this young man who hadn't reached 20 had reached that stage. If they didn't hear it from Zhou Xuanwu, none of them would dare to believe it. This was utterly unbelievable. It didn't make sense. None at all. What had they been cultivating their entire life? Chapter 797. Wang Teng is still too young. Wang Teng didn't bother about what they were thinking. He nodded at Zhou Xuanwu and said, "Actually, that stage isn't hard to break through. Don't think too much about it." Silence. Everyone was speechless. "Are you sure you're consoling us? Why does it sound so infuriating instead?" Zhou Xuanwu felt helpless too. He practiced the conversion skill, so he knew that it wasn't simple. Did this fellow think that everyone was as gifted as him? "All right, I won't waste any more time. I came to end the Star Beast riot," Wang Teng declared. The listeners immediately turned serious. Ending the Star Beast riot was the top priority now. Everything else could be pushed back. "Let's discuss the future plan." Zhou Xuanwu nodded in agreement. The others started contemplating. It wasn't easy to find a suitable counterattack in this situation. However, Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise, "What plans do we need? We can just attack them." Silence. Everyone was stunned. They turned their heads in unplanned unison and stared at Wang Teng in confusion. "Why are you looking at me?" Wang Teng felt helpless. "Did I say anything wrong? I don't have time to waste here. Let's end this battle quickly. I have to take care of the other alien invaders. I'm busy." No one knew what to say. To Wang Teng, This thorny star beast riot could be solved with a wave of his hands. Was something not right? Wang Tung saw their expressions and finally realized that his words had stimulated them. Cough. Why don't you continue what you're doing, and I will enter the mountains alone to take a look? He coughed awkwardly and said. Silence. It would be better if he hadn't spoken. The martial warriors felt even more ashamed of themselves. Honestly, were they useless? He must be thinking that they would hinder his plans. That was why he wanted to enter the mountains alone. This must be what he was thinking. It must be. Everyone stared at Wang Tung with hidden bitterness. Zhou Xuanwu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He hurriedly spoke up to ease the atmosphere. How about this? Wang Tung and I will enter the mountains to take a look. You guys will guard the camp to ensure its safety and wait for us. The other general stage martial warriors had no objections. They nodded. They were afraid of entering the mountains now. The mountains were filled with dangers. Powerful star beasts were everywhere. They had sent many martial warriors to act as scouts in the past, but none of them came back. They were general stage martial warriors, so staying alive wasn't a problem for them. However, if they enter the mountains, they might have to face an intense battle. It wouldn't give them any benefits. You could say that they felt entering the mountains alone was a bad idea. Wang Tung dared to do it because he was strong enough. Zhou Xuanwu was a 13-star general stage martial warrior, so it wasn't a problem for him either. When Wang Tung suffered a setback, he would naturally come back and follow their plan obediently. He wouldn't act rashly anymore. Since no one had any objections, Zhou Xuanwu and Wang Tung went to prepare themselves. They would enter the mountains without delay. The two of them walked out of the tent, accompanied by the other general stage martial warriors. They arrived at the valley's entrance. The military martial warriors clearing up the scene stopped what they were doing when they saw the general stage martial warriors. They stared at them. Who's that young man? He's walking in front of all the generals. I don't know. I have never seen him before. I know who he is. It's him. Who is it? Tell us quickly. It's Wang Tung. Major General Wang. What? Major General Wang? Why is he here? Low discussions were heard all around them. They were on the battlefield, so the discipline wasn't as strict. No one reprimanded them because of their noise. When Wang Tung walked past the military martial warriors, they dropped everything and saluted. They were extremely respectful towards him. They had already recognized Wang Tung. Amidst their gazes, Wang Tung and Zhou Xuanwu stopped at the end of the valley. What are they planning to do? Are they going to launch a counterattack? The military martial warriors started guessing. There was anticipation in their eyes. During the previous Star Beast attack, they had relied mainly on defense. It was frustrating. Thus, when they saw the general stage martial warriors taking action, they felt invigorated and excited. However, soon, they realized that only 2 figures rose into the air among all the martial warriors. The rest of them remained on the ground. General Zhou, Major General Wang. They stared at the 2 figures in the sky in astonishment. Everyone, we'll be leaving the camp to you guys. Please ensure that nothing happens to the camp, Zhou Xuanwu said. Don't worry, General Zhou. With us around, nothing will happen. The martial warriors below replied in unison. Wang Tung and Zhou Xuanwu stopped talking and disappeared into the depths of the mountains. The other general stage martial warriors stood on the spot for some time, staring in the direction Wang Tung and Zhou Xuanwu had left. They shook their heads. I hope they can come back safely. We can't afford to lose any one of them. Yes, General Zhou is the most powerful martial warrior in the camp. He must be safe. Wang Tung is still too young. Everyone chatted on their way back to the tent. They continued to discuss the future plan. In their hearts, Wang Tung and Zhou Xuanwu's trip would be futile. On the other side, Wang Tung and Zhou Xuanwu were now deep in the mountains. They had worked together once, so they were familiar with each other's abilities. There was no need to be doubtful of each other. Besides, after attempting the conversion skill, Zhou Xuanwu could sense that his ability had risen by a huge level. This allowed him to understand how powerful the planetary stage was. Other people might not believe Wang Tung when he said that he could solve the Star Beast problem alone, but he had trust in him. The only worry he had came from his fear of the star beast tide. Roar! Just as they were heading deeper, a loud bellow came from below. A giant ape stood up on the ground under them. It was more than 10 feet tall. It leaped up and slapped its large palm at Wang Tung and Zhou Xuanwu. Boom! The air around the hand was compressed due to the force, creating a sonic boom. The commotion created was appalling. The enormous palm pressed down on Wang Tung and Zhou Xuanwu like a mountain. 12-star Lord level. Zhou Xuanwu's expression changed slightly. He didn't think that the first star beast he met would be such a formidable foe. He wasn't afraid of this star beast, but he didn't want to receive this palm forcefully. As a human martial warrior, its strength was enough to hurt his body. Chapter 798, Fire Disaster. Zhou Xuanwu's expression turned grave. He was prepared to dodge the palm. He wasn't worried about Wang Tung. This was just a 12-star, Lord-level star beast. How could it hurt a planetary stage martial warrior? However, Wang Tung surprised him. His method was more direct than he had imagined. He pushed his palm out and welcomed the attack of the giant ape head-on. The disparity in the size of the two palms was vast. Boom! The next instant, the palms collided. The weaker and smaller palm managed to stop the enormous palm of the giant ape. That wasn't the end. Crack! The ape's eyes were filled with disbelief. It didn't understand how this fragile and puny little human could possess such a powerful ability. It didn't have the time to think, though. A sharp pain came from its arm, and the sound of its bone cracking was loud and clear. It howled in pain uncontrollably. Why are you screaming? After the palm attack, Wang Tung vanished and appeared above the ape's head. Get down! He stomped his feet right on the ape's crown. The giant ape shuddered. It felt a formidable strength pouring down from its head. Its gigantic body went out of control and started plummeting. It felt as if a meteorite had smashed on its head. Boom! The giant ape slammed into the mountain, creating a large tremor on the ground. Numerous trees fell. It was like an earthquake. The noise alerted the star beasts hiding in the mountains. They all bellowed in anger. Zhou Xuanwu felt his heart trembling when he heard the roars. If he was surrounded by all these Lord-level star beasts, he could forget about escaping. Yet Wang Tung was still calm and composed. He didn't seem bothered at all. Zhou Xuanwu suddenly felt inferior. Why was the difference between them so huge? What a large monkey! Wang Tung lamented. He didn't see Zhou Xuanwu's dejected expression. He flew down from the sky and stopped in midair to look at the giant ape. Human, how dare you barge in my territory? The giant ape bore with the excruciating pain and climbed up from the ground, causing another round of rumble. It raised its head and glared at Wang Tung. Wow, I'm so afraid. Wang Tung took a step back and patted his chest. The ape, Zhou Xuanwu. His acting was truly exaggerated. Zhou Xuanwu felt the corners of his eyes twitching as he stared at Wang Tung in amazement. As expected of Wang Tung, the ape could tell that Wang Tung was teasing it. It bellowed at the sky. Everyone, what you were waiting for. Kill this arg. The ape's shout suddenly got stuck in its throat. It made a retching sound, and its sentence ended abruptly. Zhou Xuanwu's expression turned strange. What did he see? Just when the ape was shouting with its mouth facing the sky, Wang Tung found a large rock from who knew where and threw it directly into the ape's mouth. As to why this simple attack could succeed, it was simply because the ape's mouth was huge. The ape felt extremely uncomfortable. It opened its mouth and straightened its neck. The large rock was stuck in its throat. It couldn't swallow it or spit it out. It was stuck in the weakest part of its throat, so it could only break it with brute force. Zhou Xuanwu couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he saw its expression. His Adam's apple moved up and down, and he felt as if there was something stuck in his throat. It felt dry and uncomfortable. This was a sinister move. Zhou Xuanwu felt that only Wang Tung could think of such a dirty trick. It suited his style. The star beasts closing and paused in unison. The atmosphere turned strange. This human seemed a little scary. Was it all right for them to charge forward? Wasn't it better to stay at home and have a nice sleep? Why did they have to come out and fight for their lives? Why? Crack, crack. Puff. The giant ape finally remembered that he could shatter the rock with force. It moved its throat and spat out the broken pieces of rocks. Roar! It bellowed in anger and shouted at the star beasts around it. Have you forgotten our purpose? Kill this human. The ape's words ignited the ferociousness in the star beasts. They screeched in anger and charged in that direction. Boom! The forest trembled and the ground shook violently. The commotion was petrifying. Very soon, a sea of star beasts could be seen crashing towards them from the woods below. The entire forest seemed to have turned black from their numbers. Zhou Xuanwu looked down from the sky and swallowed a gulp of his saliva. He said in a hoarse voice, Wang Tung, you've poked the hornet's nest. Haha, what are you afraid of? It's good that they're here. I wish all the star beasts would come. I can catch them all at once. Wang Tung laughed without any worry. Zhou Xuanwu didn't know what to say. This man had a big heart. He was still thinking of trapping all the star beasts in one go when facing such a frightening beast tide. Was this the confidence of a planetary stage martial warrior? Roar! Kill! Humans die! The howls of the star beasts merged together, and a ferocious aura gathered into the air. It surged towards Wang Tung and Zhou Xuanwu. Normal martial warriors would be filled with terror when they saw this scene. Even Zhou Xuanwu, who was a 13-star general stage martial warrior, started to panic. His face turned slightly pale. He wasn't being a coward. Honestly, he was just getting a little nervous. Why don't we go back and discuss the plan first? Zhou Xuanwu gulped silently and asked, Are you afraid? Wang Tung asked with a smile. How is that possible? I never knew what fear feels like. Zhou Xuanwu said confidently. Wang Tung glanced at Zhou Xuanwu, but he didn't expose him. He turned and scanned the star beast below with a cold expression. Boom! A loud explosion erupted. A terrifying flame burst out of Wang Tung's body. The emerald flame spread out and swept through the sky like a fire dragon. Scorching heat covered heaven and earth. The temperature in the region rose tremendously within a split second. Emerald glazed flame. Ever since Wang Tung advanced to the planetary stage, the power of the divine fires he controlled rose multiple times compared to the past. With a wave of his hand, the flames in the sky merged to form numerous fierce green dragons. The dragons bellowed at the sky. The star beasts stopped in their tracks and looked up. Their eyes were filled with emerald flames. They were dumbstruck. What is this? What a scary flame. The Lord-level star beasts started howling in fright. They were unnerved. Go! An angry shout echoed in the air. The green dragons shot out, and countless emerald flames fell from the sky. This felt like a scene from the end of the world. Chapter 799, Space Distortion Area. This mountain range was an extremely chilly place. It was covered with snow all year round and bred many ice element star beasts. When the rain of emerald flame fell on the ground, a flock of ice vultures opened their beaks and sprayed ice and snow into the sky. In an instant, there seemed to be heavy snowfall. Coldness spread through the air and turned into a gale, aiming straight for the flames. Pant! The snow danced wildly in the sky, wanting to extinguish the emerald flames. However, these ice vultures had underestimated the emerald-glazed flame. The instant the snow touched the flames, it melted and evaporated. The ice vultures screeched angrily and circled in the air. Large patches of snow dawned on Earth, turning this place into a world of ice and snow. Naive, Wang Tung sneered. He allowed the snow to fall with an indifferent expression. Boom! Suddenly, the emerald flame exploded and swallowed all the snow and ice. The temperature in this area rose multiple times. Not only that, but the giant dragon formed from the emerald glaze flame also shot into the air and soared towards the ice vultures. Screech! The ice vultures gave a shrill cry of fear. They flapped their wings frantically and wanted to escape. But after flying for about 10 meters, the emerald flame caught up and swallowed them. Screech! Screech! Screeches of despair resounded in the sky. Within a split second, the green flames disappeared entirely. Pitch-black objects plummeted down the sky. They had truly become burnt birds. The star beasts below were flabbergasted when they saw this scene. Wang Tung squinted. He waved his hand, and the emerald flames swept down again, engulfing numerous star beasts. Roar! Roar! Howl! Cries of fear reverberated in the woods continuously. There was no end to it. The star beasts had no chance of resisting the onslaught of the emerald-glazed flame. They got burned into ashes instantly. The star beasts behind were terrified. They didn't dare to rush forward anymore and started escaping in all directions. Thinking of running away, Wang Tung wouldn't give them a chance to leave. After spending so much effort to lure them out, he must kill to his heart's content. Spiritual power gushed out of his forehead. He controlled the emerald-glazed flame and threw it at the star beasts that were escaping. The star beasts got submerged by the flames one by one. Fortunately, the mountain range was full of rocks and accumulated snow. If not, the entire mountain range might have turned into a sea of fire. Even so, the flames continued burning in the forest. The emerald-glazed flame was a divine fire. It could burn anything that it came in touch with. Nothing could escape its wrath. Even the stones. You could see small stones burning everywhere. Zhou Xuanwu was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. He felt that he was in a dream. Wang Tung used a single flame to destroy the frightening beast tide. The star beasts scurried away miserably. This beast tide was their greatest worry. There were numerous powerful star beasts in every beast tide. The damage and impact of this large and strong group of beasts were terrifying. They weren't some random dogs and cats lying on the street. Yet they were burned to death like ants now. This was unbelievable. Zhou Xuanwu suddenly felt appalled. He had a feeling that he was just here to watch the show. The chief commander of the Xuanwu troop had become a spectator. For a moment, tears of inferiority dripped down Zhou Xuanwu's heart. This was too difficult. It was too difficult for him. Wang Tung didn't know what Zhou Xuanwu was thinking. The army of star beasts had collapsed. He decided to release Little White and the metal armor Flaming Scorpion. Zhou Xuanwu was astounded when he saw these two star beasts. Lord level. They were Lord level star beasts. Go and hunt the star beasts. The one who kills the most will receive more rewards at the end. Wang Tung told his two spiritual pets. He was using this chance to train his spiritual pets. He was progressing quickly. If his spiritual pets didn't increase their cultivation speed, they wouldn't be able to catch up with him. Wang Tung didn't expect them to follow his pace, but he hoped that they wouldn't fall too far behind. After all, as his spiritual pets, it wouldn't be presentable if their abilities were too low. The amazement in Zhou Xuanwu's eyes got stronger. Wang Tung was probably the only person who dared to release his spiritual pets at a time like this to train them. Little White and the metal armor Flaming Scorpion were excited. They immediately charged toward the star beast below and started their crazy massacre. The experiences of a spiritual pet depended on its master. If Little White and the metal armor Flaming Scorpion grew up normally, they would just be ordinary star beasts. However, under his guidance, their ability exceeded other star beasts at the same level, and they loved battles. They showed no mercy when they killed other star beasts. Zhou Xuanwu was shocked. He almost bit his own lip. Wang Tung was already a monster, but his spiritual pets were perverts too. Could he give other people some chance? This was a huge stimulation for Zhou Xuanwu. With his cultivation and ability, he wouldn't have had this mentality in the past. Now, he kept promising himself that he would cultivate with utmost effort after he went back. He must raise his strength quickly. He never wanted to experience the frustration of being a spectator again. Under the torture of the emerald-glazed flame, the majority of the star beasts had turned into ashes and floated away with the wind. They disappeared without a trace, as if they had never been in this world. The other star beasts knew that death was inevitable, so they kneeled down and started howling in despair in the direction of the mountain range. There was a sky-high snow mountain in that direction. Clouds covered the peak, making it impossible to see it. Roar! All the star beasts started howling as if they were paying their last respect. Their voices merged together, and the sound waves shook the mountains. What are they doing? Wang Tung was stunned. He frowned slightly. He activated his spiritual sight and looked at the snow mountain. wishing to see the secret behind their actions. There was a distorted force blocking his spiritual sight. He was unable to see through it. Space distortion. Wang Teng possessed space talent, so he knew right away that this was an obstacle caused by space distortion. It must be extremely powerful since his spiritual sight couldn't even see through it. What's the matter? Zhou Xuanwu also noticed something amiss. He flew beside Wang Teng and asked him, "There's something strange over there." Wang Teng smiled. "My luck is not bad. I made a random choice to come to Beijiang, and I met the big boss." Zhou Xuanwu suddenly thought of something. His expression changed. "Wait, that is where the dimensional rift is." Dimensional rift. I'm right. Wang Teng nodded. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. If that is the dimensional rift that connects to the Darkland, why are the star beasts paying their respects in that direction? Do they throw themselves into the laps of the dark apparitions? Chapter 800. Zhou Xuanwu felt a stab in his heart that star beasts are collaborating with the dark apparitions. Zhou Xuanwu was shocked by Wang Teng's guess. It was absurd. The star beasts had joined forces with the dark apparitions. How could this happen? Powerful star beasts possessed intelligence and were as smart as humans. If humans could cooperate with the dark apparitions, why couldn't they? Zhou Xuanwu wasn't stupid or naive. He knew that the star beasts weren't inflexible. He analyzed it in his heart and felt that there was around a 70% chance of this happening. His expression turned grim. If the star beasts cooperated with the dark apparitions, it would be difficult to handle. It's useless to think too much. Since the star beasts are paying their respect in that direction, let's see if anything will appear to save them, Wang Teng scoffed. He waved his hand, and flames shot out toward the remaining survivors mercilessly. The star beasts screamed in agony and died under the emerald-glazed flame. "Humans, you will die a terrible death. Roar, Beastmaster will take revenge for us. Beastmaster, Beastmaster, Beastmaster? Let me see if this Beastmaster will appear after I kill all these star beasts." The smile on Wang Teng's face grew wider. He didn't plan to hide it and turned even more vicious instead. He started killing the remaining star beasts cruelly. Since they chose to invade, they should be prepared for annihilation. Survival of the fittest was the crux of the martial arts era. This would never change. Star beasts started falling one by one, including powerful Lord-level star beasts. They weren't willing to die just like this, so they continued escaping into the depth of the mountains with the emerald-glazed flame pursuing them relentlessly. However, their efforts were useless. They could only die with regret and bitterness. After the last star beast died, the area turned silent. Only the burning flames and the charred marks on the ground proved that a frightening massacre had taken place here a second ago. Wang Teng released his spiritual power and kept his emerald-glazed flame. Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion also flew back. "Master, I killed 138 star beasts. 133 of them were below Lord level and 5 were at the Lord level," the metal armor flaming scorpion said in a fawning tone. "Not bad." Wang Teng nodded. Little White cawed. It didn't want to lose out. Little White says it killed 145 star beasts. 8 of them were at the Lord level. Wang Teng smiled. "Little Scorpion, it looks like you lost." Wang Teng knew how many star beasts they had killed. He possessed the 18 tasks multitasking skill, so he could split 2 thoughts out to watch over his spiritual pets. That was how he knew their result. Huh, how is that possible? How can a little crow kill more than me? The metal armor flaming scorpion said in disbelief. "It's smarter than you. It chews the star beasts I injured, so it was more efficient than you." Wang Teng smiled and replied, "What the hell, you can do that?" The metal armor flaming scorpion knocked its head with its pincers and scolded itself for its stupidity. It couldn't think of such a simple idea. "All right, it'll distribute star cores to you based on the number of Lord-level star beasts you have killed. Little White will get 8, and you'll get 5. Any problem with that?" Wang Teng took out a few fire element star cores and distributed them to his spiritual pets. "All right, I lost this time." The metal armor flaming scorpion swallowed his star cores dejectedly. Then, its eyes lit up, and it glanced at Little White. "Come on." Little White immediately gave a look of disdain and swallowed its star cores. It didn't give the scorpion a chance to speak. Do you have to guard against me so much? Seriously, the metal armor flaming scorpion muttered. Wang Tung ignored his bickering spiritual pets. His eyes shone brightly. A large number of attribute bubbles were floating in the forest. There were many of them. Get it? He released his spiritual power and collected all the attribute bubbles without any hesitation. Earth Force * 150 Ice Force * 210 Ice Force * 180 blank attribute * 165 blank attribute * 140 Fire Force * 120 Metal Force * 300 blank attribute * 240 Poison Force * 220 Wind Force * 310 blank attribute * 430. A line of attribute bubbles flew over like sugar-coated haws on a stick. They merged into Wang Tung's body. His body trembled again and again. It never stopped. A large amount of force flowed throughout his meridians. Besides the basic 5-element forces, the other mutated forces rose tremendously too, especially his ice force. It went from the 11-star low-tier general stage to the 13-star high-tier general stage. Ice Force 15050/50,000 13-star. The Wind Force and Poison Force increased greatly too. They broke through from the 12-star general stage to the 13-star high-tier general stage. Wind Force 8500/50,000 13-star. Poison Force 11200/50,000 13-star. All three mutated forces had reached the 13-star level. This advancement was amazing. Lightning Force also jumped from the 11-star low-tier general stage to the 12-star general stage. Lightning Force 13600/35,000 12-star. Wang Tung suddenly felt that this beast tide wasn't a bad thing. It allowed his cultivation to increase. In the past, he would require much effort and time to reach a similar effect. The only unfortunate thing was the Star Beast didn't possess Dark Force or Light Force. Thus, no matter how many Star Beasts he killed, there was no increase in these two attributes. Do I have to use my blank attributes to raise them? Wang Tung mumbled to himself. He glanced at his blank attributes. He had gained many blank attributes this time. On his attributes panel, his tally had reached 138,500. Since the last time he used up all his blank attributes, he had collected more than 100,000 attributes again. One arduous process. However, his heart started aching when he thought of using up all his blank attributes again. Forget it. Let's wait a bit. Dark Force and Light Force might appear. Wang Tung consoled himself. He turned and looked at Zhou Xuanwu only to notice his doubtful expression and inferior aura. He shook his head and started self-reflecting. Should he take better care of the people beside him? He didn't want to be responsible if they did anything stupid because of the stimulation they received. Wang Tung opened his mouth and said, "Brother Zhou, do you want to go back? I plan to take a look up that mountain." Zhou Xuanwu felt a stab in his heart. He took a deep breath and said, "Let me accompany you. I'm familiar with this area, so I might be of some help." He sounded extremely unconfident, though. Would he be helpful? Maybe not. But since he had already said it, he couldn't take back his words and admit that he was here just as an audience. He still had his dignity. "Let's go. I want to see what that scaredy cat looks like." Wang Tung didn't hesitate and nodded instantly. He flew towards the snow mountain. Chapter 801. It's you. The snow mountain went all the way into the clouds. There was mist covering the entire peak, so it was impossible to see it clearly. Wang Tung and Zhou Xuanwu turned into rays of light and dashed into the mist. Once they got closer, he felt a distinct space distortion. Be careful. Even though Wang Tung had reached the planetary stage, he was still cautious. He reminded Zhou Xuanwu unconsciously. He had experienced the power of a dimensional rift personally, so he knew how scary it was. Even planetary stage martial warriors couldn't promise that they could get out of a dimensional rift safely. Wang Tung still remembered the ancient god's corpse. Even that powerful presence got killed by space distortions, much less a planetary stage martial warrior like him. Zhou Xuanwu knew the dangers, so he didn't dare to be careless. He nodded hurriedly and followed behind Wang Teng like a shadow. He scanned his surroundings vigilantly to detect any signs of danger. The two of them slowed down and slowly climbed up the peak. They pushed through the thick mist and finally arrived at the top. Tap! Tap! When the two of them landed on the peak of the mountain, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. The entire space was pitch black and covered with dense fog. They couldn't see their surroundings clearly. Wang Teng frowned. There was astonishment in his eyes. From the bottom, the peak was shrouded in mist. However, when they stepped into this place, they realized that the top was encased by dark clouds. They were as thick as ink. A few bolts of silver lightning flashed across the dark clouds occasionally. They looked like silver snakes slithering back and forth among the clouds. Zhou Xuanwu was dumbstruck. He said in a hoarse voice, "When I was sent to guard this place, I observed the dimensional rift on this peak. This wasn't the scene I saw." Now, he didn't have to continue his sentence. Anyone could tell that the situation had gotten worse. "A more serious situation has appeared," Wang Teng said calmly with no change in his expression. He scanned the ground and saw many attribute bubbles floating in midair. These attribute bubbles were all translucent and black. He knew what they contained. "It's you, Dark Force. It must be you." Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He released his spiritual power and swept the ground. "Get it!" Black attribute bubbles flew over to him and merged into Wang Teng's body. Dark Force *80 Dark Force *120 Dark Force *150 Dark Force *130. The attribute bubbles turned into large amounts of dark force and floated around Wang Teng's body. They even gave off a splashing sound like the water gurgling into a stream. Within a few seconds, Wang Teng had gained more than 8,000 points of dark force. His dark force advanced from the 11-star low-tier general stage to the 12-star general stage. Dark force, 3250/35,000, 12-star. It felt amazing to be able to rise a rank within a split second. Others wouldn't be able to experience this joy. Wang Teng smiled. He was overjoyed. Zhou Xuanwu turned to look at him. He wanted to ask Wang Teng about his plans, but he coincidentally saw the smile on his face. He was stunned. What is this? Why was he giving that sinister smile? Did he get contaminated? Did he get affected by the dark force? Numerous possibilities ran wild in Zhou Xuanwu's mind. He stared at Wang Teng vigilantly and took a few steps back. He was prepared to run when needed. After all, Wang Teng was a planetary stage, formidable warrior. If he got affected by the dark force, he could only run. He didn't want to fight with him. No chance at all. He wouldn't be able to withstand a single slap from him. "What are you doing?" Wang Teng was surprised when he saw Zhou Xuanwu's expression. He didn't know what had happened. He looked like a normal person, but why was he suddenly doing stupid things? "Wang Teng, do you feel uncomfortable?" Zhou Xuanwu asked carefully. "Uncomfortable?" Wang Teng was puzzled. He asked in confusion, "I feel fine. Which part of me looks uncomfortable?" "Cough. Why don't you feel your body again? Is there anything abnormal?" Zhou Xuanwu still didn't dare to get close. This was how a person who got contaminated with dark force normally acted. They didn't feel that there was anything wrong with them, just like how a mentally ill patient would feel that he was normal. Wang Teng was infuriated by his expression. The guy was looking at him as if he was an idiot. His face turned black, and he shouted, "You're the abnormal one. Your entire family is abnormal." Sigh. Zhou Xuanwu heaved a long sigh when he saw the furious Wang Teng. Good. He was able to remain normal even when he was angry. This meant that he wasn't contaminated by the dark force. He was fine. "You gave me a scare. I thought you got contaminated," he said hurriedly after confirming that Wang Teng was all right. "I got contaminated?" Wang Teng pointed at himself in disbelief. He didn't understand why Zhou Xuanwu felt that way. His dark force was at the 12-star general stage. He was a powerful presence among the dark apparitions. He wouldn't get contaminated or receive a backlash from the dark force. But Zhou Xuanwu wasn't aware of this. Only Wang Teng knew that he would never get contaminated. "What are you thinking? I'm stronger than you. If you aren't affected, I won't be either." Wang Teng was speechless. "Well, You gave that weird smile just now. In these circumstances, anyone will think too much, Zhou Xuanwu said in a righteous and angry tone. Wang Teng was speechless. It was all because of his smile. Cough. He got dizzy with success just now. Wang Teng felt embarrassed, but his expression didn't change. He kept a stern face and said, "What smile? You must have seen wrong. Why would I give that smile? I was in deep thought all this while." Zhou Xuanwu started to doubt himself. Did he see it wrong? No, that was impossible. As a general stage martial warrior, he wouldn't see wrong. This was impossible. A sly look flashed past Wang Teng's eyes when he saw Zhou Xuanwu getting confused by his lie. The look only lasted for a second, though. He coughed softly and said, "Let's go and take a look around. The mist is too thick. We can't see the situation here clearly." All right. Zhou Xuanwu regained his senses and nodded. He stopped pondering over the question. They didn't separate. Instead, they headed in the same direction and prepared to circle the peak first to detect anything amiss. The visibility was only 3 meters. Wang Teng activated his spiritual sight and scanned his surroundings. Swoosh! At this moment, a soft sound echoed in the mist. It was conspicuous. "Be careful!" Wang Teng's expression changed, and he shouted instantly. Chapter 802, Golden Horn, Giant Python. Almost simultaneously, Zhou Xuanwu's expression changed. A blade appeared in his hand, and he slashed it into the air within a split second. Swoosh! A thick and heavy blade glow shot out horizontally, cutting the mist into 2. When the mist separated, a pitch-black monster appeared in front of the blade glow. Roar! The monster roared in anger after getting discovered. It charged towards the yellow blade glow and collided with it. Boom! A thunderous roar was heard. The strange beast made a weird sound and got thrown into the mist by the blade glow. However, it shifted its body and disappeared into the fog again. A sharp glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes. He saw the power ingrained in Zhou Xuanwu's blade attack. There was constellation force in it, so the impact was greater than a normal general stage attack. That was why he managed to force the python back. If not, a 13-star general stage martial warrior might have fallen for its sneak attack. After the strange beast disappeared, Zhou Xuanwu remained grim. "What is this? I felt dark force in it." "It is dark force." Wang Teng nodded. "The star beast must have been contaminated by dark force. That's why it can merge into the darkness." "I can't find it." Zhou Xuanwu furrowed his brows as he glanced around him. "There's no need to find them. They will come out themselves." Wang Teng smiled. Zhou Xuanwu was stunned. He caught a detail and exclaimed, "Them? Yes, there's more than one." The instant Wang Teng finished speaking, a soft plop was heard in the air again. You're seeking death." Wang Teng snorted. More than 10 flying daggers shot out of his body, even though he wasn't moving. They turned into sharp rays of light and stabbed into the thick fog. Zhou Xuanwu squinted when he saw the sharp rays. Splurt, splurt, splurt. The instant the rays of light entered the mist, the sound of sharp blades cutting through flesh came from inside. They also heard heavy objects slamming into the ground. Within a few seconds, all noises had disappeared. The sharp rays of light flew back and floated around Wang Teng. They cut through the air gently, dispersing the mist. Zhou Xuanwu swallowed his saliva when he saw the flying daggers. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably, and he felt fear creeping up in his heart. Divine Spirit Master. A frightening Divine Spirit Master. Wang Teng was a monster. Not only was his force cultivation at the planetary stage, but he also possessed the rare Divine Spirit Master talent. And he seemed powerful in that field, too. Could he give other people some chance? "You killed all of them?" The question escaped his mouth as he looked at Wang Teng. "Then not very strong. They just knew a strange concealing skill," Wang Teng replied casually. He walked into the mist and continued. "Let's go and see what it is." Zhou Xuanwu was rendered speechless. He had attacked the monster before, so he knew how powerful it was. Hence, he didn't believe whatever Wang Teng said. Wang Teng's understanding of strong was vastly different from a normal person's. He would be an idiot if he believed him. He shook his head and caught up with Wang Tung. After taking a few steps, he saw Wang Tung squatting down and poking the beast with his finger. Zhou Xuanwu walked closer to take a look. He was stunned by what he saw. This was a strange-looking snake. It was covered with pitch-black scales and needle-like thorns. Its head was huge, and it had sharp teeth. It looked horrendous at first glance. "Is this the creature?" Zhou Xuanwu asked. "I have never seen a star beast like this. Its body is full of dark force. Look at this." Wang Tung pointed to the black ice at the side and signaled Zhou Xuanwu. "This is ice force." Zhou Xuanwu hesitated before making a guess. "That's right. This is the combination of dark force and ice force. It was probably formed by this strange python when it attacked." Wang Tung nodded. He was certain because he had gained many dark force and ice force attribute bubbles. That means Earth star beasts have been contaminated by the dark force. Zhou Xuanwu frowned. "Maybe not. When I went to the Darkland, I saw similar star beasts. They might be star beasts from the Darkland," Wang Tung said. Zhou Xuanwu nodded in deep thought. "Whatever it is, it's bad news for us. I wonder if there are other strange snakes, or are they coming into our world through the dimensional rift? We need to look at the dimensional rift to be sure." Wang Tung raised his head. Suddenly, he froze. "You shouldn't have spoken." Zhou Xuanwu was stunned. Why was Wang Tung scolding him? He saw Wang Tung staring absent-mindedly at the sky, so he raised his head too. His body tensed up. Right above them, a gigantic head was popping out gradually among the dark clouds. A pair of black-brown eyes were staring at them coldly. Do we alert their ancestors?" Zhou Xuanwu gulped with difficulty. "I think so." Wang Tung nodded. "Shall we run?" Zhou Xuanwu could sense a terrifying aura from the giant creature. This beast was definitely above the 13-star Lord level. "You can give it a try," Wang Tung gloated. "Why don't you do it first?" Zhou Xuanwu's face turned black. "I'm not afraid of it. Why do I need to run?" Wang Tung replied calmly. Silence. Zhou Xuanwu didn't know what to say. Wang Tung's words made sense. At the same time, he felt that he was teasing him. Roar! A giant creature appeared above their heads and gave a frightening bellow. The sound waves surged over like real solid. The dark clouds started churning, and silver bolts of lightning danced wildly. A small part of a large creature was revealed among the black clouds. The star beast was too huge. From the size of its head and the part of the body it had revealed, they could tell that it must be a few hundred meters in length. Its body was mostly hidden among the dark clouds, so they couldn't see it fully. It looked similar to the strange snakes Wang Tung had killed a moment ago. However, it was more hideous and majestic, and it had an extra black horn on its head. There were numerous complicated golden patterns plastered on the black horn. It looked mysterious. Wang Tung activated his spiritual sight and saw a huge ball of force light inside the giant python. It was a special force formed from the merger of dark force and ice force, and it was glaring. If he used the human martial warrior's rank to gauge this ball of light, this creature would be at the planetary stage. Chapter 803. The Adventures with the Netherworld Giant Python. The peak of the snow mountain was enveloped by dark clouds. A terrifying giant python circled within the gloomy clouds. Just a small part of its body was enough to terrify its opponents and make their hearts shudder in fear. It pushed its large head out of the dark clouds and stared down at the two humans below with its chilly gaze. Unexpectedly, one of the humans didn't seem to possess any fear towards it. His expression was extremely calm. This expression isn't right. This isn't right. How could a mere human remain composed in front of me, the netherworld giant python? When did my force of presence drop so low? A tinge of confusion floated in the netherworld giant python's heart. It didn't understand, so it opened its mouth and spoke to Wang Tung. Human. Wang Tung was sizing up the giant python and comparing his ability with it. He felt that he could kill his opponent and was wondering how to do it when he suddenly heard the giant python addressing him. It wasn't strange for this star beast to speak. After all, it was extremely powerful, so it must have high intelligence. The weird thing was, it was speaking in Earth's language. This was a little interesting. Was this giant python born on this Earth? Was that why it could speak their language? But when did such a frightening star beast appear on Earth? It didn't make sense. Wang Tung was in deep thought. The giant python got furious when it saw the human ignoring it. Anger welled up in its heart, and its gaze froze over. Human, who gave you the balls to ignore me? An angry bellow came from the giant python's mouth. A powerful force of presence pressed down on him from the sky. Wang Tung and Zhou Xuanwu were hit directly. The force pushed against their bodies. Zhou Zuan's face turned slightly pale. He took a step back uncontrollably and was flabbergasted. What a terrifying aura! He knew that this giant python was formidable, but he didn't expect just its aura to be so suffocating. It was incredible. Why are you shouting? My eardrums are itching from the vibration. Wang Tung regained his senses and said in a contemptuous tone. He dug his ear with his finger. Silence. Zhou Xuanwu looked at Wang Tung helplessly. He felt that this fellow's focus point was a little off. The netherworld giant python was astounded. This human didn't get affected by its presence? Looks like his ability is not bad. No wonder he could maintain his composure. So this is his confidence. When Wang Tung was hiding his ability, he looked ordinary on the surface. Even a netherworld giant python couldn't see his true power. Suddenly, disdain and mockery appeared in its eyes. The humans on Earth didn't have any legacies, so they could only struggle at the general stage. No matter how strong this human was, he could only be at the general stage. A general stage human martial warrior was as weak as an ant in front of it. The confidence this human thought he could rely on would be easily shattered. This was its confidence as an emperor-level star beast. For star beasts, the emperor level was similar to the planetary stage. The netherworld giant python suddenly recalled the hardships it went through in its life. It started to shed tears of sorrow. In the past, it was still a naive and innocent little snake playing happily in the valley. After it got tired of playing, it would go home to find its mother. Life was mundane but joyful. However, it didn't know that it was a little snake that was meant to become a protagonist. One day, it climbed up this snow mountain out of curiosity and noticed an interesting little crack. It swore that it only used its tail to tap it cautiously because it found it interesting and wanted to play with it. It was just a light tap. It never thought of entering the crack. However, the situation went beyond its expectations. A powerful suction force came out of the little crack and sucked it in. That was what happened. It wasn't its fault. The force was so strong that it got sucked right in. The little snake fainted after it entered the crack. When it woke up, it realized that it was in a strange place. The surroundings were pitch black. The sky was dark and looked terrifying. It wanted to go back home to find its mother, but it couldn't find the small crack anymore. It had no choice but to roam around this strange world. However, there were many frightening, huge beasts here. They were malicious and wanted to eat it. Once they spotted it, they would pounce on it like hungry beggars. It was so scared that it scurried away in fear. However, it was destined to be a protagonist. It managed to escape every time and remain alive. Finally, one day, it was chased by a terrifying large beast to a cliff. It had nowhere to run, so it could only jump down. At that moment, its eyes were filled with tears of regret. Mother, I should have listened to you. I shouldn't have run around. I shouldn't have touched that little crack. Mother, if there's another lifetime, I promise I will be an obedient child. It closed its eyes and waited for a round of excruciating pain before it left this hellish world. But things weren't as simple as it thought. It managed to survive. It got tangled into some vines and dangled in midair. Come on, it was a snake. Vines couldn't trap it. It crawled out slowly from the vines and slid down the cliff. It was only around 10 meters away from the bottom. There was a deep pool right below the cliff. It seemed bottomless, and it was giving off a bone-chilling cold. The little snake was born to love the cold. When it saw the ice pool, the injuries on its body seemed to hurt less, and the uneasiness in its heart disappeared. It seemed to have found its home. It hurriedly dragged its injured body and wriggled towards the pool with all its energy. Plunk! It finally slithered into the pool. The ice-cold water might be lethal to other creatures, but to the little snake, It was the perfect tonic. It closed its eyes comfortably. From then on, the pool became its home. There were no frightening large beasts here to eat it, and this place was a huge playground. It considered it as its amusement park. As it stayed longer and longer in the ice pool, it got stronger and stronger. Its body grew bigger until one day, it got enlightened and possessed the intelligence of a human. It knew how to think and became a thoughtful snake. It was unwilling to stay here and wished to leave this place. However, before departing, it wanted to swim into the depth of the pool to discover its secret. This ice pool was strange. The chill it gave off strengthened its ability. Besides, there was a strange power in it. In the past, it didn't understand, but after gaining intelligence, it knew what it was. Hence, it decided to swim to the bottom of the pool. It headed in the direction of the chill and swam all the way until it saw a gigantic skeleton. The skeleton was half covered by the soil. It circled the entire pool, and there seemed no end to it. The snake was at the location where the skull was. It saw an uneven round crystal floating inside the skull. It was giving off a faint, mysterious glow and an ice-cold stream of energy, which spread to the entire pool. The snake couldn't shift its gaze away after seeing the crystal. It had a lethal attraction toward it. Chapter 804. Race Legacy. The snake salivated because of the skull. Following its heart, it swallowed the crystal. Boom! The next instant, terrifying energy exploded in its body. It finally regained its senses and felt frightened and shocked. It forgot that it was an intelligent snake. How could it swallow things without caution? It could die from eating random stuff. It didn't have the time to think properly. As the frightening energy wreaked havoc in its body, a memory surged into its mind. Its pitiful brain capacity hit its limit because of the huge chunk of memory. Then it lost its consciousness. It didn't know how long it had slept. When it woke up, its body had grown 3 times bigger. Although it wasn't as big as the skeleton at the bottom of the pool, it was considered a huge python already. At the same time, many new memories had appeared in its mind. These memories allowed it to understand what cultivation and race legacy was. This race legacy came from a powerful star beast called the netherworld giant python. This race had difficulty producing offspring, so it was extremely rare. However, pure-blood netherworld giant pythons had great potential and could grow extremely huge. Adult netherworld giant pythons were mostly at the emperor level. They could roam in the emptiness freely and were a powerful race in the universe. What the little snake swallowed was the legacy stone of the netherworld giant python race. It contained cultivation memories and the purest essence blood of the race. The little snake slowly evolved to become a real netherworld giant python after receiving the essence blood. It started cultivating continuously thereafter, and its ability rose exponentially. It only left the ice pool after it reached the emperor level. When a netherworld giant python returned to the location of the little crack, it realized that this place had been overtaken by a bunch of dark apparitions. At that moment, it already understood that the little crack didn't disappear. It was just hidden in the emptiness. At that time, it was too weak, so it couldn't detect its presence. Now, that little crack had expanded and turned into a huge dimensional rift connecting 2 worlds. The netherworld giant python had a strong desire to go home and look for its mother. The thought had become an obsession, so it planned to go back to Earth using this dimensional rift. Naturally, the appearance of a terrifying star beast alerted the formidable dark apparitions. Emperor-level star beasts were like the devil lords among the dark apparitions. The higher authorities of the dark apparitions sent a devil lord to confront the netherworld giant python. In the end, they reached an agreement and stopped fighting. The netherworld giant python passed through the dimensional rift safely and returned to Earth. After coming back, it discovered that its mother had died a long time ago in the hands of human martial warriors. The netherworld giant python had no good impression of humans. It yearned for its mother terribly, only to find out that she had died. It was extremely furious. The devil lord accompanying it kept brainwashing it, So the thought of taking revenge on the humans grew in the heart of this netherworld giant python. It decided to cooperate with the dark apparitions to annihilate the humans on Earth. This was the cause of the star beast riot on Earth. Hey, why are you daydreaming? Are you lovesick? I might have killed some of your children, but you don't have to be in a hurry to make more snakes. An irritating voice was heard. The netherworld giant python was pulled out of its thoughts. It looked at Wang Tung in confusion. Make more snakes. It felt speechless suddenly. To hell with making small snakes. A normal person with a normal mind wouldn't think of this in such a situation. This human's mind was a little crooked. The netherworld giant python complained in its heart. It wanted to crush this human to death so much. Little snakey, where are you from? Why do you know Earth's language? Wang Tung opened his mouth again and asked. Little snakey. Zhou Xuanwu stared at Wang Tung with his mouth agape. What was he thinking when he called this gigantic python little snakey? The netherworld giant python was on the verge of losing its temper. It was a majestic netherworld giant python, yet this human called it little snakey. This was so embarrassing. You're a little snakey. Your entire family is a little snakey. Brat, how dare you humiliate me? The netherworld giant python hissed in anger. You haven't answered my question. Silence. You're looking for death. This was the first time the netherworld giant python found a human so irritating. The veins on its head throbbed furiously. It couldn't control its anger anymore and roared into the sky. Its giant tail hammered down from the dark clouds. Boom! Eruptions filled up the entire sky, and the air seemed to be trembling as if it was going to crack under the overwhelming pressure. This scene was terrifying. Words couldn't describe it. Move! Zhou Xuanwu was flabbergasted as he stared at the giant tail hammering down from the sky. His heart was filled with fear and amazement as he shot back like a bullet. He didn't even have a single thought of resisting. No ordinary martial warrior would be able to withstand such an attack. Even in this situation, Wang Tung only raised his head slightly without any fluctuation in his emotions. He stared at the giant tail as it plummeted towards him like a meteor. A strong gale caused his hair to dance crazily. If the giant tail landed on him, he would be smashed into minced human meat. The netherworld giant python stared at him intently with merciless eyes. Oomph! Wang Tung suddenly snorted. Is he laughing? The netherworld giant python was surprised. He's laughing? Wang Tung raised his hand above his head with his palm facing upwards. Boom! A deafening explosion quaked the ground below his feet. Large patches of snow tumbled down from the peak, creating a huge avalanche. The scene everyone was expecting didn't happen. The large tail stopped in midair. He caught it, and he caught it with one hand. Wang Tung looked extremely tiny below the giant tail. Yet he managed to stop the tail with one hand. He stood there casually without budging an inch. The mountain was still trembling, but the ground below him showed no signs of sinking in. He had received all the strength and power of this attack with his small and tiny body. The netherworld giant python squinted. It stared at the figure below its tail in disbelief. How is that possible? This attack might not be its strongest move, but it was still the attack of an emperor-level star beast. How could a puny human resist it? And only with one hand. The next instant, its gaze turned sharp, and killing intent shot out of it. This human was a huge threat since he possessed such power. It mustn't let him remain alive. The netherworld giant python pulled its tail, wanting to swing it back. However, it realized that no matter how hard it pulled, its tail refused to move at all. Sigma. Chapter 805. Come, mount the clouds and ride the mist. The netherworld giant python was dumbfounded. An ominous feeling emerged in its heart. There was something wrong with this human. Human, I shall give you a chance. Let go of my tail, or else. The python pretended to be calm and composed. Or what? Wang Tung asked as he held on to the python's tail with one hand, while placing his other hand behind his back. He raised his head and looked at the python with an ambiguous smile. Don't be too full of yourself, human. I gave you a chance to surrender because I saw that you're quite capable. I didn't even use any strength just now. The giant python got flustered when it looked at Wang Tung's expression. However, it was good at bluffing too, as its tone remained unchanged, even putting on a look of disdain. Then I really need to thank you. Wang Tung rolled his eyes. Act. Go on. Try harder. He couldn't tell that this python was an expert in pretending, just like him. Zhou Xuanwu was stunned. He had felt the tremors just now, and it showed how terrifying that blow was. Yet Wang Tung actually managed to stop that with one hand. Was he human? How terrifying was his strength to be able to do that so easily? It wasn't just about his strength. There were no cracks on the ground, meaning that Wang Tung had absorbed all that power with his physical body. If his body wasn't strong enough, that kind of power would have shredded him apart. Wang Tung's body must be frighteningly powerful. Zhou Xuan's heart shook as he gazed at Wang Tung in astonishment. This guy is really a monster. But it's just that his brain isn't wired normally. He actually has the time to chat with that giant python. That bastard needs to have some situational awareness. They were in a hurry. Zhou Xuan's heart was filled with complaints that he couldn't voice out. Wang Tung's face showed a trace of embarrassment and smiled at Zhou Xuanwu as though he had sensed his resentment. He then turned serious and looked up. Let's end this. I'll give you a chance as well. Surrender or die. Netherworld giant python. Damn, how ruthless. The conversation was going well until his expression changed. Humans are all cold-blooded animals. However, it was impossible for the Netherworld giant python to surrender. The pride of the pythons never allowed them to be so cowardly. Furthermore, they hadn't gotten serious. It was still hard to tell who would emerge victorious. It was just a little doubtful just now. It didn't mean that it was afraid. A mighty emperor-level netherworld giant python was strong. Really strong. To show that it wasn't cowardly, the giant python let out a hiss. It looked ferocious as the air billowed. Extremely ferocious. Die! The upper body of the giant python finally emerged from the dark cloud and slammed towards Wang Tung. Its huge maw was wide open as though it was swallowing the sky. Wang Tung raised his head and could only see a dark hole and those huge, ferocious fangs. Everything else was covered. He measured himself and felt that his small body couldn't fit between the gaps of its fangs. As the messy thought flashed by, Wang Tung let go of the python's tail and disappeared from his spot. Boom! The netherworld giant python closed its mouth and swallowed a mouth of cool air. This tastes wonderful. My foot. It quickly raised its head and searched for that human figure. Right then, it suddenly felt its head sink. Then came the human's voice. Little snaky, come, mount the clouds and ride the mist. Go! Zhou Xuanwu was no longer worried about Wang Tung's safety anymore. He could tell that the brat didn't take the giant python seriously. This was a solid performance. The only thing that left him speechless was that this guy was too reckless. Go! What go? Only he could have thought about riding that giant python like a horse. The netherworld giant python was alarmed when it was stepped on. However, it was infuriated after hearing Wang Tung's words. Extremely furious. This human is so bold. How dare he use me as a mount? Get off me. The netherworld giant python shook its head wildly in a bid to fling that bastard off. Don't bother. You can't get rid of me. They used to call me a driver from Initial D. A small worm like you flinging me off will only be an insult to my nickname, Wang Tung said as he held on to the python's horn lightly with one hand. Initial D? The netherworld giant python didn't understand what that was, but it could tell that nothing good ever came out of this human's mouth. However, this was not the time to think about this. It realized something embarrassing. It shook its head for the longest time, yet it was still unable to get that human off. This was bad. But when it felt something touching its horn, a treacherous smile appeared in its eyes. You're looking for death. The giant python sneered, and the gold pattern on its horn suddenly lit up. An extreme chill was blasted from it. In just an instant, Wang Tung's hand, including the horn, was frozen with a thick layer of black ice. It even spread towards his body. Wang Tung's eyes flashed. He felt the chill penetrating his body as if it would freeze his whole body, even the force inside him. This is interesting. The next moment, the emerald-glazed flame surged from his body. Boom! The emerald flames erupted from his arms, burning within the black ice. Scorching heat emanated from the black ice. The sturdy and tough ice melted, and in a short while, Wang Tung's arm was clasping the horn as per normal. "They'll let you taste my flames, too." The corner of Wang Tung's mouth showed a slight arc as the flames danced and enveloped the horn. The netherworld giant python was terrified. It channeled the force in its body into frost and shot it out from its horn. The frost of the black ice clashed against the heat of the flames. However, the divine flame already had a reputation. In the hands of a planetary stage martial warrior like Wang Tung, it became even more horrifying. The clash didn't last long. The emerald glaze flame quickly gained the upper hand. The black ice gradually retreated, and a wave of heat seared into the horn. How? The netherworld giant python was an ice element star beast and was afraid of flames. Furthermore, the horn was the most sensitive part of its body. The amount of pain inflicted was multiplied, causing it to let out a shrill howl. Chapter 806. I beg you to come down. An evil smile appeared at the edge of Wang Tung's lips when he heard the agonizing scream. What do you think? Is it good? Do you feel amazing? Do you want me to raise the temperature? The netherworld giant python suddenly felt that this human was the devil. Zhou Xuanwu, who was on the other side, thought so too. The giant python's body swung wildly. If Zhou Xuanwu didn't stay far away, he would have been hit. He couldn't withstand that kind of terrifying power, but it was still fun to watch. For some reason, looking at Wang Tung torturing that frightening giant python was rather entertaining. Not good? Looks like I need more power. Seeing that the giant python was silent, Wang Tung immediately condensed the emerald glazed flame, causing the temperature above the horn to rise rapidly. Ow! Pain! 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 The giant python suddenly let out another tragic howl and twitched fiercely as it rolled amongst the dark clouds, fading in and out. The scene was frightening. It felt like it was about to explode. The netherworld giant pythons feared fire the most, and the heat was grilling it. "I'm about to die. Look at this. You did well mounting the clouds and riding the mist." Wang Tung's voice had a trace of mockery and was full of praise as he opened his mouth. "You get off me." The netherworld giant python shouted again and shook its head frantically as though it was having a seizure. Calm down, calm down. It's just the beginning. It'll make you feel so amazing." Wang Tung smiled. I'm amazed. "Don't do it again." The giant python suddenly shuddered and felt chills as it shouted hurriedly. "Really?" Wang Tung asked curiously. "Really?" "Yes." The giant python didn't dare to say no, fearing that Wang Tung wouldn't believe it. It had completely lost its pride. The dignity of the netherworld giant python was just a passing cloud. It was not worth mentioning. Staying alive was more important. How amazing was it? Wang Tung questioned. The giant python was stunned for a moment. Its mind was going berserk. What's with that question? Why are you asking me again when I've already told you it was amazing? Are you going to get to the bottom of this? There must be a problem with this human's brain. He's a problem child. You don't have an answer? It looks like it wasn't enough. Wang Tung shook his head, and the temperature in his hands rose again. The netherworld giant python roared in pain and was about to vomit blood. However, it had to shout, "Amazing, very amazing, extremely amazing." It secretly told itself that this wasn't cowardice. It was just a strategic move. The netherworld giant python suppressed its feelings. Deceive this human first and kill him later. That's right. I worked so hard. How can it not be amazing? Wang Tung nodded. Yes, it's too amazing. I've already experienced it. Stop wasting your force. I beg you to come down. The giant python's eyes were filled with tears. This little snaky is very good at talking, but there's no need for you to worry about my force reserves. Since you find it so amazing, let's have another round. I love satisfying others. Save your thanks, Wang Tung said. The netherworld giant python was dazed. Things shouldn't go like this. Wasn't he going to let it go after it said that it was amazing? Why wasn't this human keeping his word? Humans really are liars. They just love to deceive others. Sob, thank you? Why should I thank you? I will kill you with my spit. Zhou Xuanwu almost burst out laughing. Wang Teng was such a prankster that he could even make a star beast have doubts about life. Perhaps only Wang Teng could be able to do such a thing. Wang Teng increased the intensity of his flames and roasted the horn red. The gold patterns on the horn started turning crimson and emitting steam. Howl! The netherworld giant python kept making strange noises as it inched closer to death. It was too painful. There was nothing more unbearable than the scorching heat. It was simply the cruelest form of torture that the giant python had encountered in its life. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound resounded in the sky. The netherworld giant python's body stiffened. What was that sound? Why was there such a bad feeling? What? Your horn seems to be broken, Wang Teng said with a bit of guilt as he looked at the horn. Cracks were forming on it. Broken? The horn is broken. The giant python's eyes went dull, as though it couldn't accept the fact. Crack! Crack! A series of cracking sounds followed. Each crack was like an arrow piercing the giant python's heart. Its heart hurt. Crack! Snap! Suddenly, after a crisp sound, the entire horn shattered, breaking away from the netherworld giant python's head. Roar! The giant python went mad. With a flick of its head, it threw Wang Teng, who had lost his footing, away. Its body flew out of the dark clouds and turned into a black whip, rushing towards Wang Teng, who was still in midair. You actually destroyed my horn, damned human. The intense pain had caused the giant python to lose its mind. It roared angrily as an intense black light condensed in its mouth. A black beam of light then shot out. Oh crap, this is crazy, crazy. Wang Teng flipped his body and took a step in midair. He vanished from his spot, avoiding the beam in the nick of time. Boom! The black beam struck a mountain some distance away, raising the upper half of the mountain along with itself. This is a dark force attack. Wang Teng's eyes narrowed slightly. He stepped forward, charging toward the netherworld giant python in a streak of light. Since you're so eager to die, they'll grant you your wish. Wang Teng's eyes flashed. He slashed fiercely with the sword that had appeared in his hand. Planetary stage battle technique. Star fire sword slash. A flaming sword glow erupted from his sword, covering 100 feet in an instant. It rushed up the sky. When Wang Teng swung the sword, it came slashing down. The netherworld giant python spewed out a black beam of light again. It was much stronger than the previous one, and it brazenly faced the sword glow coming toward it. Boom! The two forces clashed in the sky. The rich black light and the dazzling crimson sword glow weaved against each other, setting off rumbling explosions. Boom! Eventually, the crimson sword glow sliced the black beam and continued stabbing forward. The giant python's pupils shrank into pinholes. It was terrified to the core as it soared into the sky, rushing towards the area with dark clouds. Thinking of running away? The cold light in Wang Teng's eyes flickered as his spiritual power poured out his body and changed the trajectory of the sword glow, sending it upwards. The giant python, who had dodged it initially, suddenly felt a sharp pain in its body. Splurt! Its huge body was split into two, and blood spurted out. However, the netherworld giant python wasn't dead yet. It dragged along the remaining half of its crippled body and continued to flee towards the area with dark clouds. At the same time, it let out a roar. Wugoo, are you not going to act? Chapter 807. Black Skull. The tragic cries of the netherworld giant python echoed in the sky. The poor snake sounded helpless and pitiful. It was indeed in a tragic state. Only half of its large body was left. The excruciating pain stimulated its nerves again and again. Honestly, it hurt. However, the pain of losing the horn on its head was still the worst. The netherworld giant python had an ultimate move, but it required its horn to launch it. Great, this move failed before he could even use it. If not, he wouldn't have been defeated by Wang Teng so easily. Wang Teng's luck was too good. He caught the python's weak point from the get-go, even breaking it accidentally. Actually, the netherworld giant python's horn was extremely tough. Ordinary martial warriors wouldn't be able to break it. Wang Tung possessed the emerald glazed flame, which was a counter to its ability. This was fate. What could it do? The netherworld giant python only wanted to escape now. It wanted to run far away. Staying alive was the most important. Dignity? Ego? What were they? Could they be eaten? That wasn't all. It disregarded its status as an emperor-level star beast and begged for help from that sinister fellow. It didn't care anymore. It just wanted to remain alive. Only that fellow could save it now. Wang Ting also heard the netherworld giant python's cry. His gaze shimmered slightly, and he looked into the sky. Wugu! So, there is someone else? Wang Tung muttered to himself. He wasn't in a hurry to act. Since the giant python pleaded for help from someone, they must be at the same level. He wanted to see what kind of presence it was. Zhou Xuanwu, who was standing some distance away, tensed up. He was surprised and overjoyed when he saw the giant python getting chopped into two. Wang Tung was indeed powerful. He was able to injure this powerful giant python. But before he could cheer, he heard the python's angry roar. His heart skipped a beat. There was another person? Was it another powerful being at Wang Tung's level? What was wrong with this world? In the past, there was no sign of any powerful creatures, but now they started blossoming like the flowers in spring. Everyone waited for the unknown being to appear, but the sky remained silent. There wasn't even a drop of rain, much less a living creature. Are you putting on a fake show to fool me? Wang Tung asked with a black face. Netherworld giant python. I don't understand either. It was having a mental breakdown. Damn it. Was that bastard going to watch it die? As expected, other races couldn't be trusted. I was an idiot to believe you. The netherworld giant python was furious. It hurriedly shot towards the dark clouds. It was getting closer and closer. It would enter the clouds soon. A tinge of happiness appeared in the netherworld giant python's eyes. Once it reached the dimensional rift behind the dark clouds, it could return to the Darkland. The human behind it would never be able to catch it. Human, when I recover, it'll return this agony 100 times back to you. Seeing that it was about to reach the dark clouds, the netherworld giant python couldn't help but remember its encounter today. Its expression turned distorted, and it screamed loudly as it hurled a threat at Wang Tung. Then, it prepared to launch itself into the dark clouds. The threat sounded fierce, but its speed of running away didn't decrease. It dared to do this because it had arrived in front of the dimensional rift and could enter it in the next second. The human behind him was still a long distance away. He would never be able to catch up. However, things seemed different for what it expected. It realized that it couldn't move. It couldn't move? It had stopped abruptly before the dark clouds and couldn't move an inch closer. What happened? What's going on with me? I'm going to have a nervous breakdown soon. The netherworld giant python was stunned. It realized that it was still able to move its head, so it turned its neck stiffly and looked behind. The human was looking at him contemptuously. He was still standing there with no signs of moving, but it must be him. No doubt about that. It was definitely him. Yes, it was him. There was no other possibility. Run. Why aren't you running? Wang Ting opened his mouth and asked slowly. The netherworld giant python almost teared up. These were tears of regret. This human was too infuriating. It was full of regret. It shouldn't have threatened him. Wasn't it better for him to jump into the dimensional rift quickly and escape? Look, it couldn't escape now. Wang Tung strolled over step by step and stopped in front of the netherworld giant python. The snake was deeply alarmed. It was panic-stricken. I gave you the chance, but you disappointed me. Wang Tung patted the netherworld giant python's head and said earnestly, "Why don't you give me another chance?" The netherworld giant python trembled in fear. "Are you daydreaming?" Wang Tung asked. "Spare me, and he'll leave immediately. The beast tied on earth will disappear too." The netherworld giant python backed down. "It'll kill you, and the beast tide will still disappear," Wang Tung said. "No, if you kill me, you will stir up a greater beast tide." The netherworld giant python shook its head anxiously. "I gave a firm order. All the star beasts will attack the human cities and destroy everything. They won't stop even if I die. You might not know, But most of the beast tides in country Xia have been suppressed. There are planetary stage martial warriors in other countries. You should know about the planetary stage, right? Beast tides won't affect them, Wang Tung said calmly. Even so, the majority of the humans will be killed. Are you going to let them die? The giant netherworld giant python was dumbfounded. It stared at Wang Tung as if he was a devil. I'm only a human. I can't care about everything. Wang Tung shook his head indifferently. The netherworld giant python didn't know what to say. All right, accept your death obediently. My hands are fast. I promise that you'll only feel a second of pain before you die. Don't worry. Wang Tung raised his hand and pasted it on the netherworld giant python's forehead. The netherworld giant python almost went crazy. Damn it, what does he think he's saying? A second of pain is still a pain. This human was a devil. The netherworld giant python was in despair. However, it was unwilling to die so easily. It bellowed once again. Wugu, the same name. It was begging for help. He was its last hope. Sigh, have you finished watching the good show? A peal of cynical laughter spread out slowly. Are you finally willing to come out? Wang Tung calmly looked in the direction of the noise. He saw a black skull popping its head stealthily out of the dark clouds. A surprised look appeared in Wang Tung's eyes. A black skull with two balls of dull blue ghost fire flickering in its empty eye sockets. Chapter 808. This was a heartless skull. He looked a little funny for some reason. He was a skull, but it had the expressions of a human. That sneaky look seemed a little cheeky. However, neither Wang Tung nor Zhou Xuanwu laughed. They stared grimly at the skull head. On the other hand, the netherworld giant python was elated. He seemed to have found his life savior. Wugu, you finally came. Save me. Please save me. You're too noisy. Shut up. Bang. Halfway through its sentence, Wang Tung slapped its head and forced it to close its mouth. It almost pierced its own tongue with its sharp fangs. Oh my, this little brother seems a bit fierce. The skull above pulled a smile on his face. He stretched his skeleton arm out from the dark clouds and touched his chin with his bare and bony fingers. His upper and lower jaws moved, and to everyone's surprise, he could speak. Wang Tung raised his head and seemed dumbfounded. Imitating the skeleton's tone, he said, "Oh my, this skeleton can speak." Zhou Xuanwu, netherworld giant python. Wugu. The skeleton was stunned, the dull blue ghost flames in his eyes flickering a little. He moved his jaws again and said, "This young lad is very interesting. This skull is very interesting." Wang Tung gave a look of interest and clicked his tongue. "This young lad is mischievous." The ghost flames in his eyes stopped moving for a split second. "This skull is mischievous," Wang Tung said without changing his expression. The skull was in a daze. He finally felt that he had met the arch-enemy of his life. This human was as irritating as him. "All right, the game ends here. I'm not playing anymore. Let's get down to business." The skull shrugged and jumped out from behind the dark clouds. His body was finally revealed to Wang Tung and Zhou Xuanwu. This was a black skeleton. Besides being pitch black, he was no different from other skeletons. "All right, the game ends here. I'm not playing anymore. Let's get down to business," Wang Tung shrugged and said. The skull felt helpless. "Hey, I said that I'm not playing anymore. Why are you still continuing? Are you a recorder? Huh? Don't you know that it's human nature to repeat after others?" Wang Tung said indifferently. "Oh, my bad. Nice to meet you, recorder." The skull rubbed his bald head and said in embarrassment, "Forget it. You're just a skull. I can't expect too much from you." Wang Tung waved his hand as if he was being broad-minded. "Thank you for being understanding." The skull seemed extremely grateful. The human and skeleton went through a few verbal confrontations. None of them gained any advantage. The skull bowed slightly and said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Wu Gu from the spiritual bone tribe." When he straightened his spine, a black formal hat appeared in his hand. He wore it on his head. The spiritual bone tribe. Wang Tung wondered to himself. This was the first time he had heard of this tribe. He glanced at Zhou Xuanwu and noticed that he seemed lost too. He probably hadn't heard of this tribe either. "Wu Gu, why are you still talking to him? Save me." The netherworld giant python couldn't bear it anymore and shouted again. Why hadn't they finished their chat? It was heavily injured. It was only left with half of its body. Shouldn't you care about the feelings of this injured snake? Bastards, you're really noisy, Wang Tong said eerily as he turned and glanced at the netherworld giant python. The netherworld giant python shuddered, feeling a chill running down its spine. Its large and round eyes were filled with fear. Since the dark apparition behind you has appeared, you have no use now. The instant he finished speaking, a sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed it down at the speed of lightning. Blade glow cut through the air. Swoosh! The netherworld giant python was flabbergasted. Blood gushed out from the intersection between its head and its body as if there was an endless supply of it. The water shot like an open water tap. Then, the head parted with its body. Zhou Xuanwu was stunned. Wu Gu from the spiritual bone tribe was appalled too. This human was brutal. He slashed the snake without any hesitation. What a poor little snake tool. Even a netherworld giant python was shocked. Immeasurable fear struck it head-on. It was sucked into a bottomless abyss. No, the netherworld giant python gave its last roar of anger. It stared at Wu Gu intently with a revengeful gaze. Why didn't he save me after he came out? Why? Why? Boom! The giant python head crashed into the ground, giving a dull thud. Oh my, it's dead. Wu Gu sighed in pity. Zhou Xuanwu. He felt that the skull's acting was terrible. There was no sincerity at all. He seemed indifferent, as if someone unrelated to him had died. This was a heartless skull. However, Wang Tong was cold-blooded too. He killed the python after its utility expired. Come, let's continue playing. Wang Tong smiled and looked at Wu Gu. All right, what shall we play? Wu Gu chuckled. Why don't we play the eagle catches chicken game? He'll be the eagle, and you can be the chick, Wang Tong said. Zhou Xuanwu was puzzled. What did he mean by the eagle catching chicken? Honestly, he wanted to open Wang Tong's skull and see what his mind was made of. Why was his thinking so strange? Why don't you be the chick? Wu Gu asked curiously. Wang Tong didn't reply to him. However, he was already staring at the lower half of Wu Gu's body with an ambiguous gaze. Wu Gu was puzzled. Then, he felt speechless once again. Oh, okay, Wu Gu was defeated once again. He covered his chest and took 3 heavy steps back as if he got heavily injured and pointed at Wang Tong. Leaning backward, he screamed, "Ah, I'm dead." He fell straight back into the clouds and floated there silently. Zhou Xuanwu, where did this strange skull come from? He was having a mental breakdown. One Wang Tong was enough. Now, there was another weird skull in the mix. The human and the skeleton looked like 2 fellow ward mates who had escaped from the mental hospital. They were having a whale of time. Fake. Wang Tong didn't notice Zhou Xuanwu's hidden bitterness. He stared at Wu Gu grumpily. Huh, really? My acting has never been bad. Wu Gu raised his head and exclaimed in surprise. Of course, I could tell at one glance. Sigh, what a failure. Wu Gu leaped up and patted the invisible dust on his body. I suggest that you start training your acting skills by playing an insignificant role first. Every extra has the potential to become the main lead. I know someone that kept being an extra until he became the Oscar winner. Wang Tong spouted nonsense. Extra. Wu Gu was dumbfounded. He remained humbled and asked, what does being an extra mean? Oh, it means that you can act in any role. You might be a deliveryman, a passerby, an attendant, etc. It's a group of people that fulfill side characters. Most importantly, they can act as corpses. They are amazing at it. They have many different ways of dying. I promise that you'll be able to learn how to act like a corpse properly. Wang Tong tried to fool him. Where do I go to be an extra? The ghost fire burned furiously in Wu Gu's eyes. He asked in an excited tone. He even ran forward and wanted to grab Wang Tong's hand, looking anxious. Hung Dian welcomes you. Wang Tong replied with a shimmering gaze. At this moment, Wu Gu had arrived in front of him. His bony arm turned extremely sharp like a bone blade, aiming straight at Wang Tong's abdomen. He wanted to dig out his kidney. Wang Tong remained calm, but his actions didn't slow down. He clenched his fist and hurled it at the bony hand. The ghost fire in Wu Gu's eyes fluttered. He had no choice but to change his attack from a bone blade to a palm attack. He received Wang Tong's fist. Boom! An explosion occurred, and the force impact swept through the mountain. The two of them separated the instant they collided. Soon, only their lingering shadows could be seen. "You're treacherous, Mr. Skull," Wang Tung said calmly. "Same to you." Wu Gu chuckled. He stretched his hand, cracking his bones. "I heard that you have great strength. No wonder you're able to stop the netherworld giant python's attack with your bare hands. Why don't you experience it personally?" Wang Tung vanished after he finished his sentence and appeared in front of Wu Gu. He smashed his fist at the skeleton. Strength of Ultima. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred. His fist was aimed directly at Wu Gu's head. If he succeeded in his attack, the skull would most likely shatter into bone fragments. "Ha ha!" Wu Gu giggled. He released his fist and met Wang Tung's move. Boom! Their fists collided in midair. There was a momentary pause. No one could overpower the other. Wang Tung was stunned. This was the first time his strength of Ultima failed in pushing his enemy back. This skeleton wasn't easy to deal with. The two of them parted instantly before exchanging blows again. Wang Tung activated the ancient god's body and increased his strength to the maximum. He attacked Wu Gu again. The ancient god's body was extremely frightening. Wu Gu's expression finally changed with the added strength. Although the skull's face remained the same, one could tell that his expression had turned grim. He couldn't smile anymore as he needed to withstand Wang Tung's fist aura with all his power. Even so, he kept retreating under Wang Tung's fist aura. The entire skeleton was cracking loudly. Zhou Xuanwu could feel his pain. Could a skeleton feel pain? Oh my, this is a good question. Zhou Xuanwu's expression changed. If he couldn't feel any pain, Wang Tung's attack would be in vain. Should he tell him now? Zhou Xuanwu was in a dilemma. He didn't know if he should open his mouth. What if Wang Tung beat him up in a fit of anger? Forget it. Looking at the power and viciousness of his fist, Zhou Xuanwu decided not to be a busybody. He seemed to have much strength left in him. Releasing a few more fists wouldn't harm him. Boom! Wang Tung frowned. He seemed to have noticed this too. He threw out a powerful punch and flung Wu Gu 10 meters back. Wu Gu only stopped after flipping a few times in the air. He staggered with much effort. Chapter 809. They're coming. Ouch, the pain. Pain. My little fist is hurting. Wu Gu tumbled a few times before standing up in midair and crying in pain. One Wang Tung. Fake. Extremely fake. It was absolutely exaggerating. He could tell that his fist might hurt a little if he wanted to beat this skeleton up. However, he still wanted to see if he could break his bones. He was surprised that he failed. Mind you, he had used the ancient god's body and the strength of Ultima simultaneously. Even the physical body of a planetary stage martial warrior would be smashed by his attack. Yet, this skeleton remained unscathed. This was unbelievable. He was just a skinny and small skeleton. Look at those thin arms and legs. They looked as if they would break easily, but they were extremely sturdy. Wang Tung's gaze flickered, but his expression remained unchanged. Clenching his sword, frightening energy exploded on its blade. Slash! He released his sword attack without the slightest hesitation. The sword glow stretched a few hundred meters. Wow! Wu Gu gave a weird scream. He raised his hands hurriedly and blocked them in front of him. The black bones on his body started squirming vigorously, forming a large black bone shield in front of him. The bone shield was diamond-shaped, and the skeleton skull was carved on the surface, with sharp bones sticking out of the edges. It looked fierce and hideous. This all happened too quickly. The sword glow shot towards him and crashed directly into the bone shield. Boom! A violent explosion resounded in the air. Wu Gu was knocked more than 10 meters back again by the sword glow, but it didn't hurt him. However, that bone shield was crushed. Only a fragment of the main body remained. The edges were all broken. Even so, the bone shield vibrated and merged back into Wu Gu's body after some time. It didn't seem affected. Wang Tung's gaze shimmered. He was astounded. Wu Gu's ability was extremely odd and mysterious. He could lengthen his bones and turn them into various items. This change broke the law of energy conservation. Wu Gu had a limited number of bones on his skeleton. Even if he used all his bones, he would only be able to form half of that shield. So, Where did all the bones from that bone shield come from? Newton is going to crawl out of his coffin. Wang Tung was full of complaints. However, these bones were truly tough. They might have broken at the end, but they managed to block his sword aura. The defense ability was astonishing. Also, the bones seemed to be able to regenerate. Breaking them wouldn't destroy them completely. Wang Ting suddenly felt his head spinning. This skeleton was a little hard to deal with. Hey, where did that enthusiastic young man go? Wu Gu stretched the bones on its body, causing them to crack loudly. He chuckled and said, I've completed my mission, so I won't be playing with you anymore. Wang Tung frowned uncontrollably. What did this skeleton mean? His mission? A bad feeling floated into Wang Tung's heart. Look, Wu Gu knew what Wang Tung was thinking, so he raised his skull and pointed to the sky. They're coming. A loud explosion was heard immediately after. Wang Tung's expression changed instantly. He hurriedly looked up. The dark clouds in the sky moved abruptly and started tossing and turning. They churned violently like a pot of boiling water. A large vortex started forming at an incredible speed in the middle. The dark clouds spun around it. Thunder roared, and thick bolts of lightning struck down, creating terrifying ringing sounds in the air. Wu Gu stood right below the vortex and opened his arms gradually. Then he raised them up. Silver bolts of lightning flashed around him, but none of them hit his body. Rather, they made him look like the king of hell. What are you doing? Wang Tung asked sternly with a grave expression. Chill. Wu Gu raised his forefinger and placed it beside his teeth, signaling Wang Tung to keep quiet. Don't speak. Feel the might of heaven. What a mesmerizing scene. Wang Tung's expression turned ugly. This skeleton was indeed a maniac. Boom! At this moment, a bolt of lightning as thick as a water pipe struck the ground to his left. A deep and burnt hole was formed instantly. Wang Tung wasn't afraid of lightning, but Zhou Xuanwu kept retreating. He moved as far as he could from the center of the vortex. The closer it was to the center, the denser and more frightening the bolts of lightning were. Even a 13-star general stage martial warrior didn't dare to stay in that environment. Zhou Xuanwu could feel an exceptionally powerful, destructing presence blowing around him. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of lightning struck the ground all around Wang Tung, but he didn't move. His brows were locked together, and he seemed to be in deep thought. Wang Tung. Zhou Xuanwu was appalled. He shouted anxiously. This was too dangerous. If Wang Tung continued standing there, he could be struck by lightning and explode into pieces. Are you thinking of damaging the dimensional rift? Wu Gu smiled as he spoke. He saw through Wang Tung's thoughts. Wang Tung didn't reply to him. Any struggle is pointless. The dimensional rift is fully formed, and there are 3 devil lords guarding it. You won't be able to destroy it alone. Wu Gu replied to his own question with a smile. Y'all are prepared to make a massive invasion into Earth, Wang Tung said in a cold voice. Oh, you just realized it? Unfortunately, it's too late. Wu Gu smiled happily. He sounded like a madman as he continued. Look at this planet. Look at how beautiful, clean, and peaceful it is. What a perfect planet to destroy. Lunatic. Zhou Xuanwu turned furious when he heard Wu Gu's words. He moved his lips, but only managed to force this word out of his mouth after a long moment of silence. This skeleton felt that destroying planets and different worlds was an interesting thing to do. He could sense it from his tone. Dark apparitions were all lunatics. They were mad. I think that the Dark Land is prettier. Why don't we destroy it first? Wang Tung remained composed and tilted his head as he looked at Wu Gu. The ghost fire in Wu Gu's eyes froze for a second. He lowered his head and stared into Wang Tung's eyes. The atmosphere turned extremely tense. Did you say that you want to destroy the Dark Land? Wu Gu's voice was filled with disbelief, as if he had heard something ridiculous and funny. He burst out laughing. Zhou Xuanwu stared at Wang Tung like he had seen a ghost. He was astounded too. This fellow was honestly daring. He dared to think about it and say it. It was already hard enough for them to survive under the constant assault of the dark apparitions. Yet, he wanted to destroy their world. He must have gone crazy. Is it funny? Wang Tung asked calmly. Yes, indeed. Oh my, this is so funny. You don't understand the immensity of heaven and earth. How can you think of destroying the Darkland? Wugu nodded his head fervently. His action was too vigorous, so his skull dropped from his neck with a loud crack. Fortunately, he was nimble and caught it. Well, you could say that he was used to it. He fixed his skull back on his spine and apologized. Sorry, I didn't fix it properly the previous time. Wang Tung, Zhou Xuanwu. Chapter 810. One Planet, One Gamble. Can you have some decency when talking about serious matters? Wang Tung said calmly as he looked at Wu Gu, who was still fiddling with his head. Sorry. I'll have it fixed properly this time. I'll make sure it doesn't fall off anymore. Wu Gu apologized profusely in embarrassment. Is that the issue here? Zhou Xuanwu was exasperated. But as soon as the words came out of his mouth, he broke down. He felt that he had changed like he was going to be assimilated by the two idiots. Wait, I'm not an idiot. Boom. The changes in the sky became more intense as time went by. Dark clouds were rolling, and the huge vortex continued to expand. It churned at an incredible speed. Lightning bolts struck from above, wreaking havoc within a radius of dozens of meters. The area with dark clouds was originally just above the top of the mountain, but had expanded rapidly, reaching a distance of 100 feet. At a glance, it was black and dark, and it was impossible to see anything inside it. There was also a strong force pulling everything in. The trees and boulders flew up into the sky uncontrollably, got swallowed by the vortex, and disintegrated into bits. When Wang Tung and Zhou Xuanwu saw this, their expressions became extremely solemn. However, there was a hint of surprise in Wang Tung's eyes. He could see attribute bubbles falling from the vortex. Although the situation didn't seem good, it was still necessary to collect the attributes. Pick them all. Space asterisk 35 space asterisk 50 space asterisk 65 space asterisk 55. The attribute bubbles were absorbed by Wang Tung's body. Currently, the system had defined space physique as a space talent. With the absorption of the attribute bubbles, he immediately felt that he became more sensitive to space. In just a short while, he had picked up all the space attributes that were dropped. His space physique was raised rapidly with a full 1150 points. Space physique 11150/100000. First rank. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, he could feel a vast difference in his body. It was as if every inch of his flesh could feel the fluctuations of space, as though he had completely integrated into space itself. However, that feeling only lasted for a moment. It seemed as though he was only this sensitive when there was an improvement. Wang Tung's eyes flashed. He had even more belief in the strength of the space physique. If he could raise the level of space physique even higher, he might even be able to travel freely in space. How free would that be? No matter how vast, he would be able to travel to the ends of the universe. Wang Tung's mouth curved slightly as he thought about this. Over at the side, Zhou Xuanwu was dumbfounded. How could that brat still smile in such a situation? He must be mad. Wu Gu was a little surprised too. Did I scare this human's head off? I'm sorry. Brother Zhou, go back and tell the others to get ready, Wang Tung said. Aren't you going back with me? Zhou Xuanwu's expression changed slightly. Leave first. Wang Tung didn't look back as he stared at the vortex above his head. It was still dropping attribute bubbles. Be careful. Zhou Xuanwu nodded solemnly with a tragic expression. He then flashed away with great resolve and flew into the distance without turning back. Don't worry, Wang Tung. It'll definitely bring the news back. Hold on, you can't just die like this. Wu Gu smiled and let Zhou Xuanwu leave. Looking at his expression, he seems to have misunderstood something. Wang Tung thought about it curiously and shook his head. Who cares? I can't curse him to death anyway. Anyway, picking up the attributes is more important. There are so many space attributes. That's hard to come by. Pick them all. Space asterisk 60 space asterisk 115 space asterisk 85 space asterisk 120. Aren't you afraid? Wu Gu suddenly asked. He seemed a little surprised. Afraid of what? Wang Tung returned the question. That we will kill you. There was finally a trace of killing intent in his voice as he spoke coldly. Or are you really naive to think that you can destroy the Dark Land? I wouldn't know if I didn't try, Wang Tung replied nonchalantly. Afraid? I'm not afraid of bugs like you that breed in the dark corners. Bugs? The ghost flames in Wu Gus' sockets flickered. You call us bugs? Well, I'm just stating facts. Wang Tung shrugged. How long has it been? It's been a while since someone made me this angry. Oh, how I've missed it. There was a trace of nostalgia in Wu Gus' voice, accompanied by an intense chill. He then laughed. How about we play a game? A real game. Oh, what game? Wang Tung asked with great interest. The armies of my race are reaching any moment now, and you can't stop them. But I can give you a chance by stopping all the dark apparitions from attacking. Let's have a gamble. The winner takes all. How about that? Wu Gu smiled. Interesting. Wang Tung caressed his chin and nodded. What are we betting on? It's very simple. Choose a place, and the two sides will fight till a winner is determined. Wu Gus' laughter was filled with bloodlust and cruelty. Why? Wang Tung was unaffected and suddenly asked without putting any thought into the question. Wu Gu seemed to know what he was asking. Because I like to see you humans in despair, to watch humans struggle desperately, when there is nothing you can do but die. Don't you find it interesting? Wang Tung let out an inexplicable chuckle. Why should I trust you? That's a small issue. He'll just sign a spiritual contract, Wu Gu said indifferently. A black scroll appeared in his hand, and it looked similar to the spiritual contract that Wang Tung had seen before. How's that? Want to play? He'll play. Why wouldn't I? Since you want it, he'll give it to you. Let's see who would be dying. Wang Tung smirked. Very well. I like your confidence. I hope you can maintain that till the end. Wu Gu opened the scroll and wrote the contents before signing his name on it. Just when he was about to throw the scroll over, Wang Tung said, Your signature alone isn't enough. I can't be sure that the other dark apparitions won't attack. You don't believe me. Wu Gu was enraged. That's right. I don't trust you at all. Wang Tung nodded. You've made this skeleton sad. Wu Gu covered his face and wept. However, seeing that Wang Tung wasn't going to pay any attention, he couldn't continue acting. He spread his hands and smiled. All right. He'll give in. He'll get the dispatched devil lords to sign the contract as well. He threw the scroll into the vortex and clasped his hand around his mouth, shouting, Hey, you guys sign that contract. I want to play with this human. Silence. After a while, a hoarse voice came from within the vortex. Are you sure you want to do this, Wu Gu? A charming voice followed. If you fail, you know the consequences. Although I love to see them dying in despair, you're crossing the line. We will lose our initiative by signing this contract. Another cold voice resounded. Relax. How could I possibly lose? Wu Gu dismissed them with a wave of his hand. There was silence in the vortex. Forget it. You're responsible for this. The spiritual scroll was thrown down after the hoarse voice finished speaking. Not a problem. He'll be responsible if anything goes wrong. Wu Gu assured. He then threw the scroll to Wang Tung. Take it. Sign your name, and it's done. Wang Tung's eyes flashed as he looked at the contract. Besides Wu Gus' name, there were 3 others, Phantasma, Black Incubus, and Amalgadon. Black Incubus is actually here. Wang Tung couldn't help but feel a little surprised. She knew he was here, yet she didn't say anything. She controlled herself well. When the 3 dark apparitions were chatting with each other, Wang Tung had used Eyes of Essence and Spiritual Sight to peek at them through the spatial cracks. There were indeed 3 Devil Lords, and without a doubt, one of them was her. Seeing that there was no problem with the content of the scroll, Wang Tung stopped hesitating and signed his name. As soon as the names were signed, the spiritual contract was officially formed. Both parties knew about the bindings of the contract. Even at their ranks, they wouldn't be able to break free from the repercussions. The humans would never have imagined that Wang Tung would sign a contract concerning their planet's fate just like that. It was too hasty. Of course, in a sense, Wang Tung had undoubtedly made a decision that was best under the circumstances. After all, the dimensional rift had been opened. The arrival of the dark apparitions was inevitable. No one could stop it. If the dark apparitions were allowed to slaughter as they pleased on Earth, sooner or later, the planet would be reduced to ruins. This gamble, at the very least, had temporarily saved Earth. All right, it's done. You can leave now. Wugu gestured at Wang Tung. No hurry. This vortex is quite cooling. I've decided to stay for a while, Wang Tung said nonchalantly. Wugu, why did it seem like this brat was even more shameless than him? Hey, Black Incubus Devil Lord, it's been a long time. How have you been? Wang Tung ignored Wugu and shouted at the vortex. There was a moment of silence before Black Incubus spoke. Wang Tung, don't count your eggs before they've hatched. Once this bet is over, it will be time for your death. Your friends and family will die in front of your eyes, one by one. That should be interesting. Wang Tung replied with a laugh. Behind the vortex, Black Incubus Devil Lord took a deep breath. Chapter 811. What could Wang Tung do? He was helpless too. There was a chaotic region behind the vortex. Space tumbled, and an enormous dimensional rift was formed. 3 figures sat cross-legged around the dimensional rift. Black light twinkled around them, releasing powerful fluctuations into the air gradually to support the dimensional rift. One of these figures was a beautiful lady wearing a black feather overcoat. She had dark purple curly hair, and her eyes gave off a pitch-black, evil glint. This was Black Incubus Devil Lord, who had some relationship with Wang Tung in the past. She pulled a long face when she heard Wang Tung's laughter. The other 2 Devil Lords were surprised at her reaction. Black Incubus, do you have some grudges with this human? The dark apparition Devil Lord, called Phantasma, was shrouded in mist, so his figure could only be seen faintly. Only his dark green eyes were visible. His gaze landed directly on Black Incubus' face. Ha! I heard that you suffered in the hands of a human the last time. Was it this one? The other Devil Lord, called Amalgadon, was extremely weird-looking. It stared at Black Incubus contemptuously and started sniggering. Phantasma's gaze shimmered. He seemed a little surprised. Amalgadon, shut your trap. Black Incubus scoffed. She closed her eyes and decided to keep quiet. No one knew how frustrated she felt currently. Some time ago, Wang Tung was just a nobody who hadn't even reached the general stage. Although he had managed to injure her with the help of external power, she felt that it was because she had underestimated her opponent. If given another chance, she would definitely be able to kill him easily. However, things didn't go as planned. She couldn't find Wang Tung in time after he dropped into the Darkland, and even gave him the chance to ransack a sacred city before escaping back to Earth. She lost to Wang Tung again. This time, she volunteered to come here because she wanted to take revenge for that arrow by killing Wang Tung. But what on earth happened? That bastard Wang Tung came up from behind and advanced to the planetary stage. He was at the same level as her. How was she supposed to take revenge? She couldn't gain any advantage before he hit the planetary stage, much less now. Black Incubus was so exasperated that she wanted to vomit blood. She decided to close her eyes and rest, ignoring Wang Tung. Based on how shameless this brat was, he would definitely anger her to death. Phantasma's dark green eyes submerged back into the mist. He didn't make any more movements. Amalgadon chuckled and stopped sprinkling salt on Black Incubus' wound. It wouldn't do him any good if that lady went crazy. There was a moment of silence. The space fluctuations in the mountains got more and more violent, and the dimensional rift started expanding at an extremely fast speed. Dark fog covered everything behind the dimensional rift. The wind blew past, revealing the countless dark apparitions packed like sardines behind the black mist. Wugu sat cross-legged in the air below the vortex and glared at Wang Tung opposite him. Both of them were locked in a staring contest. "Aren't you leaving?" Wugu said angrily. "No," Wang Tung replied calmly. "Come, let's fight again." Wugu stood up and pulled the invisible sleeve on his arm. He looked as if he wanted to have another duel with him. "No." Wang Tung's expression remained composed. He changed his position and laid down in midair with one leg crossed over the other. The guy couldn't look more relaxed. At the same time, he released his spiritual power and picked up all the attribute bubbles around him. He had been here for around 3 hours and gained more than 3,000 points of space attributes. He was delighted with his gains. Wang Ting didn't want to leave because there were many attribute bubbles here. Wugu couldn't do anything to him anyway. After he raised his space physique, he would be able to increase the power of his space tornado and deal with those dark apparitions. No matter how many opponents there were, one ultimate move was enough. Wang Tong came up with a good plan. Wugu didn't know anything about it. He thought that Wang Tong stayed behind to irritate them. Wang Tong disregarded Wugu and closed his eyes. He focused on his attributes panel. He had gained many attribute bubbles when he killed the netherworld giant python, but he didn't have the time to count them yet. He was swallowing dates whole. He didn't know what it tasted like. Since he was free now, he pulled out his board to take a look. Constellation Force, Ice, Asterisk 3500 Constellation Force, Dark, Asterisk 3650 Emperor level Ice Talent, Asterisk 150 Nether Frost, Asterisk 260 Imperial Realm Spirit, Asterisk 115 Blank Attribute, Asterisk 12600. Wang Tong was elated when he finished looking through his gains. Good riddance, the harvest was not bad, as expected of an Emperor-level star beast. The attribute bubbles were huge, and there were many good items. First, there was the Ice and Dark Constellation Force. There were more than 3,000 points for both. Mind you, none of these two forces had reached the planetary stage. Gaining so many Constellation Force attributes was a surprise for him. He could release these two forces with some planetary stage power now. Then, there was the Emperor-level Ice Talent. This was a higher level than the Ultimate Stage Talent. Emperor level. The Netherworld Giant Python was a race with extremely high Ice Talent. That was why all the adults in their race could reach the Emperor level. They relied heavily on this Emperor-level talent. Wang Tong's Ice Talent was at the Ultimate Stage, and it had now been upgraded to the Emperor level. There were 150 points of it. This was a huge leap in his Ice Talent. The Emperor-level Ice Talent was higher than his Ice Cocoon physique. However, the combination of these two would give greater benefits. Emperor-level Ice Talent, 150/10,000. Wang Tong smiled. He looked at another attribute, Nether Frost. This was a special skill. Wang Tong remembered the black ice the python had released. That was a fierce attack made with extreme frost. Normal martial warriors wouldn't be able to resist it. He could only curb it because he possessed the emerald glazed flame. No matter what, this Nether Frost was a powerful battle technique. Finally, he gained 115 points of the Imperial Realm Spirit. Wang Tang's spirit was extremely close to breaking through to the next level. With an additional 115 points, his spirit attribute came close to the bottleneck. Spirit, 2985/3000, Imperial Realm, 15 points left. Wang Tong's face turned black. Was he someone that needed 15 more points? Yes. He only needed 15 points of spirit to advance. Wang Tong didn't know what was after the Imperial Realm. However, it would definitely make his spiritual power stronger. Torturing dark apparitions would be a piece of cake for him at that time. But he lacked 15 points of attributes. What could he do? He was helpless too. Wang Tong shook his head and sighed. He looked at the last attribute bubble that gave him 12,600 blank attributes. The Netherworld Giant Python is indeed an Emperor-level star beast. Wang Tong exclaimed in his heart again. Chapter 812. A different side of Commander Hong. Sigh, that brat is finally willing to leave. Wugu looked at the figure flying away and gave a long sigh. When he couldn't see that figure anymore, he placed his hands behind his back. The ghost flames in his eyes flickered a few times, becoming darker. Why did he seem a little happy when he left? Wugu felt puzzled when he thought about this. He shook his head and said, "This fellow is a little strange. Did I shoot myself in the foot by making a bet with him? How can I lose?" Wang Tong left the snow mountain where the dimensional rift was. He crossed over Beijiang and headed straight for capital Xia. He left because he had already collected many space attributes. Space Physique, 25800/100000, first rank. He had picked up more than 10,000 points of space attribute this time. This was a huge number. His space physique rose tremendously. The dimensional rift was huge. That was why it had dropped so many attribute bubbles. The only regret was Wang Tung had to leave even though the dimensional rift was still expanding. If not, he could collect even more attributes. What a pity. Capital Xia, the leader of martial arts, the three great commanders, and some other people were gathered in the imperial palace. Zhou Xuanwu had returned to capital Xia and was standing in front of everyone. A huge map of country Xia was displayed in front of everyone through a projector. A patch of dark clouds had started to spread out from the top of the map where Beijiang was. It had covered a large area and was moving towards the other area of Beijiang at a fast speed. Everyone's expression turned grim. Sigh, this is a troubled era. Commander Yong sighed. No one spoke. A tense atmosphere filled up the entire room. First, there was the Star Beast invasion, then the dark apparitions. Everyone sunk in negative thoughts. Was there a way for the humans to survive? The leader opened his mouth. Xuanwu, you said that Wang Tung remained there and didn't come back? Yes, he asked me to return to inform everyone, but he stayed behind. Zhou Xuanwu was filled with sorrow. He nodded his head solemnly and continued. I'm afraid, Wang Tung. I don't think so. Commander Hong frowned. Based on his personality and ability, he won't put himself in danger. I believe that he has a way to escape. I believe him too. Wang Tung won't die so easily. The leader of martial arts smiled and nodded. Zhou Xuanwu was surprised. He didn't expect the commanders and the leader to have so much confidence in Wang Tung. How could he survive in that situation? All right, let's discuss how we should deal with the dark apparitions. Since Wang Tung asked you to bring this piece of news back, we need to make preparations and not disappoint him. The leader waved his hands and said. The others started a heated discussion. There were many generals who specialized in battle formations, so they gave their suggestions and made arrangements for the troops. This discussion lasted for more than an hour. When everyone was prepared to leave, Commander Yong suddenly asked, I wonder if we can ask those two people to act? Those two? The leader's eyes flickered. He obviously knew who Commander Yong was referring to. It's hard to say. If Wang Tung was around, it wouldn't be a problem. But he isn't. The leader of martial arts hesitated. Even though he had trailed off, everyone knew what he meant. Two planetary stage, martial warriors. It would be a pity if they couldn't use them. The main issue was still Wang Tung. If he came back, everything could be solved easily, and they wouldn't be in such a difficult position. Everyone sighed uncontrollably. Why are y'all sighing? A burst of soft laughter suddenly interrupted them. Everyone was elated when they heard the familiar voice. Wang Tung. They turned and saw a figure strolling in. Although this was a special time, the Imperial Palace still wasn't a place where everyone could come. Except for Wang Tung. Who else could enter so easily? Ha ha! Wang Tung, I know that you wouldn't die. Commander Hong came forward to welcome him. Oh, you thought that I was dead? Wang Tung asked angrily. Cough. That was what Zhou Xuanwu said. He said that there were countless dark apparitions and many devil lords, so you would never be able to make it back alive. Commander Hong laughed and pushed Zhou Xuanwu out mercilessly. Zhou Xuanwu's face turned black. He didn't expect Commander Hong to be so evil. He was framing him. This was slander. How ruthless. He saw a different side of Commander Hong today. No, it wasn't me. That wasn't what I meant. Zhou Xuanwu felt wronged. He shook his head and denied it fervently. When did he ever say that Wang Tung wouldn't come back alive? He just mentioned that the chances were extremely small. Having a small chance was still a chance. If he knew Wang Tung was so tough, he wouldn't have said anything. He had wasted his sorrow. All right. Look at how frightened you are. Wang Tung waved his hand. You should have more faith in me. How can a few dark apparitions stop me? That's right, you're right. It's just a few dark apparitions. They won't be able to hold you back. Zhou Xuanwu nodded his head firmly. Everyone, Wang Tung felt speechless. I never knew that you were quite shameless too. Zhou Xuanwu smiled in embarrassment. He realized that he went a little overboard. He was given a scare when he saw Wang Tung arriving suddenly. He wasn't afraid of what Wang Tung would do to him. He was just scared that he would remember him. Getting remembered by someone as evil as Wang Tung wasn't a good thing. You wouldn't be able to sleep properly at night. All right, stop wasting time, and let's talk business. The leader shook his head with a smile and said, Wang Tung, how's the situation? Not good. The dark apparitions are going to launch a huge invasion. From the size of the dimensional rift, there must be at least a few million dark apparitions and numerous devil lords. Wang Ting shook his head with a grave expression. Everyone gasped involuntarily. A few million dark apparitions. Numerous devil lords. This magnitude was a little frightening. Where was the humans' hope? Everyone went silent. They were still discussing a moment ago, but the stimulation was too great. They lost all desire to resist. But we do have a chance. I made a bet with the dark apparitions. We will choose a battlefield to have a duel. The winner will be the king, and the loser will submit to the winner, Wang Tung said hurriedly. He saw everyone's dejected expression, so he decided not to hide the truth any longer. Bet. Everyone was astounded when they heard this. Chapter 8:13, Central Continent. 1. Everyone was attracted by his words. A bet with the dark apparitions? Only Wang Tung could come up with such a bold idea. If he didn't say it, no one would have thought of this method. Also, would the dark apparitions agree? Everyone found it unbelievable. Even the leader of martial arts frowned. He was filled with astonishment. They didn't know that Wang Tung wasn't the one who came up with this gamble. There was another happy-go-lucky fellow among the dark apparitions who suggested this idea voluntarily. Wang Tung just went with the flow. You can do that. Commander Hong hesitated before asking, Do you have a better way? Wang Tung found a chair and sat down. He randomly picked up a piece of pastry and ate it lightheartedly, as if he wasn't worried at all. This is a good idea. The leader's gaze turned sharp. He nodded in deep thought and continued. The dark apparitions won't attack us suddenly, and we will have room to breathe. That's right. That was what I thought. Wang Ting nodded. If we can't solve it, other people will only make unnecessary sacrifices by participating in the battle. It will be useless. However, if we can solve the issue, they won't have to die. However, the people here are not the dark apparitions' match either, Commander Yong lamented. Including the other 2 martial warriors, we have 3 planetary stage martial warriors on our side. How many devil lords does our opponent have? The leader asked. I saw 4 dark apparitions at the devil lord level, Wang Tung replied calmly. 4. Everyone took a deep breath. They started to get more hopeful. The difference was only 1. They still had some chances. That's on the surface. Who knows if there are other devil lords hiding behind? Wang Tung continued. Silence. Everyone's expression froze. They looked at Wang Ting bitterly. He shattered their hope a second after he bestowed it to them. He must have done it on purpose. Of course there's a way out. Wang Tung chuckled. Tell us quickly. They were like ants on a hot pan. They almost couldn't control their anger towards Wang Tung. Why couldn't he say everything at once? Why did he have to make them ride an emotional roller coaster? Would he be responsible if they had a heart attack? We are not the only planetary stage martial warriors on Earth. Since the dark apparitions are determined to destroy this planet, no one can stay out of this matter. There seemed to be another meaning behind Wang Tung's words as he spoke with an evil smile. You mean? The leader's expression changed slightly. The other people weren't stupid either. They understood who Wang Tung was referring to. Their gazes flickered, and they put on a sinister smile. Their expression was exactly the same as Wang Tung's. That's right, them. Wang Ting nodded. He touched his chin and asked, What's the situation like in the other continents? The Eiffel continent, North Sea continent, South Sea continent, and Central continent have suffered the most from the Star Beast raids, especially the center of the Central continent. This area is completely cut off from the other mainlands and contains the largest primary forest in the world. Before force dawned on Earth, it had the greatest biodiversity. Naturally, it has the largest number of star beasts with terrifying and unpredictable abilities. The Central Continent is heavily affected by the beast tide. The leader of martial arts paused before continuing. As for the North Sea continent and the South Sea continent, the alien invaders there are more powerful, so they managed to suppress the star beasts quickly. But dimensional rifts linking to the Darkland have appeared in these 2 continents. We detected large amounts of dark force in there. Dimensional rifts have appeared in the North Sea continent and the South Sea continent. Wang Tung was surprised. That's right. After Xuan Wu came back with the piece of news, I asked my men to pay close attention to the world situation. Actually, before this, we had already noticed the abnormality in these two continents. That was how we locked down these two-dimensional rifts rapidly, the leader of martial arts explained. Are there other dimensional rifts linking to the Dark Land in the other continents? Wang Ting asked grimly. We didn't discover any unusual movements in the other three continents. There are many countries in the Aroba continent. The factions there are complicated, so it's harder to get information from there. Few people tread the North and South Poles, which makes it hard for us to detect anything. On the other hand, the Eiffel continent seems peaceful. I haven't heard of any dimensional rifts appearing there. The leader shook his head. That means that there must be other devil lords in the North Sea continent and the South Sea continent. Wang Tung frowned and snorted. Humph. Wu Gu came up with a good plan. The other devil lords didn't sign the spiritual contract, so this duel is only limited to our land. In that case, the leader hesitated. Thinking about it, the other alien invaders might be busy with their own affairs, so they wouldn't have the time to care about their duel. No. Wang Tung smiled and shook his head. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. In fact, they will be excited to participate in this duel. The alien invaders might be powerful, but they won't be 100% confident that they could defeat the dark apparitions. If the dark apparitions invaded Earth and destroyed this planet, they will fail in their trial. 1. Chapter 814, Central Continent. 2-0. The leader of martial arts expression changed. He mumbled, Do we need to send out some signals? Of course. Spread the news of the duel. I believe they will start moving soon. Wang Tung smirked. The leader nodded. Silence. The other people were stunned. They felt that the leader and Wang Tung were like two sly foxes, one old and one young. How evil of them. Country Xia acted right away, releasing the news to the world. Country Xia was going to have a duel with the dark apparitions as a gamble. All the different countries learned of it. The various countries were controlled by the alien invaders, so this information naturally landed in their hands. North Sea Continent, White Eagle Nation. The golden-haired alien martial warrior's eyes were moving back and forth. You could tell that his mind was in a whirl. He glanced at the martial warriors below him and asked, Is this information reliable? It came from Country Xia. I've sent many people to confirm it. It's from the Imperial Palace, so it's highly reliable. A martial warrior half kneeled on the ground and replied respectfully. Country Xia. The golden-haired young man's eyes shone brightly. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. Looks like it's true. However, Country Xia is playing a great game of chess. Have you heard which candidate is situated there? I heard that it's a blue-haired young man. Based on my judgment, he should be from the Lan family. However, he seems to have been defeated by a martial warrior from Earth. The alien martial warrior contemplated for a second before he finished the sentence. Defeated by a martial warrior from Earth? The golden-haired young man squinted. His interest was piqued. So this martial warrior from Earth is the one who sees the areas around Country Xia. Most likely, the alien martial warrior replied. Great, this is getting more and more interesting. I didn't think such a character would appear on Earth. The golden-haired young man smiled. Have you figured out who this person is? It's most likely a talent from Country Xia called Wang Tung. The alien martial warrior tapped his wristwatch lightly. A hologram appeared in the middle of the room. It was the figure of a black-haired young man who seemed younger than 20. His face was angular and exceptionally handsome, and his aura was extraordinary. This was none other than Wang Tung. This person does have some talent. The alien martial warrior immediately listed out Wang Tung's deeds one by one. It wasn't hard for them to investigate his past achievements. However, they didn't know much about what had happened after he advanced to the planetary stage. They didn't know his current strength either. The alien martial warriors didn't think much about it. They even felt that Wang Tung's achievements were mediocre. Based on what you said, Wang Tung is indeed a talent. The golden-haired young man smiled gently as he praised Wang Tung, but his tone sounded as if he was just speaking about a normal martial warrior. He didn't place much importance on him. He can't be compared with young master. The martial warriors below replied. Earth is just an underdeveloped planet. It's not easy to have a planetary stage martial warrior here. We mustn't ask too much from him, the golden-haired young man said. Suddenly, he turned and looked to the left of the hall. Another bunch of people was standing there. They were a different group from the alien martial warriors. These were the ex-bosses of the White Eagle Nation. After the alien invaders conquered and took over the White Eagle Nation, they chose to bow down to the aliens and were now the golden-haired young man's subordinates. Do you have anything to say about Wang Tung? The golden-haired young man asked. Yoke, Shun, Fortes, you interacted with him during the Global Exchange Conference. Tell him your thoughts. General Cromwell looked toward the people at the end. Shun. Yoke nudged Shun, who was standing at the side silently. He's an unparalleled talent. Shun didn't speak much. After saying his piece, he retreated to the back and resumed his silence. Yoke, Fortes, and the others were shocked. Shun was too insensible. How could he call Wang Tung an unparalleled talent in front of these powerful alien martial warriors? He should learn to be flexible. The people from the White Eagle Nation were worried. They were afraid of offending the golden-haired young man. An unparalleled talent? The alien martial warrior's expression turned strange when he heard these 3 words. Then he started chuckling. There was a hint of contempt in his laughter. Cough. He can be considered an unparalleled talent on your planet. The golden-haired young man didn't embarrass him. He just smirked. You're right. Wang Tung is a talent from Earth. To you, he's merely a martial warrior from the outskirts. He's nothing in front of you. Yoke kneeled down hurriedly as he curried favor with the golden-haired young man. All right, you don't have to fawn upon me. The golden-haired young man waved his hand and stood up from his seat. Since he sent out the word that he's having a duel with the dark apparitions, he wants us to participate. Let me fulfill his wish. Send my words out. Humans are scarce in the central continent. It's a perfect ground for a duel. They'll be waiting for him there. Let's head to the central continent. Yes. The martial warriors below bowed and replied in unison. The alien martial warriors from the North Sea continent were the first to head to the central continent. The information he asked his men to send spread throughout Earth. The South Sea continent was the closest to the North Sea continent. Hence, the candidate controlling the South Sea continent received this news first. This was a muscular young man who looked rough and lofty. He was more than 3 meters tall, and there were 2 fangs protruding from his mouth. He was a human, but it was hard to tell which race from the universe he was from. He held a large bat leax in his hand with blood dripping down from it. There was a gigantic star beast lying below the axe. It was killed recently. The muscular young man was half naked. A blood-red symbol of a hideous mutated beast was carved on his body. There was a red rune on its face. The crimson mutated beast and the rune were sparkling and giving off a red glow. It seemed devilish. The blood in the star beast below got lesser and lesser as time went by. Soon, everything disappeared, and the star beast dried up instantly. The bulky young man stepped down from the star beast and said to the alien martial warriors around him, Come, let's join in the fun at the central continent. The ground below him exploded, leaving a deep, huge hole. Cracks formed around it like a spiderweb. The young man had already shot into the sky like a cannonball. All the martial warriors behind him were muscular and lofty too. They were from the same race as the young man. Laughing loudly, they dashed into the sky, following the young man. Country star, Mount Saint. Interesting, interesting. The green-haired young lady suddenly laughed sweetly. She seemed extremely interested. After laughing for some time, she turned to Ale behind her and smiled. My lovely sister, why don't I bring you to your Wang Tung? You've been thinking about him all this time, right? You can go if you want. Ale replied indifferently without any change in her expression. Oh my, you're so boring. My plan will be disrupted if I do that. The green-haired lady seemed a little frustrated. But I need to pay a visit due to the appearance of the dark apparitions. Come with me. I want to meet Wang Tung personally and see what kind of person he is. The green-haired lady flew toward the Universe spacecraft in the sky. This Universe spacecraft was exquisite. It had a sleek body, and it was light pink in color. Comparing it to the other spacecraft, One could tell that this was owned by a young lady. Ale stood on the ground and hesitated for a moment. In the end, she gritted her teeth and followed the young lady into the spacecraft. Very soon, the spacecraft flew towards the central continent. At the same time, the other alien candidates scattered across Earth chose to move when they received this piece of news. All of them headed towards the central continent. In an instant, all the powerful martial warriors on this planet gathered in one area. Chapter 8:15. You will get whacked to death because of your cheekiness. 1. Central Continent. A lonely patch of land floated in the ocean, surrounded by islands of many different sizes. This place was underpopulated by humans, but it was a heaven for star beasts. It had a tropical subtropical climate, and massive areas of the mainland were covered with tropical rainforests. Before the martial arts era, this area was rich in plant biodiversity. The trees were luxuriant, and you could find many species here. After force entered Earth, the plants started growing like crazy. Trees pillared right into the sky. There were countless trees close to 100 meters tall and some higher than 100 meters. Thick vines hung above the ground like giant pythons. This place had already turned into a primary forest. There were many unknown star beasts hidden here, high in both quantity and variety. Because of the large quantity, many Lord-level star beasts were born. They were extremely powerful, and all of them were overlords of their areas. Also, there were unimaginable star beasts hiding in the lakes or below the ground. These were popular resting areas for star beasts, even regarded as forbidden zones. Normal martial warriors might end up walking into the den of a star beast if they entered this area. The chance of surviving was slim. Even general stage martial warriors didn't dare to enter this place recklessly. Fortunately, in the past, the star beasts and the humans maintained a delicate balance, so there were never any large-scale beast tides. In addition, the central continent was situated in the middle of the ocean, isolated from the rest of the mainland. It wasn't as terrifying as it was now. Of course, this region was dangerous, but it was a heaven for martial warriors too. Star beasts, spiritual herbs, and even rare metal ores could be found here. These were all valuable goods. Seeking wealth and risk. Many martial warriors chose to form small teams and enter this continent. They would fight with star beasts, take their star cores and star bones, and find spiritual herbs. Besides the Xingwu continent, the human martial warriors also visited such primary forests or the depth of the mountains. Recently, a piece of news spread around the world. The martial warriors hunting for star beasts in the central continent retreated out of the area one after another. No one dared to stay any longer. Alien invaders, dark apparitions. News after news ignited commotions in the world. People in every country felt uneasy and anxious. Everyone was aware of the presence of the alien invaders. All the martial warriors also knew that the alien invaders exceeded the 13-star general stage and had greater combat power. Yet, these alien invaders wanted to have a decisive battle with the dark apparition on the central continent. This was a catastrophe. What was the ability of these planetary stage martial warriors? Earth-human martial warriors didn't know, but they knew how strong the general stage martial warriors were. It was easy to imagine the prowess of the planetary stage martial warriors from that. The central continent was the battlefield. There would definitely be immense impact waves. Who dared to stay there? Before the human martial warriors came, the central continent remained peaceful. Everything was normal. Roar. Occasionally, you could hear beasts roaring in the quiet primary forest or flying in the sky above to display their status as the overlords of their territory. Suddenly, the ground trembled. A loud explosion came from the primary forest below. Boom! Two large figures appeared in a part of this forest. It was a giant python and an enormous ape. Both of them were more than 100 feet tall and gave off a terrifying aura. They were both at the Lord level. They were fighting with each other and wreaking havoc in the forest. Trees fell by the hundreds, sparking an earthquake. The small and weak star beasts around them escaped in a flurry. They were afraid of getting implicated. Just when these two Lord-level star beasts were getting immersed in their battle, a shadow appeared on the horizon. Traveling at a fast speed, it was a gigantic spacecraft. The spacecraft didn't do anything after it got close to the forest. It just hovered over the woods. However, the two Lord-level star beasts stopped their battle unconsciously and raised their heads stiffly as they looked at the large spacecraft in the air. Before they could think further, another black dot appeared on the horizon in another direction. The black dot arrived above the forest in a split second. It was another huge spacecraft. After noticing the other spacecraft, it didn't get closer, stopping some distance away. The people in the spacecraft didn't appear. They seemed to be waiting for something, as if they had a plan. The two Lord-level star beasts glanced at each other and felt a chill shooting up their spines. They lowered their bodies in unplanned unison and hid among the tall trees and plants as they crawled away slowly, not daring to make a peep. They were afraid that the two spacecraft above them would notice them, but they were thinking too much. The people in the two spacecraft didn't have the time to care about Lord-level star beasts. As time went by, more spacecraft started arriving on the central continent. 1, 2, 3, 4. The entire central continent was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. All the Lord-level star beasts detected the unusual vibe and moved out. They wanted to get more information, but didn't know where to start. All the star beasts panicked. They were exceptionally frustrated. However, they didn't dare to touch the people in the spacecraft. The aura exuding from them made the star beasts tremble in fear. An agonizing day passed as everyone waited in anxiety. More and more universe spacecraft came. The next morning, there were already 18 spacecraft hanging above the sky of the central continent. This meant that there were 18 alien candidates present.